Okay, we are live, everybody. Sorry, I had to put on my eye cream real fast. My eye is still a little bit. Uh, people on the internet like watching that kind of shit. They like watching you like pop your boils or putting on makeup, putting on cream, any kind of I don't know cosmetic. Who'd have thought makeup influencers would be the modern pop stars? They would replace musicians, and artists. Real. I mean, I don't know. Mark Maron quit, right? Maron retired. He said there's too many people with nothing to say, just yapping. It's become a yap fest. What are we supposed to do? We're yapping for our lives here. We're yapping for our dear life. We're not. We apparently we didn't yap hard enough. We've got out yapped by the fucking MAGA people. We've been out yapped by Andrew Schultz. We've been out yapped by Theo Vaughn. I mean, it's better that it's a peaceful online info war of points of view. It's just amazing how the narratives are so. Well, I guess that's our country, right? We're really only given two options. We're given MAGA or Democrat. And then that's kind of split into two options where it's like there's the leftist and there's the liberals, which I'm seeing constantly on my TikTok about. And I do think that that was a narrative that was shaped and promoted by the right wing, that, these Democrat candidates are just as bad. They're just as corrupt. Pelosi does all this insider trading. The Clintons killed Kobe Bryant. Hillary, Biden, Hunter Biden's, the Democrats are just as bad, if not worse. And on Palestine, right, it's the same thing. It's the same. That's the only issue the leftists really cared about. That's the only thing they ever fucking talked about. And the educated point of view was Biden was worse, actually, somehow. The neoliberal, which nobody even fucking knows what the term means. Neoliberal means Reagan. It means laissez-faire. It means free market. It basically means a lot of what fucking Trump is doing. I mean, Trump's tariffs are not really neoliberal, but like they're designed for kind of the same purposes. They're designed to empower the corporations in the same way a lot of the neoliberal shit, even though it's about sort of transnational and laissez-faire when it comes to like exporting jobs and NAFTA and free trade and shit like that. It's really about empowering the corporations and the shareholders and the capitalists. The neoliberalism and the Reaganomics, it was like, right, it's socialism for the rich. So it's not, and it's like there is a clear fucking, I guess it's too late to talk about now. I guess the reason why now everybody's sort of political again, because how can you not be? Like fucking they're doing a federal takeover of Washington D.C. like as we speak. There's ICE military basically has invaded LA. A lot of what ICE is doing is Gestapo tactics. It's Gestapo tactics. Okay, sure, but Obama deported more people, or there was a difference. If it's true that Obama deported more people, and it probably is, to be honest. I read somewhere where it was more targeted. A lot of the people that they deported were criminals with see, that's the difference. That is a difference between Democrats and Republicans. Is Democrats like check the facts. They follow the Constitution. It's not just like willy-nilly they're deporting fucking citizens and families and shit like that, separating people from their children. Their attitude towards this, and they use this example of El Salvador a lot, which is like Well, El Salvador started just like arresting all these fucking people and putting all these people in prison. And it went from being one of the most dangerous places in the world to being, and I'm going to exercise my freedom to yap. I don't give a fuck if anybody watches because I've been right about everything all along. Even though nobody fucking, if you don't say things with just like blind confidence and just like plain simple terms, you don't get through to people. People trust what they feel and they hear what they feel. But if you're a thoughtful person, you're weighing all the angles. That can sound like self-doubt. That can sound like, but it's actually consideration. It's actually thoughtfulness. People don't want that. They want some kind of pithy, viral moment, some kind of tweet. I'm going to talk about the movie Materialists. We watched the movie Materialists. I got a lot to say about that, among other things. This is a film criticism show. It's also a restaurant review show. I'll be reviewing some restaurants. It's a food blog. This is my food. In addition to being a political, it's just everything. You know, we're all pundit, host, analyst, star, sidekick of our political talk show, entertainment, stand-up comedy, music, variety, vaudeville, webcam, private booth, content mill, feeding, at least for the time being, until the AI takes over. Look how fucking gray and white my hair is. I'm aging rapidly because of all the stress from paying attention. Yeah, so okay, the idea is Washington D.C. is violent. I get on Ashley's Twitter and they literally just put like right-wing talking points in your fucking Twitter feed. Like Elon Musk is in everybody's Twitter feed, even if you don't follow him. It's just like it's like in your fucking feed now that you have to see Elon. I blocked him. Ashley, if you're out there watching, I blocked Elon Musk. And they just put all these right-wing talking points right in the fucking Twitter feed now, whether you follow these people or not. It's become like fucking Fox News. And Dasha and all these fucking alt-lit people who are still on Twitter, by the way, they're all MAGA. They don't have any ethical compunction about supporting whatever it is Elon Musk represents. They just want to feel like, why did Elon Musk have to ruin the writing platform? Why couldn't he have bought Instagram? Ruin Instagram. Ruin Facebook. Twitter was like, it was like the literary smokers outside the poetry reading, just kind of sending out chit chat into the ether, musings. But I got off Twitter like I think 2 years ago because for obvious reasons. But in any case, so I've been seeing a lot of info nugget type things in the Twitter, about this, about DC is like got more rapes than some they always use South American country or Central American country as like the dirty, crime ridden, like, oh, do you want our country to be like Haiti? Do you want our country to be like fucking Colombia or Tren de Aragua? They're gonna come here. And well, I guess it's not always South and Central America, but it's always racist. It's always, it's Islamic people, African people are coming. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Remember how funny that was? That was barely a year ago. Was that even a year ago? There were TikTok fucking dances about they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the dog. Eat the dog. It's like they kind of art wash Trump. They kind of just like made him seem like this fucking mascot or something. Like he was fucking Mickey Mouse or Goofy or something. And now I mean, maybe I am like just keyed into some kind of doom scrolling and I'm paying too much attention, right? I mean, that's what Bill Maher famously said when Trump got reelected, is like, they'll get the government, but they won't get my mind. Okay, I'm not going to stress out about it. I'm not going to flip out about it like before. And people, the whole Trump derangement syndrome, it wasn't just people like spazzing. It wasn't people just, and that's what the bully always does. In school, the bully pretends to hit you so to see you get a reaction. They go, "Oh, look at you. You're a spaz. You reacted." Yeah, I reacted because I thought you were going to fucking hit me. Is that makes me human. That makes me like normal. It's like, yeah, we are fucking spazzing, okay? Because there doesn't seem to be any checks and balances. They've taken out the fucking guardrails. They cut the brake lines. We're headed for the fucking cliff. We're pumping the brakes. Nothing is happening. What the fuck? What do we do? It's clear to anybody with a fucking brain who follows this shit that they want to it's an autocratic takeover, right? And who knows how far, the really sinister thing is like all with the AI and the Palantir disappearing people. The idea is they want to cull America down to like 100 million people of just like the whitest, richest, and their staff, and their help, if they're still going to be human servants. And if they have an AI bot army of drone fucking, warriors that like, if they have RoboCop, if they have a fucking like, if they have a wing of the military that's like RoboCops or something, an AI is going to go into my fucking YouTube page and see all of the shit that I've talked about Trump and JD Vance and how I've blown the lid on a lot of the fucking scandals. And I've tried to be as outspoken as fucking possible about this shit in a way that, in my own specific way that, maybe I'm not fucking Sam Sater or Mark Maron, but I think I'm getting to a lot of shit that nobody else is getting to. In a certain way, you kind of have to have a minor point of view to say anything you want. I mean, I think the culture in this country is local. When I look at the big mass media, it sucks. Even these big Hollywood fucking all these Judd Apatow movies, it's like they're garbage. They pretend like they're some kind of, because we've been watching these James L. Brooks movies, and they kind of copy Albert Brooks, and they kind of I mean, I guess they're human stories, but like the point of view is very neurotic, adolescent, and they're not aesthetic. They all have cinematography like they're fucking Michael Bay films or something. They all look like the Rock, but they're not aesthetic. And the culture is local. It's hard to pay attention to that. I mean, especially in the algorithm, because a lot of the stuff that gets through in the algorithm is equally, probably worse, frankly, than the legacy media or the monoculture. At least with the monoculture, there were gatekeepers, and some of the people who got through were undeniably uniquely talented. Whereas like now, it's just like a bunch of people with Instagram face of 1 million followers or a blue check mark, a bunch of people with plastic surgery and BBL and fake tans. It's like the faker you look, the more fucking followers you have. If you're Charlie D'Amelio or, these younger Logan Paul or Jake Paul, these younger kind of like Instagram, YouTube celebrities, they're garbage. And so I don't know the local culture. I don't know. As things sort of get sewn up with the algorithm and the stuff gets kind of repeated to us, I think that for me, I don't know. I want to pay more attention, like the open mics. The open mics, these are places where there are like serious art. It's just a shame that in our culture, it's like you really don't count as an artist unless you have 100,000 followers, or it's like the bigger the better. If you have a million clicks, oh, you know, if you're famous, and it's just like our system is so bought and sold. It's so out the algorithm, whatever the hell it is. A lot of the stuff that is popular now, it just sucks. I mean, Taylor Swift's new album is called, what is it, The Last Showgirl or something about Showgirl. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's like, it's not interesting. It's not artistic. It's not unique. It's like, it's uncool. You know, it's like the people that are famous now are like deeply uncool, or like whatever the culture is kind of like decided is cool is like, it's so computerized, and like it's like white people trying to do hip hop inflected in a way that's just like really not my thing. Uh, you know, whether that's Bieber or fucking Ed Sheeran, or whatever the hell it is. Taylor Swift and Travis, you know, one of the reasons why I think Taylor Swift's music sucks is she's dating this guy that sucks. That's totally uninteresting. And I mean, I guess he won the fucking Super Bowl. He was pretty cringe in Happy Gilmore too. Let's just say that. He had jock acting skills. He acted like how jocks act. They kind of have this like silly, childish, kind of like outlandish. He's got jock humor. It's kind of like gay. Maybe because they're jocks, they feel comfortable doing it. It's like locker room guys joking around. I don't know. So anyway, I want to talk about Materialists too. This movie, fucking Materialists. Did people see this? I mean, we'll talk about the political, because supposedly they want to take over fucking, right? DC's only the beginning. And you know, the homelessness. This is how they demonize. This is just another tactic they use to demonize and criticize any kind of democratic governor or governance. Is like, look at these blue run cities. Look at LA, look at San Francisco, look at New York, look at Chicago. Look at how they're overrun with homeless people, and they're just giving money away to all these immigrants. There's all these fucking immigrants everywhere. We don't want to end up like Europe. The number one baby name in England is Mohammed. We don't want to end up like that. It is white panic about demographics and shit. Which, like, in the wake of woke, the kind of woke wave, those people have sort of come out more outspoken. The kind of ignorant. Now they can just use woke as a target. They can use woke as like because it's, I mean, it's a bitter pill to swallow for a lot of people. And you know, if people are already racist, they're just going to reject it entirely. And so it's just bizarre that there's this wave where it's like cool to be conservative or whatever. And it just feels like such a media ploy to me. I do think people like Dasha are bought and paid for. I think that person was an aspiring actor and some people decided to boost and publicize that podcast because it became like cool for that was one way of just like spiking the Kool-Aid for people to think, oh, it's cool to like be MAGA or whatever. And I mean, how is that sitting with people now in the wake of 6 months of this, now that we're seeing what's actually happening? Like, do those people care? They think it's just business as usual in this country. It's just more corrupt government bullshit. And I mean, how far is it going to go? That's the scary part for me, is like, okay, 100 million people. If they wanted to cull it down to 100 million people, that means they got to get rid of 230 million people or more. These Democrat cities, they're overrun with homeless people. We got to go in there and take them over with the military and invade our own country. That will probably happen within the next 6 months or a year. I mean, it literally is happening. We went to the Odeon the other day. We were sitting on the patio and the guy was about to pour our water and he went for the water glass. And as soon as he touched it, it just exploded. And the glass kind of got on my leg and on and I kind of brushed it off, but the whole rest of the dinner, it's one of those things that you're like, is there water in my is there a glass in my arm? Is there glass in my fucking leg? Like, it's one of those things that's like, it's happened and you kind of have to act like it's cool and like things, oh yeah, we'll just move tape. No big deal. And it wasn't a big deal, but it's like, it's one of those things. It's like, you're almost in, cause that, it could have gone into my fucking eye or something. My point, I guess, is that like, there is like a kind of shock when this kind of stuff happens that you're like, oh, we're not in, I think people are in denial that we're not in fascism and that this stuff is happening right now. And it's accelerating quickly. They're going to do that to New York. Supposedly, only 68% of New York voted for Kamala. There's a lot more MAGA people than here we expected. Are those people going to be happy if and when Trump like takes over fucking New York City and forces us to like ban abortion or worse? The next thing they're going to ban gay marriage or worse. You're not going to be able to say anything bad about Trump. Or they'll fucking torture you or fucking put you in, they'll disappear you. They'll throw you out of a fucking plane. I mean, that's what they did in these South American countries. They just throw people out of fucking airplanes. Trump has always threatened that stuff. He's always wanted to get into that stuff, but it's taken a long time to prime people and to get them so that feels like normal. It's taken a lot of fucking Fox News to make people think, oh yeah, Trump's got to invade these blue cities because these Democrat mayors don't know what the hell they're doing. All the DEI. And if he does invade New York or something, I mean, how will we succeed? The blue states, what leverage will they have? Gavin Newsom is sort of trying to push back with this gerrymandering thing. We're going to gerrymander Trump out of the White House. Well, what if Trump just fucking, I don't know, invade and takes over the whole fucking state and just says, no, fuck you, you're my bitch now? Like, who's going to fight back? Are we going to be like the resistance in occupied France? I mean, we're already sort of in an untenable living situation where it's like no one can afford to live anymore really without working themselves to death with like multiple jobs, which is already sort of like when people say Trump wants to send us back to 1850, it's like this is what they mean. He wants to enslave us essentially, right? That's what this is, by raising the cost of everything, by making the dollar worthless, by destroying labor's bargaining power with AI and firing everybody who does everything. It'll make people desperate to the point that they'll go into some kind of prison work camp where they'll get arrested for being homeless, because it's so fucking expensive just to live anywhere. So they'll criminalize being poor, I guess. That's what they're saying, is they're deciding they don't need the poor people anymore in this country. They just want to get rid of the poor people. I mean, that I just don't think that's unless I don't think they're going to kill 230 million people or even deport them. It's just not possible. Like, look at Gaza. It's like that's a few million people, and even that, they can't get rid of those people. It's just not going to fucking happen. But I'm also just like wondering, at what point are people actually going to like fight back in any kind of real or meaningful way and start living by their principles, meaning not buying useless shit, not going to work, not fucking playing ball, talking about it. There's a lot of performative activism that made people feel like they were doing something like radical, and it's sort of but it also just feels like right now that just like all the gas has just gone out of the left. It just feels like there is no counter anything. I mean, Mark Maron quit his podcast. How much time do we have left? 1 year from now, what's it going to look like? This AI thing is sort of like this impending sort of Damocles or whatever that's just going to like basically cause everybody to lose their jobs and potentially, revolutionize the world even beyond that, where like we might even be like subservient to that. We might have this race of fucking robots that is our masters. Or not. The AI thing might just be like Y2K, where it's just like, oh my God, they thought this fucking computer thing was going to like crash the whole world, and literally nothing happened. I mean, I don't think nothing is going to happen, but like I'm also, I don't know that AI is ever going to be actually smart and functional enough to like boss us around or something. At least as far as like being like a sentient, mobile, bipedal fucking version of what we are. It might be able to control us through like the systems that it operates for us, because everything has just become a fucking computer now. Everything is just like, I was listening to this fucking music from, last century, and it was like ethnic music. It was salsa music. And I was like, everything, this sounds so different than, it's so distinct. It's so local. It's so authentic, right? Or whatever. You can tell it comes from like a region, and it's like the instruments, the materials that their instruments are made of, the color, the heat, everything that's in that music is like a bouquet of materials of like where it's from and the soul of the place. And there was so many distinct sounds and voices to music. And now everything just sounds like a fucking computer. There isn't like a group. Everybody wants to be a DJ, and everybody's okay with that. Everybody's like, would rather go to a fucking EDM festival. They're just letting the computers win, is is what I'm saying. That's why I think the open mic thing is so important, because it literally is. There's backing tracks and shit like that, and that's fine. But like, when you just see somebody sitting and playing by themselves, it strips it down to like the most human, elemental, basic level. And like, I think maintaining that, I mean, we're all fucking John Henry. The whole world is fucking John Henry. At this point, the robots are going to be able to do everything better than us. So I mean, it seems important to figure out a way to maintain ourselves and what we do as that happens. But there also don't seem to be policies or even discussion of that. You know, like there absolutely should be a serious discussion about universal basic income right now, where it's like the wealth that the AI creates should be shared with everybody. It should be a liberating force. You know, the AI should liberate people from having to do manual labor to subsist. The AI can, because it's non-sentient, it doesn't feel pain. That's the way it should be fucking programmed. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Whereas now it's going to fire everybody from their jobs, so no one is going to be able to. How are there going to be consumers for the products that the AI makes? Like, is the AI going to buy the shit? Like, how is the economy going to sustain itself? Like the way that everything is starting to atrophy because it's just like being outsourced to phones or whatever. Like, we're not thinking as much. We're not like learning as much because like we're just fucking, we got brain rot, right? Everything's automated. Everything is just like TikTok video, video podcast. It's not like reading where it's like, I have to concentrate. I have to be literate. I have to push the fucking the wheel around to get it working. It's just like everything is so there's tons of shit like this where it's like literally parts of ourselves are becoming smooth brain, or are smoothing over or something, because it's just like that the human body and shit is based on effort, right? Like you build a muscle, you get smarter or whatever by lifting weights, by fucking reading something hard, you exercise. And so partially, right, is like now machines are making everything fucking effortless or something. You can just have AI write the fucking novel for you, or have some kind of fucking listen to the audio book, or get a chat GPT summary of the fucking book or whatever it is. Kids aren't even learning to read because it's too hard. You know, everything on the phone is fucking easy. It's just spoon feeding you. And so there's this atrophy, right? Like when you're traveling through space and your muscles atrophy. It's like the effort isn't being made. So there's an atrophy happening. And I feel like that's going to happen in everything when the AI kind of takes over. It's just like the AI will be doing all of the effort. And so how do we continue to stay building ourselves? You know, now that resistance is gone, there was it's almost like the resistance is required. That's part of, I think it's a deficiency, but it's also like part of our superpower or whatever as people. It's like the resistance is what makes you strong. It's like, because you overcompensate or you have to work to beat something. And so we are going to need to find purpose when there is no work. And the economy is set up for that, where it's like you force people to do things they don't want to do for money. Money is the motivation. Now it's like people are just going to need to stay motivated. They're going to need to, because they won't be needed for the work. A machine will do it better. A machine will do the job better. And that's great. That is progress. That's what's so insane about this moment that we're in with computers and all of this shit, is it's like it could be a time of unprecedented like largesse and sharing and equality and education and intelligence. And we could fine tune the government to make it more tailored to the moment and more specific, and more of us are more involved, where we just vote on things on our phones and shit. We could move in that direction. uh but instead we're moving the complete opposite direction. And we're accelerating towards a future where our lives are going to be infinitely less free and interesting. We're just like, we're all going to be enslaved to God knows what, the worst jobs. There doesn't seem to be thought from like the owner class of like what's unless the goal is just like kill everybody, make everybody starve to death because they don't have a way to make money, and then they'll just die. And so we'll have the robots be our fucking servants, and we'll be we'll get this whole place to ourselves. We don't have to deal with these fucking loser poor people who are genetically inferior to us anyway, because if they weren't, they'd be rich. They'd be rich if they were good, if they were talented or had strong genes, they'd benefit from that. Which, okay, that's sort of like what this movie Materialists is kind of about. I don't know if people have seen it or not. It's the second movie by this director, Celine Song, who I've heard a little bit about because she's married to this guy, Justin Kurtzaitis, who does, he's written a few movies. He's kind of like an it screenwriter. He wrote that Queer movie. What else? Challengers. What else? Something else. I can't remember what else. But in any case, I knew him through a friend of mine who knew him, and he was like a playwright in New York. I think he probably went to NYU. And he was pretty successful in like the 2010s. So I sort of knew who he was. And now this decade, him and his wife have become these kind of like screenwriter, Hollywood establishment success stories, get nominated for Oscars and this and that, A24, whatever. And so anyway, this Materialist movie, I've seen some discourse about it through Twitter, through Ashley's Twitter and elsewhere. I forget, the idea is it is quote unquote broke man propaganda. I'm seeing that on TikTok is Materialist is broke man propaganda. Can you hear me, by the way? Is the audio good or muddled or and so it's it intersects with a lot of, it's about issues of contemporary life, particularly in New York. And so I feel like it would be a good way to talk about those things through the lens of this movie, because this movie is sort of like reflecting back at New York, an image of itself, the dating culture. It's all about basically the economics of dating. And it looks at, that's why it's called Materialist, because, and this is the woman's point of view, really. I mean, it is a female gaze movie. The director is a woman, and the protagonist, Dakota Johnson, Nepo baby, is also, and so she is the one who's looking at it as if it is a calculation and sort of a market driven with the, and so she is a dating matchmaker, and that's her job. And so the idea is she sets, it's amazing because this movie is over 2 hours long and they don't even really mention online dating. I'm sure that's a choice. And in a certain way, I think her job is like a metaphor for online dating or something. Or just like a lot of, because the movie is like a New York Times article or something. It's like if you went out and interviewed a bunch of fucking New Yorkers about what dating is like, and like made a movie based on fucking, it's like a lifestyle trend article that like the Times loves. They love that shit. And the characters just don't really feel like real character. I mean, I guess they could be real, but they're just not interesting. It's just like they're more like demographic types or something. And they don't really feel like And I guess that's part of the point of the movie is it's sort of like a deconstruction uh of the rom-com. So we just sort of this is one actually wanted to watch this movie. You know, there's not a lot of contemporary artistic movies that she will watch. So I was like, okay, let's see, you know, why does she want to watch this first of all? And you know, the cinematography is amazing. There's a lot of like really strong filmmaking. Like there's this moment where there's like a scene, there's some really good like foreground background. The director really uses the different layers very well. And you know, there's a lot of great shots, great shot making. You know, it's New York. You know, it's a New York movie, so it's like there's nice footage of like the West Village around Christopher Street, among other places. Broadway. Um, and so the premise of the film is she's a fucking matchmaker, and she meets this guy who's a unicorn, right? Pedro Pascal, and you can see up from a fucking mile away what the movie is going to be about. It's almost like an aura where it's a Cinderella story, where it's like it's about class, really, is what it's about. But it's about how love and who we marry is dictated, or like who we can actually be compatible with is economic, and marriage is sort of like a business deal primarily. In a lot of ways it's a financial partnership, even though people are not viewing it that way. And so that, you know, these class divisions or whatever do play into and how much money somebody makes, right? Especially with women. They don't want no fucking broke ass man. You know, they will date. They want a billionaire who's 6'3", trust fund, finance, blue eyes, 6'5", and so that you can just see from a mile away, it's going to be about, well, there's a rich guy that's perfect, and then there's her boyfriend who she loves who's broke. And who's she going to pick? Gee, I wonder. And it's just kind of obvious. The movie is just cliche after fucking cliche, but it's posing like it's a sort of like insightful kind of like expose about like what modern dating is like or something. Or not, maybe not even modern dating, because it starts out with this fucking scene with like cavemen, which honestly, I feel like they should have cut that. I think A24 does this a lot, where they just kind of trust whatever the fuck their director wants to do. It's like, you know, sometimes they have bad ideas. Not every movie needs to start with like a fucking 2001 like ape thing. Like, just start the movie now. Don't try to make some deep comment about like, oh, it's always been this way. Even cavemen, fucking, their priorities for in a mate were the same as ours. And so the movie has got a lot of style but it's just like masquerading as like some kind of deep thing. And it's like Devil Wears Prada or something, which it's just shot better. And there's some great shots in it. I mean, that is a lot of an appeal for a movie to me. So like, not to hate on that or anything. And there's good dialogue. I mean, the director was like a playwright, and it's one of those type movies. It reminded me of that movie with Catherine Hahn and Paul Giamatti. It feels like one of those movies are all kind of in the same pocket stylistically. Those Nicole Hall of Cern movies with Julia Louis-Dreyfus. It's almost just like one of those fucking movies. Or it kind of reminded me of Heartburn, that Meryl Streep. It's like a Nora Ephron fucking movie in a lot of ways. Not that that's a bad thing, but it wasn't like some kind of brilliant deconstruction of like rom-coms. It basically just was a rom-com. It's just, it sort of looked like a graphic novel. And so about halfway through the movie, spoiler alert, I am going to spoil the movie for you. There's a lot of the movie is focused on height, which is not really a surprise, but it's just such a dumb, like, it's such a shallow, empty thing to be obsessed with. Like, I feel justified to talk about this height issue because I hear people talking about it all the fucking time. It's amazing how many conversations I overhear in public about how tall somebody is. They're 6'3", they're 6'5", blah, blah, blah. So, like, our society is obsessed with this. And, like, it's driven by women. This movie makes it clear. Like, they don't, they mention it dozens of fucking times throughout the movie, and it's a main plot point that this guy Pedro Pascal got this height enhancement surgery or whatever, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of. This is something only women would be obsessed with because women are obsessed with height. They are obsessed with it. I literally never even fucking thought about it until like a few years ago. And the only reason I care about it is because women are obsessed with it. And so there's a conversation early in the movie with this Dasha woman about, and she's not a very good actress, by the way. Let's just say that. About this fucking stupid height that where men can get this surgery where they cut your leg in half and then they add like inches to make you taller. Because, women think that we're insecure about this, which we're not. We're just insecure because they are obsessed with it. Oh, this would only occur. I mean, I would never, ever, ever even think about getting this surgery for a second. It's insanity. And I feel sorry for anybody who does. But there's this whole conversation in the movie about how it's a game changer to be 5 inches taller. If you're 6'2", you make more money, blah, blah, blah. And to me, this just reinforces the patriarchy. This just reinforces, like, a class of dominant male guys who take up a lot of space, who have sort of like a blind confidence. You see them all over New York, especially downtown. The women want these guys. You see this on TikTok regularly, is like, where can I find tall finance daddies who make 6 figures and blah, blah, blah. 7 figures. And so you find out like halfway through the movie that Pedro Pascal got this fucking height lengthening surgery. And it's literally the dumbest fucking scene I've seen in a movie in a long time. And I've watched a lot of Rob Schneider and Adam Sandler. And I watched Paul Blart Mall Cop 1 and 2 recently, okay? And this was one of the dumbest scenes I've seen in a movie in a long time, okay? I watched both Paul Blart Mall Cop movies. I was unimpressed with I was underwhelmed. I thought it was going to be better. I weirdly had higher expectations for Paul Blart Mall Cop. They fired Colbert, man. I mean, the autocratic crackdown has already happened. They fired Colbert. Yeah, so there's this scene where fucking Pedro Pascal. So it's so obvious that they're setting this up because everybody in sort of bland, like, drone trend follow land thinks Pedro Pascal is like daddy right now. For some reason, he's just like every mindless kind of like mass media following person's like hot, big stud or whatever. And he's cool or whatever. I don't have anything against him, but it's just like, it's so clear that the movie is setting up this dichotomy where there's like a guy who has it all on paper, because a lot of women have these like checklists, right? It isn't totally like, an intuitive. That's why it's so insane to me that this movie doesn't talk about online dating, because that's the thing that's really taken the romance out of dating, is like these arranged matches through swiping. It's like you have to be drawn to somebody. There has to be something that moves you. Maybe that will happen when you meet somebody on a date, but it's much, much more romantic and memorable when it happens like in the just kind of chance of living and out there in the magic of the world. You know, and New York City is a machine for these kind of chance encounters and these kind of like meet cutes or whatever. And nobody has a fucking meet cute anymore. It's all just swiping. That is the dullest fucking way you could meet somebody. And that's why it doesn't work. But these women go to these, and everybody, it's not just women, but women are way more like numerically driven, it feels like, where it's like, it's literally numbers. It's like, he's got to be 6 feet. He's got to make X amount of dollars. He's got to, and it's like, I mean, guys definitely have their fucking body standards, whatever it is, but, the idea in this movie is like Pedro Pascal kind of checks. He's a unicorn, is what Dasha says. He's a unicorn. He's, you know, on paper, he's rich, he's tall, he's charming, whatever. I guess he's just rich and tall. That's really all it is. That seems to kind of be it, actually. But he has no mojo. He's got no verve because he's secretly, well, the movie is kind of like insulting to short kings, to be honest, because in the scene, he kind of like kneels down to show her what it'd be like if he was 5'6". And it's just a very cringe moment. And that's when she decides to break up with him. When she finds out that he had this height lengthening surgery, it reinforces what she was already feeling, which is that it wasn't right with him, even though he's a unicorn. And the idea is also sort of that he's a facade. He's like Gatsby or something. He's got all these books and shit, and he's got like the perfectly appointed apartment in life, but like there's nothing inside. He's sort of an American Psycho guy or something. Whereas Chris Pratt, or whatever the fuck his name is, Chris Evans, I guess. It's Chris Evans. He is a cater waiter. He's like me, basically. That's what that character, or like a lot of my friends. He's a cater waiter. He's an actor who's like, pushing 40. He lives in a shitty apartment. But he lives in goddamn Park Slope on 6th Avenue. It's like I'd kill to live in that fucking apartment. That's how big of a loser I am. I'm an even bigger loser than this guy in the movie. The guy in the movie has a car. He's a cater waiter. And they just act like, wow, this guy's a piece of shit. This guy is like, and it's like the movie kind of has a rich person's idea of like what working class is. You get very little window into that character's life. The movie is way more about the rich people. And supposedly the Dakota Johnson character makes 80 grand a year, and she lives in the West Village in like a nice apartment by herself. That's like not very likely. And it's certainly not normal. Let's just say that. And so the movie doesn't feel like it's about or coming from like a poor person's point of view. And I think, this is something that I feel like has gone out of our culture. It's just like everything has to feel like this nouveau riche thing. Everything has this like veneer of like shallow wealth. Everything has like influencer wealth all over it. There's no heart. There's no, when I think about the values or the art that was like ran through the 20th century, a lot of it sounds poor, or it came from poor, like even something like Charlie Chaplin is, his character is this tramp. He's poor. He lives by his wits. He's homeless. It's literally a homeless fucking character. yet he was a hero to people all over the world. He's an immigrant, right? There's that famous short, The Immigrant. The character is sympathy. It's sort of a Bible thing, where like the Bible, a lot of the Bible is about, it's sort of about glamorizing being poor. But there's a soulfulness in that. I don't think you have to be poor to have that, but maybe it's a cliche or something, but at least where I come from, a lot of the things that have the most soul are just kind of like the cheap, like blues music or something. They didn't have instruments. They made instruments and shit. It was a very lo-fi fucking form. As a result of the material circumstances, and I don't know. It just feels like the art now, it's all made by rich people. Everything in our fucking culture is made by rich people, by Nepo babies. It doesn't have that kind of, holes in its clothes. It doesn't have that kind of threadbare, thrashing quality. People want yacht rock. They want smooth jazz. They want Muzak. They want, rich white people music. They don't want, black, I don't know, church music or music from the streets or punk music, music that sounds like it was made by just like anybody. It all has to be, some kind of, I don't know, Berkeley fucking technique jazz or something. And, or Pro Tools or, overproduced pop garbage, Dua Lipa or whatever the fuck it is. All of the elite celebrities have this kind of, I don't know, like prefabricated quality now where they're just kind of like these huge products. They have teams of songwriters. It's not just like one person with a fucking vision anymore as much, even though there's a lot of people doing their stuff. One thing I wanted to talk about was the New Yorker had this article about somebody who writes for the New Yorker for a long time, was friends with the woman CEO who got shot at Blackstone or whatever it was. And I didn't read the article, disclaimer. I did not read it. But the headline on the New Yorker homepage was like, I worked with this woman for decades, blah, blah, blah. And so the article, from my understanding, which like I said, I didn't read it, it seems like it's all about how she was a good person and how we shouldn't be, using this death. It was not a good thing. It was a horrible thing. And we shouldn't be politicizing this death as sort of like an act of class war or something, or like some kind of heroic model thing to try, but it's like, that is the New Yorker magazine now. The people who write for that and the fucking New York Times and all of the legacy media shit and all of the fucking Hollywood movies, they all went to the same goddamn schools together. They're all buds, right? They're all in the same club and you ain't in it, right? Like George Carlin's thing. And it's like, that's why the guy in the New Yorker is defending the CEO of fucking Blackstone, because they've known each other probably since fucking college or prep school or whatever. And so they don't want to upset the apple cart or anything. This is their friend, this person who cheated people out of their homes and who fucking raised the price of everything and destroyed everybody's quality of life and is responsible for suffering and probably people dying. We have to feel sorry for this person because they were the victim of this, this violent act. But it's like, they're all in the same club. And it's like, there is no class mobility, really. It's all a caste system now, where it's like, you're not going to get in there unless they can either tokenize you and use you as some kind of bargaining chip for whatever self-image they want to project about themselves, or you're just in the club with them. You went to the schools, you went to the fucking whatever. You have the same friends, you travel in the same circles, East Coast, Ivy League, whatever the hell it is. This old money, Cambridge, Oxford, whatever the fuck, Yale, Harvard, Bard. Everybody went to fucking Bard, for Christ's sake. And I like Bard, but that's part of what challengers or materialists is about, is how we are in these economic caste systems. The woman kind of has a bargaining chip because she's young and hot or whatever, so she can date a rich man and sort of be a kept woman. And it's debatable how serious he is about it. He's just insecure because he's short. He's really a short fucking loser inside, even though he had height lengthening surgery. He's really insecure because he's short. Because all short men are just insecure. It just reads that way. You see big and it reads as, oh, this guy will protect me. I feel safe around him because he's big. This short guy scares me. He's like a creep with like little nubby fingers. I need to get away from him. Ooh, ooh, ooh. He doesn't even exist. He's invisible. Why the fuck was I talking? Oh, yeah. So, I mean, the movie does kind of have a happy ending in a way that seems really fake to me, where it's like they end up getting together. She ends up getting together with her broke ass for love, because they have love. They're both failed actors. She is just as fake as the Pedro Pascal character is. She's not really this like she says in the movie, she has no dowry. She's not really. It's like Gatsby, right? It's like the class thing. She gets with Tom because they're old money. She can never get with Gatsby. He's new money. And it's the same thing with this, where it's like their class limitations keep them. But she knows, I also think it's a little shallow that the woman character is like, that is the big problem she has with the broke guy, is that they're poor. So like they argue about money all the time, and that's why their relationship sucks. And it's like, I've been in that relationship, and that's not why it sucks. And I think, with a lot of times, like they're saying, the characters are materialists, and that's what's driving them. But we are also like forced into a world where like it has to. I think that's one reason why I complain about economics and I talk about it so much on this, because people don't really realize how crazy our world has gone with financializing every goddamn thing and trying to charge as much money as possible for every fucking thing. It didn't used to be this way. I heard this anecdote once about Larry Fagan, a poet in New York. He lived in the Poets Building at 437 12th Street, right? Where a lot of poets lived, Arthur Russell, Ginsberg, Richard Hell, and more. And so he remembers one night in the 70s, right? Because you used to be able to get rent-controlled apartments, right? That was like a thing. New York, the rent was cheap, right? It's unthinkable now, but like there was an era where like the rent was cheap. That's why people moved here. And so anyway, he talks about one night in the 70s, probably around 1975, around the same time that they decided to sell the city because they defaulted, right? They went bankrupt, right? That's when Trump and people started to arise, and the kind of Wall Street 80s kind of came out of that moment. But he says he remembers this dinner he had in the 70s where these people came to dinner, and before, in the kind of bohemian cheap rent New York, every conversation was about art, and they'd talk about, what they'd seen and music, whatever the hell it was, poetry. That was the subject of like dinner party conversation. But at this dinner, the only thing people wanted to talk about was real estate, how much money they can make through real estate. And that was the beginning when sort of like the world pivoted. And it just, it took decades and decades and decades to get where we are now, where it's just like everybody fucking pays out their ass to live anywhere. If you live in rural Oklahoma, it's like $1,500 for a fucking studio apartment now. It's like, that is ludicrous. And it's not normal. That is predatory fucking capitalism. Late stage capitalism is everybody's like meme term. Oh, we're in late stage capitalism. Like, that's just like supposed to alleviate. Oh yeah, it's just late stage capitalism. It's no big deal. It's just normal. This is just normal for late. It's like, fucking do something about it. Like, it doesn't have to be this way. Speak up. Rent strikes. Stop paying your fucking rent. Like, civil disobedience. I don't know. Do what the fucking NFL guy did. Do something. Shame on the fucking New Yorker for writing an article like sympathizing with these bastards. That's what it is now. You know, like, there are these citadels of culture or whatever, and they just uphold the status quo because they're all those positions are held by privileged people, the children of the 80s, the children of the Reaganites. A lot of them are leftists. A lot of them are Bernie or whatever. That's one thing. That's a line of dialogue the character has in a movie. I voted for Bernie, the guy says. That's supposed to make us, I guess, think that he's like a good guy or sort of a type, like a Brooklyn Bernie bro fuckboy or something. I voted for Hillary, and I voted for Kamala. I mean, I'll vote, like, if Bernie has a fucking chance, I'll vote for him. Like Mamdani, hell yeah, I will vote the fuck for Mamdani. I'm not one of these. It is shocking that how bad the Democrats are coming out against this guy. It's pathetic. They should fucking support him. Bill Maher has George Will on. That's a hot take. Let's get fucking George Will on the show and Dr. Phil. It's fucking pathetic. Why didn't they cancel Maher? Give Colbert Maher's show. Fucking cancel Maher's ass. He sucks ass. I fucking hate Bill Maher. Having Dr. Phil on, like, shame on you. Mr. Dr. Ice Phil. Well, I mean, part of my point with this is, like, where is the voice of the little people? Where is the voice or, like, the portrayal or of the majority of people out there who are living to paycheck, who didn't go to fucking Harvard or Yale, who at best case maybe went to community college or probably like cosmetology school or something, Aveda Institute. Where is like the fucking proletariat fucking voice? It's like it's not represented. It's all just a bunch of people on fucking Twitter who are MAGA who can afford to live here and they can get into fucking like, I don't give a fuck about a lot of these readings downtown. These people think they're hot shit on Twitter or they have some position at some stupid magazine. It's like, it's all that doesn't mean they know anything about literature. And from what I've seen of what they publish, they don't. And so they're not worth considering. It's like this movie, Basquiat. People, have you seen Basquiat? Julian Schnabel. There's a scene where Gary Oldman, they're in Palazzo Chupi. And the Gary Oldman character is sort of based on Julian Schnabel. And he's talking to Basquiat. He's eating spaghetti. He's got this plate of pasta. He's got his big ass fucking paintings in this huge fucking barn. And it's like in New York City in the Village. He's eating his pasta and he's like, there's only 5 or 6 people in the world who know anything about painting. And Andy's one of them. He's talking about Andy Warhol. Andy likes Basquiat's paintings, right? Or whatever. Even though he's getting criticized for this or that. But Julian Schnabel's like, there's only 5 or 6 people in the world who know anything about painting. And, it's kind of true, actually. I feel like with literature, that's kind of true. There's only 5 or 6 people in the world who actually know what they're talking about. And I think I know 2 of them. I'm not going to name any names. But from what I've seen about what gets published and what gets applauded and what gets featured, there's not very many people who know what the fuck they're doing. But they want to do events and they want to dress up and like, you know, they don't just want to go out and get wasted. They want to feel like they're doing something productive and have a party, have a big tea party. But that doesn't mean it's literature, even if they're on fucking Twitter, even if they have thousands of followers and a goddamn blue check mark. That doesn't mean anything. People have been systematically de-educated in this country. They have no fucking taste. They think the worst shit is good. And the algorithm just promotes that because once dumb people like something, it gets more views. And a lot of people's bad habits will get attention on the internet. You know, if you want to provoke people, if you want to troll people, if you want to cause uncomfortable scenes, yeah, you can get people to look at that on the internet. If you want to say controversial, like mean things, like, yeah, like maybe people will, that will spike their emotions or something. But there was this article, this is a little bit of a tangent. There was this article in the New York Times. It was Rax King, an op-ed about, and I didn't read that either. I read like the first paragraph or something. It was about how like being mean is like her superpower, or like being mean is like one of her strong suits or one of her like good qualities. And you know, it's like advocating for like being like a bitch, basically. And kind of trying to justify that. And, you know, I feel that a lot in the culture. And I feel like that does come from women because they are probably dragged into a lot of social situations or conversations and shit they don't want to be in, men approaching them or being weird or whatever. And so they do have to figure out how to discourage people and say no and kind of gate people out. You know, there's an incentive for them to be mean because it keeps people from approaching them. It punishes them because if you don't want to talk, you know, I mean, making small talk a lot of times is no fun. If you know, it is, yeah, sure. It's more fun to just look at your phone all the time or just like not have to do anything ever. But like, you know, these things are sort of the fabric of our fucking society, just like being courteous. And, you know, with women, there is like, if you're nice to somebody, they can get the wrong idea. So you can't really be nice because they might think it's flirting or something. And so I do feel like there is a glorification of like, yeah, you're like a cunt. That's like serving cunt. And I get that. There's something very powerful about Melania face and shit like that and being a bitch. But like, I think it's a stronger choice to be nice. Or I'm not saying that like women have to be nice, but like, it just feels like they think that their engagement is like not everybody's worth it or something. And you don't deserve it. And so like, I'm only, you know, going to give you the absolute minimum and like even if that, like, I'm not going to try to like go out of my way and it just, it feels like other people don't act that way. And it's just kind of this weird, like jagged edge where, you know, it's also like the politics that people have where it's just like they want to nitpick every fucking little thing. And it's a, you know, if you're not absolutely a fucking this line, you know, this is my boundary. And if you're not obeying the boundary, if you're not completely like Gaza, you know, fucking stop doing, fucking being like, I don't even know, fucking cease or withdrawal. It's like, I don't know. Everybody's kind of just like withdrawing into their own safety or fortified fucking like opinion fucking castle of the algorithm. And everything is transactional, or like, because we live in this society where everybody agrees on these economic, like everything's supply and demand. Everything is like, well, you provide value, and that's how you get money. You get views, you get clicks, and that means people like it, so you get more views, and that's the market is the market, is like the principle behind everything now. And it especially in that movie Materialists, it feels like the women are quantifying, and everything is kind of like transactional, and it's like, well, there's nothing that I need from you. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just New York City. I've been here 15 years, and being from Ohio, you are around people who are mostly like service animal class. They're being bred to be warm, hardworking, energetic, team player, social, like not ask question. It's like they're breeding people a certain way for certain roles. And there's a niceness that's like zombie niceness. And it's sort of like doesn't mean anything, right? It's like, what is it? They say people in New York are kind but not nice. People in other places are nice but not kind, or something. Like there's a fakeness sometimes to that kind of niceness. Or like, I don't know, people kind of inherently distrust it. I feel like in the city especially, because it's just like the role that everybody plays here is just like completely demure, completely apathetic, completely unimpressed, completely unreactive. Like that is the idea people have in their head about like what it means to be in New York. Is just like you mind your own business, you don't react to anything. And it's like you're cooler if you're fucking just like shut down emotionally, icy, kind of a bitch. And it is a big difference that I've seen between rich people and working class people. Is like rich people can afford to be rude. They don't need to impress you. With me, I'm feeling this. I'm like feel like a fucking dog or something, where I'm like, I get very energetic and like animated in a fucking short interaction with somebody. Like I'm working really hard. It's why I'm a good waiter. That's why I'm like, because it's like, for some reason, I don't know if it's a philosophical thing or a what, but I feel like I need to like be in these roles that are like the open mic. I've turned it into like being a waiter or something, where I'm just like up and down, I'm running all over, I'm doing all these things at once. It's exactly what I did when I'm a waiter. I'm looking at the screen, I'm trying to figure out, like when you're a waiter, you're multitasking. You got to fire the order. You got to go pick up the order. You got to get the drinks. You got to take the order. You got to say, there's so many fucking balls that you're juggling, and like you got to manage your own tasks like a fucking lightning fast. And it's sort of like what I was saying earlier, though. It's like that kind of effort is good for you, maybe, in a way. I don't know. It's nice if you can put it towards something that matters. Like the open mic is a lot more meaningful of a way, but it's like, it's basic. I get paid about the same amount as I made as a waiter. And at the end of the shift, I feel about the same. I feel like it's sort of my way of like unconsciously like recreating that experience, because I'm bred to like work. I'm bred to like be servile for some reason. People noticed it really early on with the open mic. That was one thing that was like frustrating to me, is having people, especially women, come up to me like because they're trying to figure out if it's real or what's real. And they're like, this guy's a people pleaser. He doesn't know how to say no. He's got all these fucking people coming at him. And it's like, how do I cut people off? How do I tell people, no, I can't sign you up? Or, well, it's going to be real fucking late. It's like, it's hard for me to say that shit. It is hard for me, like, push back. You know, anytime I, like, push back at something, I almost feel guilty about it. Like, oh, I did something that, like, I dislike my therapy, by the way. I should probably be telling a therapist, but I'd rather say it into the spyware for the Palantir voice recognition drone dogs to come and rip me to pieces. They're tracking the signal of my live stream right now. They're going to send the drone mosquitoes and chainsaws in, the chainsaw drones. Drone delivery execution via Palantir. Palantir's been in New York for a long time, and they've been on my radar for a long fucking time. It's a sinister fucking thing that I don't want to be any part of. You know, maybe we are all John Henry, but I do feel like I would rather, like, die a human being. Maybe that's just, you know, I don't know. It just feels like progress is coming for us like a fucking tank. And it's just going to mow us down. It feels like you can't even do anything about it. Like, what are you going to do? Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Like, worlds begin and worlds disappear. This is something I wanted to talk about. Is just like, that's just life. That is civilization. Things begin, things end. You know, like, there was some article about Carson, the worlds that Johnny Carson walked through have disappeared. It's like, yeah, it's kind of true. You know, it's like scenes come, scenes go, venues come, venues go, eras come, eras go, genres, careers. And those lives take place within these worlds, right? And you're lucky if for a little bit of time you can generate what feels like a world with some other people where you have kind of a group, you know, synergy, sound, you know, listening, pinging off each other, developing together. Yeah, I think there is a lot of truth to the idea that it's not even worth thinking about like the old days. It's like, let's try to make these days the good old days as much as we can by just doing everything that we can. And I feel like people are. We're doing the best that we fucking can. We're out there. We're doing shit. We're playing music. We're fucking recording whatever the hell it is. Doing live streams. Doing TikTok, whatever the hell it is. Playing shows. You know, we're living in a situation that's very debilitating to all of that stuff. When it comes to rent, when it comes to venues, it's not the 50s or 60s or 70s anymore. It's very hard for us now. That's why, you know, most of the people in New York are just rich people now who are being artists, who are playing in bands. It's just collections of rich people. And you know, they don't have that muscle from resistance. You know, in poverty, there's a lot of resistance. There's a lot of spirit of invention because you can't just buy anything. You can't just throw money at every problem. You know, you have to figure out other ways. And you can't, you know, for me, it's like you can't get the training. You know, there's such a class difference in like education where it's like in theater and literature, whatever. You know, it's like you got to go to Juilliard or NYU Tisch or whatever it is. Stella Adler or HB, you know, even that stuff, paying to see casting directors, paying to get headshots, take classes on your own. It's very hard to do that now when you're working a job, when you're working 30, 35, 40 hours a week in a restaurant or whatever. Let me turn the light on here. Oh. It's a lot harder to do that now than it was in fucking 1965 or whatever. It's basically impossible. And if you are doing it, you're probably not doing it in like a convenient circumstance whatsoever. You probably live like the character in the movie with 3 fucking roommates, way the fuck out on the train somewhere in a food desert, or you're, gentrifying or something. And so it's like, the worlds appear, the worlds disappear. The world now it's happening. There's tons of artists doing it, but is there a mass movement? Fucking Dream Baby Press or whatever the hell it is has got 35,000 followers. Do they matter? Are they a part of literature in people's lives? I suppose they are. How do you get famous as a writer now? Are there any famous? There's been all these articles famously sort of about how there aren't any famous writers anymore. And literacy is dying, so there will be no audience for famous writers, or at least, the audience is kind of too dumb to identify anything actually cool. And the editors are too dumb too, because they have a sort of inverse incest or something where like they're rich. And so they're in their own kind of like atrophy, where it's like, well, they don't, they're not like some fucking cub reporter or something. Like even George Plimpton had all this real world experience and stuff. And you could sort of make your way in that world as just some like fucking cub reporter from Kansas or whatever the hell it was. But I don't know. I think Ben Lerner was maybe the last one. And he sucks. He's an example. His books are a lot like this Challengers movie, where it's just like they're kind of this sociological sort of X-ray of, metropolitan kind of niche. But it's like sort of posing as some kind of like statement about the era or something. I think that this movie was also just a rom-com. That was sort of part of the point of it. I liked How Do You Know with Jack Nicholson and Owen Wilson. I thought that was pretty good. Apparently it cost $120 million. It's one of the biggest flops of all time. I don't know how they spent $120 million on that film, but it was okay. If it would have cost $15 million, it would have been good. That's the legacy media. That's all the children of whoever made that film are probably coming up now into their media careers. As the industry dies, they'll get the jobs, they'll get the parts or whatever, not the fucking poor people from Indiana. That's all. That is so. I think people's idea of what is cool is like that. Is like this bitchy rich person, like Dasha. These Red Scare, like people idolatrize them. It's like, look at the values. Whatever, they're on Megyn Kelly, for Christ's sake. It's like they're like these kind of vampy white anorexic country club, Chardonnay sipping fucking bimbos, plastic boobs and thin, skeletal, blonde. That's not cool. There's nothing cool about that. Banish all of the golf clubs from Manhattan. There should be no one carrying a golf bag in Manhattan ever. But this is what I'm talking about. Worlds appear, worlds disappear. That world of the little elf bohemia of the 20th century is disappearing, and the new Manhattan is this luxury kind of art food resort colony that's sort of like a subtropical island Who knows where? That's what I'm curious about, is where is New York going to be maneuvered politically if and when there is some kind of break in this country, or if Trump tries to invade. Like, is New York going to become like a socialist experiment that can sort of govern itself as like a? Because I do think that there is some interest of the people who live here to maintain it as like a chill, fun, pleasure chasing kind of convenience, uh, uh, like accumulation. In it, it's just convenient. Everything is in supply here: drinks, entertainment, culture, food, romance, sex, whatever, music. You just fly in to Teterboro, whatever, and a lot of those people live here, right? They're the gentrifier plant more than ever. I mean, there's more fucking Taylor Swift, right wing. I saw this thing on Reddit or something. It was like, what? How? Whose house is this? It was some house in the West Village, covered in ivy. It's like on Hudson or something. They're like, well, it used to belong to Annie Leibovitz, but she sold it to Jenna Bush. Who's like Bush's niece or something. And so it's like, I think that those people want, maybe they want to take over New York. I mean, we had these guys at the open mic on Monday. I am going to talk about this. I don't really know what they were up to, but I could kind of tell something was going on before the show, because it was 4 or 5 guys sitting at the table right at the front right of the stage, right in front of the goddamn stage, and I'd say 3 of them were like tall, fucking like Patrick Bateman stud kind of dudes, and they were wearing ties, but they were kind of in party mode. They were all white, I think, for the most part. I think they were all white, pretty sure. One of them, I think, maybe was half Hispanic or something. But they said, I overheard them say something about how they're going to heckle or something. And I don't know. I just got this weird, like, MAGA troll vibe from them. I just got this weird, like, the Nazis are here vibe. Like I saw somebody say the other day, like, Cabaret was about, people think Cabaret is about one thing, but it's not. Cabaret is about fascism invading queer spaces. The Nazis start to show up at the queer cabaret in Weimar, Germany. And the Biden era was this sort of like Weimar time in a weird way. This like compressed Weimar between the fascism. And it was like a little party, desolate, glamorous cabaret explosion of closeness and intimacy and song and dance and gayness and Broadway and lyricism and drama and feather boas and Liza and Liza and Liza and Liza. Of course, a lot of Liza, a whole lot of Liza. That's my new one-man show. I'm doing all Liza, okay? Monday, I'm doing it I'll do it at open mic Monday. A whole lot of Liza. Anyway, Liza was there, and so I don't know why. I just got this, this kind of weird, sinister vibe from these guys, like they came to cause trouble. I didn't know. I don't know if I heard them say anything specifically political, but they just gave off. It really was like Patrick Bateman. Those scenes where they're sitting around, sort of like making jokes about spending a fucking menorah. It had like that vibe, like kind of like that prick from the comedy, that Tim Heidecker character, but more just like dweeby Wall Street, And I'm like, is that what we're going to see in New York now that the Trump thing is really going into things like full force and like flushing our society with that decision making and that putting resources into those people? Are we going to see a bunch of fucking Palantir, MAGA, fucking bullies start to show up in the city? People who really do want to cause trouble, people who want to beat people up or, make a scene or, like these guys said they were going to heckle or something. So I'm like, what? They felt like they were there to make fun of people's vulnerability, which like it's a fucking poetry open mic. Like that is a very mean-spirited thing to do. And so I didn't want to get into it with them because, to be honest, I really don't have a lot of experience with that. We've been lucky that like we don't have a lot of heckling. The audiences are generally very respectful. 98% of the time, the audience is very attentive and quiet. It's rare that people even say anything. And so, in the background, it's rare that we even have to like shush people. And so I don't have that much experience. And to be honest, I am the kind of person that's like, I'm not like anti-confrontational, but like if things are, maybe who knows, maybe they're just there and whatever. And like, if it's just going to resolve itself naturally, let's just let it do that. And I don't want to cause some fucking big scene because I don't know what these guys are going to do. And I don't want to give them any attention or empower them in any way by recognizing them, really. Unless they force me to. Or like if they really get to the point that it's like, if I will step in if I have to. But I wasn't going to like go off on them or something prematurely. Because, to be fair, they didn't do anything. They were spending money. And so I didn't really know what the fucking deal was. They just seemed like a bunch of super entitled pricks to me. Just like blowing their way through the city. But I'm like, is this some, are more people like this going to show up because they get jobs through ICE or fucking Palantir or whatever the fuck, some kind of stupid podcast or however, crypto. Crypto is probably going to be the biggest empower of just like stupid fucking violent, the worst people. Like that guy in the townhouse in Soho. They like kidnapped this guy. That was all like crypto shit. So crypto is probably how a lot of bad people are going to like get power. So these guys were probably all crypto dipshits. And so anyway, the one guy came up. I started the show. They were all sitting there. I had this plan. I was going to balance everybody's chakras. That was my big plan for the week. I was going to balance everybody's chakras because every chakra corresponds to a note. C, D, E, F, G, A, B. There's 7 chakras. There's 7 notes. And so I was going to play the chord as I balance the chakras and do a little therapeutic. I just thought it'd be a good, whatever, experiment, improv, sound bath type shit. But as I'm doing it, it was meant to be sort of a quiet, like meditation thing, sort of. And, these guys are sort of like talking at their table. And I can hear them sort of like making jokes to each other. I couldn't really hear what they were saying, but like, it's like 5 Tucker Carlsons sitting in the front row. It's like Tucker Carlson, Renee Fuentes, Charlie Kirk, and they're all sitting in the front row of the open mic. The Milo and Stephen Miller. They're all sitting there. And they're sort of like, whatever, making fun of. I did hear one guy say, "Are you going to do all of them?" because it was, I was taking my time a little bit, and I did have a certain, I try not to do more than 10 minutes at the beginning. I try to do 10 minutes every time. My biorhythms, I've internalized how long 10 minutes takes. I try not to do more than 10 minutes. You can feel the audience start to be like, okay, we're ready for our turn. This asshole is going to take up all our time. And so, but, it kind of helped in a weird way. Even though these guys were talking, it kind of made me work against that. And honestly, it was the best response I've gotten in an opening, like, in a long time. I had a few people come up to me afterwards, like they liked it. I don't know. People are just into like that kind of therapy type shit. But, it was uncomfortable. At one point, I like put my hand out and I was like, these guys are bad. And I like pointed at them because I was trying to kind of get them to shut the fuck up. And because I can yell at people on stage. I mean, I will fucking, a lot of comedians I see have like a hair trigger when it comes to heckling, and they really go off on people. I mean, it's pretty normal for a comedian to like blow up and tell somebody to like shut the fuck up in like a violent, angry way. That would not really be acceptable in any social circumstance, really, at all. And I get it. Comedy is very frightening, and well, I don't know. It's a vulnerable thing, and so they're trying to control that by being super like bringing the fucking hammer down. That's what and maybe that is the best way. But I didn't want to scare anybody. If that's what I've seen is like if you get into these confrontations, the worst thing you can do is scare the audience, because that's when people go, let's get out of here. This is a bad vibe. I don't want to be here. That is like the worst thing that can happen. And believe me, that's happened plenty of times. It's not easy when you've got such a devoted partner. But in any case, so I generally, I'm not like scared of the confrontation or anything. And I've had times like at Shades of Green, I was featured one time and the bartender was making noise. And jokingly, I sort of said something about how I wish people would shut the fuck up or something. And the bartender was like upset about it. He was like going to kick my ass. And so, you can't, I don't really, I don't want to cause something that I don't want to give these guys any attention. Like if they came out to ruin this, like fuck them. The audience will shame them. Like the audience is not on their side, but like, they'll. So anyway, it went over pretty well. It went over well, and so that was my thinking. Is just like let's just put up like fucking meaningful, powerful shit, and they'll shut the fuck up. Like if the performances, if they see like how like honest and how much of these themselves people are putting into this, and like to be honest, it's just like how it's just like you have to be a really shitty person to like shit on that, because it is an open mic. It isn't like some event necessarily where we're the shit. It's like it's people trying something. A lot of them are nervous, and like they're sharing poetry, they're sharing music, like they're making themselves vulnerable, and they're really like, you can tell that like this is their life. They've spent time during their week writing this song, rehearsing it, and they bring it to the open mic, and the audience is all waiting for their turn. And to be honest, like the audience is kind of your most powerful ally, because audiences are scary. You do not want to get on the wrong side of an audience. It doesn't feel good unless you're a heel and you learn how to harness that. But like if the audience turns on you, it really can, ruin your day. And so you can feel they're kind of afraid of that too. They can feel everybody else in the room having a good time and fucking being into it. And so if they say something, they got to be prepared to fight all these people, because these people don't agree. These people like the fucking poetry and the way that people are like bringing their hearts into this, And that is fascist. They do want to like shit on that. But, so far we've been able to beat them. And, this is a way we have of beating them, is just doing our fucking thing and making it as strong as possible and not worrying about being some fucking dime square adjacent leather jacket wearing fuckface who, just fucking started writing and is big on Twitter or something. Has some shitty Substack that's like unreadable. Everybody's got some horrible Substack now. We've got some free special effects out there, everybody. We got thunder and lightning. You want to see? Check it out here. Can you see that shit? There you go. Ashley went to the beach today. She probably should have checked the weather, I guess, but in any case, maybe it's not raining there. So, like there is a circuit of like all these shitty kind of like fucking literary magazines and events and stuff. And it's like, I don't know. It just doesn't matter. It's just like a fashionista. It's just like their little glam party. It really doesn't have anything to do with literature. It's just a social function. And the literature is being used to like art wash a lot of just like morally fucking vapid people and make them seem like they're interesting or something. Just because they're rich fucking cokeheads. They all think they're Bret Easton Ellis characters. They want to fuck Tao Lin so bad. Or something, I don't know. In any case, I try to be a fucking humanist in everything. It doesn't seem to count anymore. It's just like be as ironic as possible. And that has extended into this really sinister thing with these MAGA like podcaster fucking art scene type. And why put Dasha in materialists? Why put this fucking person who was at the Republican National Convention in your fucking movie? Like, I guess it does say something about there is a eugenics inherent in dating. I mean, especially if you're going to look at it like that, like it's purely like it's like I'm looking for fucking a steak or something. It's like it's got to be, well, I don't know, like a horse. It's got to have teeth, it's got to be big, strong. It's dehumanizing. It's degrading. It's reducing people. It's just like a spreadsheet. It's just another data fucking set. Height, income. I mean, that's what the character sort of is obsessed with in her job, is like the people that stay together. Well, I don't know. I guess that's her point of view. She thinks the rich guy just had like this easy upbringing. His parents never yelled. She's kind of obsessed with her poverty and using it as like the reason why everything sucks. Her parents yelled because they were poor. That's why she's like always going to be that way. And people really only end up with people who financially are in the same level as them. It doesn't work if you marry somebody sort of out of your class. That's the premise of the movie. I don't really agree. Plenty of people marry somebody broker than them. And it is a problem. But it's just people like expect perfection in everything now. Dating, politics, because with the internet you can just get anything completely customized just to you. Everything is customized just to you. You don't just have to buy the thing that everybody else has or whatever. You can literally order any goddamn thing you want. That's one reason why I think Halloween has exploded. You know, like now you can literally do any fucking Halloween costume because you can order any goddamn niche. Like when I was a kid, I always wanted to do Wayne's World for Halloween. But it's like before the internet, it's like, where am I going to get a Wayne's World hat? They don't sell that. You can't like go to the mall and buy a Wayne's World hat. Or like you can't go to fucking, you know, the Halloween store doesn't even have it. Like you got to send away fucking probably to like some catalog or something. Who knows? How would you get a fucking Wayne's World hat in the 90s? I wouldn't even know. But now it's just like you just order it. You just go on the internet, you type in fucking Wayne's World hat. There's, you know, you order it, it comes to your house. And so why can't dating be the same way? God damn it. Why can't I just get a fucking turbo Chad? Looks maxing and mewing who makes 7 figures. As I don't, how do these women expect us to make this money? It's like there's no entertainment industry. The only way a man can make money is through these horrible finance. Why do these women fantasize about like these finance guys? You're enabling the wrong people. Like that is an example of like they've redirected our values. So we have to think about that. You have to marry somebody that's like going to be financially solvent with you, or like that's your prime thing because that's how you think about everything. But it's like you're not even thinking about the person, who they are, what their soul is, or their character. You know, that's why I think these open mics are a great way to meet people. Because people are meeting each other in person. It's not some fucking swipe. It's not, you know, Facebook messaging or sliding into the DMs or some kind of creepy shit like that. But nobody gives a fuck. Now you're just a loser. There's a line in the movie, he's a 5'7", depressed, unpublished novelist, 37 years old or something. She dismisses some guy. It's just like, this guy's unmarriable. Like, it's not possible. You know, this guy's automatically disqualified just on the description alone, you know. Like, as sort of just like as the ultimate loser. Going nowhere loser. I'm like, that sounds familiar. And I took that personally. So it's just everything is unfair, unjust. We're hurtling towards worldwide, mass murder, the great edit, probably unprecedented death camp extermination. That's what, who knows? Who knows how many people they'll get to kill for things swing back the other way. That's what everybody thinks is going to happen. Just automatically. Let me check my notes here. Yeah, we're in a position where we just have to think about money all the time. You know, it's just like everything's so expensive, everything costs so much. So it is, you know, more than ever, probably. Okay. I don't need it. Fuck the notes. The notes are a crutch. You know, you got to do it with your brain. You got to do it yourself. Even if it doesn't matter, even if nobody gives a shit. You know, my heroes were fucking artists. You know, I wanted to do that. You know, and so everything I do now, it's still like I'm trying to do like some kind of like Black Mountain shit. Or, like the people that when I went to the marathon in 2011 and saw all of those type of people, Judith Malina or Taylor Mead or Jonas Mikas, those kind of like 20th century avant-garde, Merce Cunningham, John Cage, Yoko. New York seemed to be full of those type of, it seemed to be the land of that type of work. It was a place where like serious, high-minded, really evolved stuff playing at the top of your intelligence was happening. And now it feels like it's full of a bunch of rich bullies, a bunch of Rush Limbaugh, Tucker Carlson leftists. Who got famous by being trolls or something, by just being like despicable and sort of like trolling woke politics by like stepping on boundaries that were like, people were so bottled up about virtue signaling and all that and not getting canceled. A lot of the writers, particularly in New York, have their whole thing is like trying to flout all of those rules. Like I'm going to read some awful piece of fiction about sexual assault or whatever the hell it is. Consensual non-consent. Wow, that's so edgy. And being pseudo-racist is like definitely a part of that. Like you're looked on as like punk. That's like part of, well, because it's so everybody's so afraid of like being racist, and like being racist is like the ultimate taboo. So it's like, yeah, we're like edgy if we're like racists. Like that's fucking stupid. Like, look at me. I piss people off in my act every time. I mean, honestly, I don't know what the fuck people think when they see me read. I really don't. But I don't necessarily want them to walk away with some feeling like, wow, amazing. I want them to walk away like, it wasn't the goal to like piss the audience off. It used to be the goal. That used to be like what was cool. I don't know. I mean, I usually feel like the audience is either, are they way smarter than me or are they way dumber than It's hard to tell, because I feel like when I'm making a lot of inside references, the audiences don't really get them. And then when I say something really kind of like banal and trite, they love it. And I mean, maybe I come off as like a snob on stage. Maybe I come off as like an idiot or amateur or embarrassing. Maybe all of the above. But I don't know. Like, I used to go a lot harder with like being weird and shit. It's like I never really tried to be crazy. That's the thing, is like what I did on stage was just like what I thought was funny and was sort of like a manner of performance art that was emotional, was like method acting taken to like an extreme, where you're just sort of like doing lines of dialogue from some insane movie that doesn't really exist. And also it's like a play. It's, so it's like a play, and it's like scream therapy. It's screamo. I thought people liked screamo, but no, I'm just loud. Why is screamo like sexy, but I'm just loud? Makes no sense. I'm not loud, I'm screamo. I thought screamo was hot. I don't know. I like music from the 50s. I like old people shit. The world has been shit for decades, and the music sucks and the culture sucks. These movies are all extremely mid. That was the problem that I had with Materialists is like I went into it thinking that it was like some great, or it sort of has some pose like it's this big piece of cinema or something. It's like this is just Devil Wears Prada. It's just another fucking stupid kind of like topical movie about like being a woman in the big city and having to settle for a loser. It's a Nora. It's a Cinderella story. It's the exact same fucking movie. She meets a rich guy. She really wants to be with the rich guy. It doesn't work because he has no soul. He got height lengthening surgery. Oh my God. The ultimate fucking taboo. What a fucking, he's secretly a short king. Dump. It's not because you're 5'6", really. It's really not because you're 5'6". She can't unsee it. Now that she's seen him at 5'6", she'll never be able to look at him the same. I think you could tell with that height surgery. There's no way you're adding 5 inches to somebody's like femurs and it doesn't look like weird as fuck. And like you look like probably a fucking popsicle. Like there's no way that is structurally sound. That feels very like I am against any kind of like plastic surgery, to be honest, unless you need it, for like, reconstruction or whatever it is. If you need it, you need it. But like, and that's not to say there are people who have plastic surgery that like, I think are cool people, but I think it's kind of like a vein and like, it just doesn't work a lot of times. It looks ugly. I guess if you're into the look of, I'm not really into body modification that much. Is that like a sign of immaturity? I don't know. But, like I'm not into tattoos. I'm not into fucking piercings, really. Getting your tongue cut in half like a fucking snake, I think is like that shit. Good for you. But, fake boobs, fake nose, whatever it is. Like, I generally think it looks worse than but humans are going to human, and they want to fucking augment and Pro Tools and airbrush and sculpt. And I don't know. It is what it is. Like, good for them, but to me, it's like shallow. I don't know. It's a shallow. I don't know. Not that fucking matters anymore. I mean, I think there's an element of shallowness that people find very powerful, like glib. Like people love Paris Hilton, like women especially. I'm gendering everything. Like, very shallow. Like, is Paris Hilton really like this fucking icon, like hero? Like, that's who? Like, I guess so. There is, but she's just another rich fucking Kelly Osbourne fucking Nepo baby, whatever. Influencer. I don't know. People have always been obsessed with wealth. I guess that's what those fairy tales are about. What if I got to be a princess instead of just a fucking janitor, cleaning lady? And they are racially charged and class based and all that. I mean, the wealth inequality is so exaggerated in our country right now that is why we're seeing our lives being conducted in this way. I'm just trying to sort of trace the manifestations and the evidence, which is like what? Okay, so what did these guys? Okay, so anyway, back to this table of guys who was sitting at the open mic: Tucker, Fuentes, Andrew Schultz. No, I mean they were all like handsome dudes in like fucking shirt and tie. This guy was wearing like a canary yellow Oxford with like a white collar, like a powder blue tie. Like they looked like They could have been in a fucking, ad from the 80s or something. They could have been on the cover of GQ. American Gigolo. They all look like American Gigolo. So anyway, the American Gigolo table, they were just murmuring the whole time. People are reading, and I kind of got fucked up because I was trying to be quiet at the beginning because there was a reading downstairs, but then I felt like I got to hit these guys with some music and something loud because I got to get them to just shut the fuck up somehow. And the only way I'm going to do it is with like some performance that like they can't interrupt. And that's just going to kind of like, at least, like putting poetry up, it's like they're sort of talking of it. And I like shushed them. So then after a couple acts, this one guy gets up, this blonde guy, and he comes over like real excited. He wants to sign up. And I'm like, okay, I can add you, but they're being assholes. So it's like, what incentive do I have to sign you up and like put you up? Like what, why? So you can get up there and just do something heinous and like, kill everybody's fucking vibe. Like, fuck you. It is an open mic, but you have to be protective of it because you're steering this fucking pirate ship that has got 50 people in it. And honestly, you can't spook the people. If people get scared, they leave. And it's an energetic thing. If they're having a good time, they stay, they spend money. They want to lock in. They don't want to miss anything. And the vibe gets elevated, when people really do great performances. And it's amazing the way that listening to the audience kind of telescopes, the interest of the audience telescopes in and out. You can hear like their ear aperture when something really special comes on. Everybody will shut up and listen. And then when something's kind of coming apart at the seams, the whole room starts to, and that can even blow up. If you have a really bad comedian who blows up, then the audience just, rah, 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 rah. Then everybody's got to say fucking something. Then there's a rabble, and you don't want to rabble. You don't want to scare the people and you don't want to rabble. So I've seen all shades. That's why it's so fun and important to be doing this, because you're getting this experience, this real world. There's no way to learn this but to do it. There's no way to learn how to sort of like guide a crowd's vibe without just like being in front of people. It's just like you just have to be in front of people, and they are just like this fucking rambunctious animal. Just like restless. And it is fucking hard to get these people to listen. And it's hard to impress them, especially when you're doing comedy. It feels like you can feel the audience ass constrict as soon as you say something that they don't agree with. And it's very hard to get them to surprise them a lot of times. And so it is like this wave that you're cooperating with. You're really not creating anything. It's like the wave is sort of coming at you and you're just trying to sort of like get on it and stay on it and keep going. And so you don't want little fucking alt-right. I don't know. We've had people, that one guy brought a dildo, that live streamer guy, Adam S. We met through, I forget the guy's name, Carlo or whatever. So it's like now where they're all kind of fucking trolls on Kick or on Twitch who are fucking flooding the city. I mean, there have been, And so I don't know, are these guys going to try some viral stunt? What are they going to do? And so the first couple poets did a great job. They didn't even really, it didn't bother them at all. And eventually the guys just kind of shut the fuck up and left. I think they got into it. I was wary to put a comedian on early because the comedians are the ones who sort of open the door for the audience participation. Usually with other acts, there really is, there's no, unless a musician wants to do some kind of call and response thing, it's like no one's probably going to heckle them, or poetry is generally, in its own little kind of world closet thing. Whereas like comedy, it's like you're kind of just like bearing yourself to attack if you're bad, especially if you're offensive or like say something the audience doesn't agree with, or then you're really you might get laid into pretty hard. Actually, it's just amazing the confrontations that happen between stand-up comedians and the audience are you almost don't see shit like that anywhere else in society. People are so avoidant of confrontation. And then just, pretty much every time you go to an open mic, you hear the comedian just like explode at the audience and be like, shut the fuck up. God damn it. I don't fucking talk when you're reading your poetry. Every time, So that's why you have to be careful, right? Because that's the kind of shit that people go, oh, let's get the fuck out of here. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this fucking shitty male comedian, like, who's not funny anyway, like, get ugly, throw these ugly emotional colors out. Turbulence, disturbance, energetic disturbance, damaging the vibe. The chakras. We were trying to bounce. So I'm trying to bounce the fucking chakras. These guys were literally like a manifestation of. I haven't bounced my chakras in a long time. That's one reason why. I don't know. I've been opening up. I've been trying to come up with more interesting stuff to do at the open mic and trying to expand it as like a show. I'm doing more of the songs between the acts. I think that's going well. And like I was watching this Letterman episode. He was live from a hotel in Times Square. So the band was in one room and they had all the fucking cameras like in this fucking hotel. He had Hunter S. Thompson and Carly Simon. It's like, I like that he did stuff like that, like experiment. And so I'm trying to do more of that. Like how I did have 7 Up. So I did balancing the chakras. I thought that would be like, it'd be like entertainment, but it would also be like therapy and like doing yoga or Pilates. But it just felt like it needed to be done. And so these guys, their voices just felt like the spots on my chakras and the bad energy. And so we just had to blast it away. And I thought I did a pretty good job, to be honest, I'm used to that. I'm used to interference, and I kind of expect it to go bad. I don't know. I think I've just got some kind of real self-sabotaging quality. Like I just feel like I just am self-sabotaging. Like I'm afraid for it to go well or something. Like I would rather have some kind of like gnarly like collision into the audience. Because I don't know. Are they qualified? I guess they are. They're an audience. You're supposed to make them like you if you're good. At least, I don't know. That's the idea. It's like if you're good, they like it. I don't know. I kind of like being dissonant, or like trying to push it to some other limit. Like I don't just want to do something that's called, to be the most succinct, kind of like saturated. I want something to be more like a drone, something that's almost like overwhelming and like encompassing, but also like not. I don't know. I don't know how to make the audience like happy. I like the things that I think are funny maybe are like some kind of like horrible catastrophe, like the fact that Ashley heckled me at my fucking thing. I don't know. It's kind of funny. not good, but it's like it was so hardcore. You know, it's just like that was almost like having your girlfriend fucking heckle you. It's like that's funnier than anything I could have said. It's just it's such a fucking pathetic joke. That's like hilarious to me. It wasn't really on purpose, but I don't know. It was extreme. It was not something you see every day. And I don't know, maybe that is, I feel, maybe I do have some kind of weird trauma or something that I'm like, I rather cause a scene or like throw a tantrum or just like be crazy. Everybody says I'm crazy. I don't know. I guess that's a kind of fear. You know, I'm trying to just throw stuff out there so I don't die, so I don't, like with this, I never stop talking because I can't let it, if I feel like I've let it down, people will stop watching, they'll stop listening. Even though they stop listening kind of when you just blast them in the face with the fire hose of conjecture and projection and pontification and proselytizing. My favorite things to do on the internet. 5 likes. Thank you guys. Wow. You like me. You really like me. I hope the audio will be listenable to this later because last time I did 4 hours of this and it sounds like a water fountain when you try to turn it on. So I have the air conditioner off. I want you people to know that I am sitting here in the hot, hot New York summertime because I want the audio quality to be without interference for my audience because I love my audience. Okay. I said it. I think that was a real breakthrough for me. It's not easy for me to, well, I don't know. The idea of even having an audience just feels like arrogant. That doesn't sit well with me. Like I have conflicting feelings about people who think that they're better than other people to the point that they deserve special consideration as artists or something. Because in a certain way, I think it's a lie. I don't think there is. I think there is a such thing as like artistic genius, and I think everybody has it. And I think everybody is worth listening to if you can get them to tap into the right things or just like get them to tap in, you know, whatever they can talk about. I mean, there's some comedians with some fucked up points of view. Maybe they're not the same as, I don't know. I don't know. You know, part of the open mic is just trying to level the hierarchy and just make everybody equal billing. And that's not really a reaction against like being a failure. Okay, I'm perfectly comfortable being a failure. I really don't care. I don't know if I could be comfortable enough to be successful. You know, I think all of my work is like I'm trying to resist success or like saying anything that could like pin me down. I'd rather say things that just feel like they have infinite meaning or some meaning that like is beyond or just paints some kind of vibe picture in your outer brain. You know, I want to be like peripherally understood and like it makes sense, but it's also like not completely just a normal picture of things and like some kind of common sense wisdom, which is like what most poetry is, most comedy is some kind of like self-help wisdom, a nugget of concise explanation, compressed, hitting the nail on the head. And I don't know. I'm not good at that. I mean, look at this. I've been talking for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Do I ever get to anything? That's part of the form, and this is why it doesn't work for anybody because people know that it's cheap. And they just go, no, this guy didn't spend any time on this. This guy didn't like fucking woodshed this. This guy just fucking brought this in and like sprayed it all over us and expected us to be impressed. I don't know. I'd rather listen to me than, the shit that I hear that is successful a lot of the time. That's not to say all of it. There's definitely things that are successful that are, worth listening to and have a lot of value and artistic merit. But I don't know. It also just feels like we live in this weird time where it's just like a lot of art has just like disappeared. Movies have become more banal, generic, middle of the road, like unwatchable, uninteresting. Like this Challengers movie. It was not as interesting. Like that, even that movie about the woman trying to have a baby. She's getting the shots, and Paul Giamatti. It's like there was like a fucking like, those were unique characters. It felt like this really just felt like these characters were more like representatives of some kind of like generic. Like this guy is just sort of like broke man. This guy is sort of like unicorn man. And I am sort of like perfect professional woman with a job who's good at everything and like totally hot. But I can't find anybody that has it all. And I'm not going to settle. But I'm also aging rapidly. And my birthing years are declining quickly. So what do? How do I get a finance daddy who's 6'3" and lock that shit down? I know that I deserve that. I know that, because I'm so hot. And there just aren't enough hot guys to go around. We know that. We're living in a hot guy recession. May I even say depression? I think we're living in a hot guy depression. Am I right, ladies? Where are all the 6'3" hot, rich? They don't even say cool. They don't even give a shit. They really don't care about that. They just feel like that's like that guy's a loser. If some guy thinks he thinks he's cool, ooh, gross. That guy's fucking no. He's some broke loser. So he's got like a record collection or something. Like he's in a band. Like, no, not falling for that again. I've done that. Now I need like financial security by dating like, somebody who works for the devil. Somebody who's sold their soul to the devil. We have no problem with that. Does not matter. Ethics are not even considered. There's nothing honorable about being broke. And being an artist is like, just like, give me a break. You're a failure. You are a failure. How do they know? It's insane. She calls herself, in the movie, she calls herself a failed actress. It's like what is she, in her early 30s in the movie? I don't even remember how old the character is. She's not that old. Well, the guy's 37. Maybe she's 37. I think as long as you keep doing something, I just think that's a horrible way to look at it. Like that's capitalism. That's monoculture. Is like if you're not a movie star, you are a failed actor. If you're not, I don't even know what, published, you are a failed author. It's like there's a lot of compromise in those industries. The people that are in films, the people that are in these magazines are not interesting. Do you think Chris Evans is interesting? Do you think the Jonas Brothers are fucking interesting? Like, these are not really, like, they're not artists any different than any of us. They're just dickheads who sort of can play guitar and sort of sing. And like they were child stars or their parents got them into the industry, whatever the hell it was. Everybody's a fucking Nepo baby, as we know. And that's a result of economic policy. There's no social mobility. There's no cheap housing for poor people to be artists. That's what's really scary to me, and that's one reason why I've been so kind of like living in this weird cosplay of like New York in the 60s, because it's like it was a solution to the economic housing crisis that we're in, where it's like those artists were well aware and they were enabled as people who went to state schools, right? That was something about Ted Berrigan that distinguished him, right? As he went to state schools. He was a state school poet, and he was able to make it in sort of the elite art world just through speed, by doing speed. And his wits, and his sort of like street smarts and his talent, But the thing that enabled those people to be beatniks and poets was cheap rent, right? Like you need cheap rent to be an artist. It's sort of like a fucking it's like a truth throughout history. Even through the fucking ages. It's like as an artist, you need a studio, you need a room of one's own, you need a place where you can work, you need a place where you can live stream, you need a place where you can woodshed or whatever the hell it is. Develop, and even just as also the idea of it cheap being you have your time. You have time to spend learning to be an artist, reading, hanging out with other artists, looking at art, sort of defying the productivity culture, defying the graph paper and the overlay of just like a fucking spreadsheet of every goddamn second, and algorithming it and automating it, and you have to work this much to make, and because it's all been decided somewhere in some fucking equation, and that's what the data says is possible or whatever. The analytics, that's what the analytics show us. That's how much juice we can squeeze, not taking into account like human suffering or limited energy supply, whatever it is. So, by making it impossible to afford to live any fucking place, even goddamn rural America, it's like, well, there go the artists. I don't know. People are still trying. And we're doing our damnedest. But I mean, it's especially scary now that they're canceling the fucking PBS and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and NPR and the NEA, and now Lincoln Center. They want to rename Melania Center. Apparently, Trump is going to be the director of Lincoln Center. They're honoring Kiss. Did you see this? Trump is like, it's a great American rock band, Kiss. You know what? I'm kind of okay with that. I think that's probably the most sensible thing Trump has done, maybe ever, actually. I think, if he is going to appropriate Lincoln Center, that's probably the best thing Trump can do. At least he didn't put in Lee Greenwood. Like, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been fucking, I don't know, Paul Anka or something. Not that, I mean, but like, Kiss, okay, they're ultra capitalist, they're ultra right wing, they're fucking douchebags. They have some pretty good fucking songs. Okay, I like Kiss. I'm not afraid to say it. I think it's funny how they merchandise the fuck out of everything. And Gene Simmons seems like kind of a chill guy, even though politically, I'm sure like he's the opposite of me and he's my enemy. Like, if that's the worst thing, well, it's probably not the worst thing that Trump's going to do, but we're trying to find common ground here. Okay. Trying to reach across the aisle. See, I'm not against everything that Trump does. It's not just Trump derangements and he put Trump in, Trump put Kiss in. Oh God, he's ruining Lincoln Center or Kennedy Center. I'm sorry, it's Kennedy Center, the Melania Center. Kiss. I don't think that's bad. Hey, if the Eagles are in, they had the fucking Eagles there with like the rainbow medallions. Like, yeah, put Kiss in. Why not? They're that's valid, you know. Fuck, who cares? I mean, you know, in that sense, you know, if we survive Trump, I think there are things about, you know, he's accelerated like the the president as like influencer and the president as like celebrity and the president as like a showman. You know, there's always been some element of that, but like I think people have just kind of got to, maybe that will go away when Trump fucks everything up so bad that we become like Germany after the war or something and go the opposite. But like, I just think in America, you know, it's only, you know, it's always been a part of politics, especially right since the JFK Nixon thing. It's always like the most telegenic candidate wins. And the Democrats are famously stiff. Hillary and Kamala, I think that's really what killed them, is they were just like stiff. They're just not charismatic. And America wants a charismatic president for some fucking stupid reason. It's always the most charismatic person that wins. Clinton, Bush, W. Bush, Obama, Trump. I mean, Biden is charismatic enough. You know, he was charismatic before he became fucking Weekend at Bernie's. But, you know, he was charismatic enough. We had a memory of him being charismatic that we're like, yeah, we remember the swag. He was still kind of healthy enough in 2020 that was like, yeah, all right, we'll get Diamond Joe in there or whatever. And so I don't know. Trump has kind of accelerated that and heightened that. And he uses it as a weapon. He uses the media and he uses entertainment as like a weapon. I guess the Nazis did the same thing, right? Like it's interesting, right? Because the Nazis, one of the things that enabled that was radio. The radio technology was new, and Hitler, right, of course, was famous. He was like a fucking podcaster. It's the same fucking thing in a weird way. This podcast sort of revolution is sort of like a weird reiteration of that same, because it is an illiterate technology. You know, you don't have to be able to read to listen to the fucking radio. That's how they can get Rush Limbaugh on the radio. And that's how they get Theo Vaughn. You know, it's like these people don't have critical thinking skills because they don't probably know how to fucking read. Or I don't know. You know, there's a lot. Not that they don't know how to read, but you know, we are in a literacy crisis, and generally, more literate people are the ones who look for facts. You know, who are skeptical, who understand like climate change and the nuance of foreign policy and shit. If you just listen to the fucking radio, you're not going to fact check Rush Limbaugh, anything he ever says. You're just going to be like, yeah, this guy's fucking right about everything. We love Rush. Fucking owning the libs. Fuck Hillary. Fuck Hillary. Dittos. Mega dittos, bitch. Mega dittos, bitch. So, yeah, the guys who were the sinister, I don't know, were they MAGA Palantir spies? Who knows? Maybe I should have talked to them to figure it out. We'll never know now, will we? They just left. Were they doing research? Are they going to come back and load us into the ice trucks and send us to fucking Alligator Alcatraz and torture us to death for being artists and bohemians? I mean, it didn't have to be this way. Do you think Kamala would be loading the open micers into fucking armored trucks and sending them to San Salvador for not being toxic? Now the comedians are going to run everything. The comedians are all going to survive because they're all MAGA people, and it's all the poets and the musicians will get shoveled away. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's all bullshit. It is all just like he sort of limp dick tries to do it, and like he scares the shit out of everybody by like truth socialing about it and making these sort of press conferences and executive orders and shit. And then the thing just kind of is like a fucking premature ejaculation of whatever policy he's whatever fascism he's trying to commit. Is he really going to be able to invade New York? Maybe it's already full of fucking MAGA cell people that want it. Maybe they want to round up all the homeless people and all the immigrants. But if we're not going to have anywhere to go, like in World War II, they fled here. Where the fuck are we going to go? I don't know. Maybe it'll get shut down early. Who the hell knows? So far, so good, I guess. Other than a little disturbance. So after a few acts, the guys just kind of shut up and they left. One of the comedians kind of got into it with them. I forget what it was about. I think people were a little bit. I don't know how many people saw that table, but I know probably a few people, because one of the acts at least made a comment about it, about how they thought those guys were going to say something or heckle them or something. The comedian, I think. And so the comedian got into it a little bit with them about how they weren't woke, or I don't remember what it was about. But it didn't blow up into anything big. And I think after a few acts, they just realized, oh, wait a minute, like this is a bunch of poetry and sincerity, and we're not going to be received well at this. So let's just get the fuck out of here. And to me, that's kind of the best outcome. I don't know. Like, they just left. Fuck them. Good. They spent money. We got their money. And, the rest of the show went smoothly. So, I don't know. That's part of this job in a crazy way. It's just like you just have to be open to, confrontation, emotional turbulence, really anything. People coming at you, people insulting you, people getting mad, people getting frustrated because they didn't go up, people who are too drunk, people who want to go up soon and they're going to come over and like be pushy about it. It's like being a maitre d' in like a really high-end restaurant in a way, where you have like these fucking super entitled people coming over, and it's not that often that we get these rich people that just like, they just expect to go up right now. Like, hey, I'll just give you money. I'll put you up right now. It's like, the world does not revolve around you, you rich asshole. There's a lot of people here that are signed up in advance. You can wait your fucking turn. Maybe out in the real world, you get everything you want. But in this room, there's fucking justice and fairness. That's what I try to do with open mic. It's just like make it a representation of like the ideals that you would like to see in the world. Try to make it a peaceful land of as much happiness for as many people as you can. Make it diverse. Make it, multicultural. Make it as interesting and as, powerful as you can. Reward people who are loyal. Try to get new people up who, like, I felt bad. This guy came in this week. And I felt really bad because when people come in the night of with a lot of expectation to sign up, I immediately kind of shut down because I'm just like, ugh. Like, this is annoying because there's no way I can get you up early. And you came early, and so you're coming over to me, and I'm going to have to disappoint you, and I don't want to do that. But, like, there's nothing I can do. Like, there's 40 people signed up. You just got here. That Adam Sandler movie, he said something kind of interesting. This movie, Spanglish, it was okay. It also cost a shitload of money and was a bomb. But there's one part where he's a chef, and his restaurant, he's afraid because the New York Times is going to come review it. And he's afraid because he likes having a little restaurant that's like got heart, and, he can kind of run it and just do it his way. And, it might not be the most fucking booming popular thing, but it's like, it's got heart. It's got whatever it is, family feel. He knows everybody. He's got his people. and he can do it how he wants to do it. And it's just like he's able to do it and it works. And so he's afraid of getting a good review in the New York Times because it's like he's afraid that it'll become too popular and it'll become too much of a business. They'll have to, and it'll lose the heart, basically, is the idea. Nobody thinks this way anymore. Everybody wants to scale everything. It's just like, oh, you've got something that works. Let's just scale it. Does it scale? Make it as big as put it everywhere. What at Starbucks? Put it everywhere. Amazon, everywhere. You can scale infinitely on the internet. And if you don't scale, it's like, fuck you, you're shit. But it's like, well, maybe you just want that little thing, where it's just like, I don't know. A lot of times people say that's like the glory days. Like, oh, remember before we made it. That was really the glory days. And then, the E Street Band, supposedly they don't talk to each other anymore. They're just employees. They're not really a band. They just get paid to do whatever Bruce says. It's got to be that way. It's not like it was in the early days, when they're all just hanging out or whatever at somebody's house. So anyway, of course, the critic comes, gives the fucking rave review, and the restaurant blows up. There's, reservations 4 months in advance and blah, 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 blah. I try to run the open mic like it's some funky old New York business. Like it's in person. It's not computerized at all. You have to come. You have to talk to me. Or you can, you DM me, but like, if I get to know you and like I recognize you, if I got to put somebody on stage who's there. The worst thing is reading somebody's name and they're not there. And so a lot of times I go with people I recognize. And so people that come up and say hi, especially if they're nice, it's like, hey, okay, you want to be my friend or something. Cool. I want to be friends with people, like Logan X and I had a nice conversation this week. It's like, and I'm friends with a lot of people, but, I try to run it like Elaine's or something, or like my idea of like what some old kind of handshake business. Because to me, I don't know, that's still the ideal. That's still how I live my life. I try to live by intuiting and tapping into the magic of what's out in the real world. Whether that's just like walking out into the day, into wherever that might take me, getting into conversations with people, meeting people in wherever it is and seeing where that takes me. I follow that kind of shit and try to put things together from that, whatever I kind of intersect with, that's what I try to use. And I listen to that stuff. It isn't just like, oh, I've got this schedule and, I've got I swiped and I ordered and I've got an appointment, and it's not like that. I don't like any of that. I like every day to be sort of like a creative act. Every day is just like a blank canvas. And it's what you live that sort of, is your picture that you paint. It's your work of the day. You try to do something interesting or try to make it unique somehow. Maybe something magical will happen. Maybe you'll meet some stranger or something in some strange way. Something happened recently that was magical. What was it? Oh, I don't know. Something happened just recently that was pretty magical. I can't remember what it was. But it did happen. I'm sure of it. What was it? I don't fucking remember. I'm going to keep going till Ashley lets me know what her plan is, because I don't get to do this that often. Hopefully the audio will survive. Maybe I'll open this window. I'm going to get some water and open this window. This is our little brief intermission. Okay. I'll be right back. Get you a little nighttime ambiance here. It's nighttime in the big city. Okay. How was that for? Yes. Oh, great. I got 3 people watching because they want to see that. You want to just? Should I just do that? You want to just look out the window? People rather watch that than fucking yaps fest. Here, we'll put you back at the window while I yap for a sec. How does that sound? What does it look like out there for everybody? You know, the one thing that I found is like, I don't know, kind of like amateurish artistic experimentation doesn't really work on the internet. It's just like I used to do real weird TikTok videos because I thought that they were kind of fun, and TikTok has all these crazy effects and filters and shit. So I thought, oh yeah, play with that stuff, and it just like I don't know. I mean, maybe my videos were totally shitty, but it'd be nice if they helped you as an artist get seen rather than charging people to be seen. Sorry, that's all you get. Now you have to watch me. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't stand it. I can't stand it when the cameras. I mean, is there some way I can get? Let me see if I can get an angle at that. My last fucking vlog got 10 views, which is so depressing. I don't know. I'm having this crisis where I'm just like, what am I even doing? Where it's like I'm doing all this stuff and no one is watching it. No one is showing up. What does that say to me? Does that say that just like, this is bad? Like, am I embarrassing myself? Like, like, doing these shows and feeling like, you're embarrassing yourself. Like, that's kind of a weird self-awareness. The self-deprecation does not work in the stream. People see self-deprecation, they just kind of misunderstand it, or they think it's insecurity. Because I even shared a fucking Instagram story about my vlog, which like probably 100 and some people saw. So how did that only translate to 10 views? Because I normally will get 30 or 40 views on a vlog, if not more. I mean, some of my vlogs, I used to get probably 70 or 80 clicks on basically anything. And some of my vlogs have gotten 180 views or 300 views, or, every once in a while, one of them will blow up. Or even like the last time I did a stream with this, the one with the audio that was all fucked up, I got over 200 clicks on that. And it's like the audio was destroyed. Like, why would the algorithm feed that to people? And yet somehow my vlog has only got 10 views. Is it that boring? Are people that sick of watching me and Ashley walk around and go to restaurants? Are they really that sick of watching the same thing over and over again? Is that possible? You mean people don't like my 4-hour yap sesh where I just kind of meander and fumble about to make some kind of like white guy point about my Democrat politics. My vlogs, I don't know. I did work on the last one. It was only 36 minutes. I cut all, there wasn't any performances in it. The last one was loaded up with a lot of performances. It didn't get that many views either. I'm not sure what it's at now. Should I check? I almost don't want. Is it even worth vlogging anymore? I mean, Jesus. I guess, is that what open mic culture is? Is that where the people end up who can't make it any other way? You just have to force yourself in front of people. And why do you need to do that anyway? Why is it necessary for people to get up in front of each other and just show off? And feel like, oh, I'm some special poet. I'm on some reading. Oh, my name's on the poster. Oh, I'm reading at such and such literary institution or whatever it is. That must mean something about, how good I am. I feel special. I got a gold star. Just pathetic. It's pathetic. Adult people are holding on to this stuff. I need to get up in front of people and read my poetry. I've got this video on TikTok saved. Sylvia Plath. She's talking about there aren't even that many people who have read her poetry. She's like, well, there aren't that many people who have read my poetry, so there wouldn't really be anybody who blah, blah, blah understands it or whatever. It's like, Jesus Christ, this is Sylvia Plath talking about how nobody reads her poetry. That was maybe before she'd been widely published or something, but even still, it's like, it's kind of fucking crazy. Maybe that's what writers should be doing. They should be like, just stay at home. No, I mean, I love the open mic life. I think it's the real culture. Because there's just armies of people. There's just thousands and millions of people hitting these open mics. Just, there's just battalions, minions all across the world, warriors of art. And okay, maybe they won't be immortal in artistic history and nobody will ever know who they are. But I just think we live in this upside down reality where like people act like that's just meaningless and worthless. Like, okay, well, you're not famous and you're not popular and you're not making any money. So you're just a loser. You're a failure and you don't matter. And it's like even to defend that position feels pathetic. It feels like, oh, I'm trying to defend the fact that I'm bad or something. And I don't know. I think I'm probably off key. My poetry is like off key singing, I think. But like it's poetically off key. But I don't know. I mean, people who sing off key should be encouraged to sing. Oh, they can sing too sometimes. I don't know. You just keep practicing, you keep practicing, you keep practicing. And to me, I don't know, it's important to hone a vision. It's a way of putting your principles into practice. The way that I write, the way that I conduct myself as an artist is how I like enact my ideas about how a life should be lived politically, ethically, I'm not able to do everything that I'd like to do because of stupid financial shit. I'd love to travel. I'd love to be more involved with people and doing more events and things like that. But I do the best that I can while trying to live ethically and only taking money from things that I think are ethical, which is more than I can say for everybody else in the city, probably. I don't even have a fucking catering job. I'm a pure host. And I don't know, not that it matters. The world is accelerating towards some kind of destructive on a wide scale, probably, maybe not, I don't know. The MAGA mentality is to just sort of like laugh in the face of that idea or something. Like, we're just going to behave however the fuck we want, and we're going to actually get rid of all the data on everything. We're going to get rid of the jobs data, we're going to get rid of the climate data, we're going to get rid of all the data, so nobody will know really anything about anything real, other than what we tell them. We'll just tell them whatever we want them to believe. And we'll change the textbooks to do the same thing. We're going to change the textbooks to be all religious and shit. So I don't know. I mean, to me, in a certain way, and I guess this is a confusion, but being a poet is like an ethical life choice. It's part of, and so within the field of poetry, I conduct myself, because that is the whole point, in an ethical way, or what I, how I think the world should work. You only have control over what you have control over. And if you're a control freak like me, you have strong ideas about how things are wrong and how things are, the wrong people are being rewarded or unfair, or even just like, if you just have ideas about, what is the right way to do things. That's what I try to do at the open mic. I try to make it equal. I try to make it diverse. I try to give women the fucking benefit of the upper hand. I put white guys at the bottom of the totem pole. And I try to give everybody equal attention and try to make everybody have as great of an experience as they can have and feel supported and feel like confident that they can go forward. It's weird how much effect like applause and like an audience reception has on people, because even very rich, successful people, you hear them say shit about, I went to such and such thing and the applause, I got a reception. I guess maybe I'm thinking about wrestling. I can't think of a specific example. Or maybe like computer people, like a lot of these billionaires. Steve Jobs. It was something with Steve Jobs. What was it? He went to some fucking thing. I don't remember. And they got a bigger reception than they thought. And so they thought, oh, this idea might work. Or I don't know. It's like you remember ovations you got. I don't know. When you're an artist or when you're doing shows, particularly, it's almost like your whole career is like ceremonial and like a party or something. Like when you're a band or even, even a literary event, it's almost like you're throwing a fete or a soiree, There is like a ceremonial, like Springsteen. It's like, oh, he came back to Jersey, did 15 nights at the Meadowlands. It's like a homecoming stand. And, for him, it's like that gathering is important. The people that were there. I mean, he's almost like an addict to it, where it's like, we got to go on the road. We got to go to all these places. We got to get in front of these people and commit some kind of magic ritual. It's almost like the flip side of the day life, the office life, the work life. You have the nightlife world, partying, bars, music, open mics, readings, Dionysian and Apollonian. And I feel like I work in like the nightlife industry. I feel like that's when I have, it's like I can put my ideas into practice. If I have an idea about, like last week, I saw those fucking Seven Souls Deep fucking, how in New York there's like those chalk graffiti poetry, Seven Souls Deep. Seven Souls Deep is everything that's wrong with art and New York and just everywhere. It's not just here, but it's everywhere. It's like this guy sucks so bad. He's like boom clap music, or it's very, I don't know, it's very millennial sincerity. Everything is like a greeting card to a millennial or something. And so Seven Souls Deep is just the most banal kind of like fake romantic. I saw him. He wears like a mask. He's like Banksy or something. He wears like this lace. He looks like Snake Eyes. And so there was but it's in all like the ritziest, like bougie fucking, like in Soho and fucking like Tribeca. It's like it's like Samo, right? Except a really bad, like all these artists, there's all these bad kind of Instagram painter artists who imitate, I mean, not least of which, right? Adrian Brody is who like just rip off Basquiat. It's just crazy. Just like how many artists there are just like completely ripping Basquiat or Mr. Brain, just bad pop art. And so Seven Souls Deep feels like kind of the poetic equivalent of like, he's sort of like the worst of like Instagram poetry. And he's like appropriating like Basquiat by like being this like graffiti artist. But in this world that's like completely hyper gentrified, only the richest fucking people on the planet live there or can live there. And so it's like this, bougie, live, laugh, love style graffiti in this land that just like, there's no graffiti. There's just ugly murals. There's just ugly murals everywhere. Ugly murals of like Ruth Bader Ginsburg or Keith Haring or is there a Robin Williams mural? Just stupid fucking pop culture bullshit. I heard somebody say like, is New York dead? Is New York uncool? Has it finally gotten to that point? Are there too many West Village girlies? Is there too much whiteness, frankly? Is there too many, mom jeans and white tank top energy? Is there too much Seven Souls Deep? And the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. Seven Souls Deep is like, that is like the death of art. People don't know the difference. And I don't know why. Is it because they're dumb? Is it because their like aesthetic has been completely like degraded by the internet? Is that just what like people with, is that what no taste looks like now? Is that like butt rock of art? So I joked with the audience. I had a big reveal that I am Seven Souls Deep. That's my big reveal, guys. I'm Seven Souls Deep. I'm here. I did this live stream today because I wanted to let you know. This is like Bruce Wayne, okay, coming out, or Peter Parker coming out and be like, I'm fucking Spider-Man, okay? I am 7 souls deep. Okay. I'll admit it. It's me. I am the chalk artist, 7 souls deep. Not really. I mean, I just thought that was a funny bit. It's like poetry joke. I'm trying to hone my that's like my niche, poetry jokes. There's not too many poetry jokes out there. So I am 7 souls deep, everybody. It is I, 7 souls deep. It's like, what happened? That, like, where is the Basquiat? Why did they just not exist? And I'm asking, as somebody who, like, we should be the ones filling those shoes, right? 15 years ago or 20 years ago. I mean, did they? Who are the millennial artists? Bo Burnham or Taylor Swift? Who are they? It's all shit. It's all really, like, homogenous. It all has a very homogenous feel. Like I said, where are the John Cages or the Merce Cunninghams or the Jonas Mekas? New York used to be a land of, like, these interesting, deep, respected, even like fucking Sondheim or something, Leonard Bernstein. Sondheim, like, had this kind of, like, avant-garde background. And who is it now? It's like, is it just like New York is cluttered with just, like, influencers and people who look like influencers, rich people who look like influencers? Is it American Psycho 80s yuppie Wall Street on fucking steroids because it's safe and because you can get anything on the internet? You don't have to interact with anybody. It's just like you just transfer from your bank account for the deposit and you move into the apartment and you're in some fucking building with an elevator and glass condos. You never have to touch the fucking ground. You just go to restaurants. You just Uber to different fucking restaurants. We went to this place, 1 White Street. It was very expensive. It was okay. It was good. The food was good. But it's just like, that's the culture of the city now. And the writers don't even give a fuck. They just want to be a part of that. All of the poets are total capitalists. Amongst millennial poets, and Eileen Miles was a part of this. It was like, get paid, right? I think people misunderstand Ted Berrigan. When Ted Berrigan says get the money, I don't think that was his prime motive. He got money occasionally, but if you look at the way he spent money, he was not selfish and he wasn't obsessed with money. Like everybody now, every poet aspires to be like some bougie. They all want to be fucking Sylvia Plath or something. They want to be like some waspy jet set. They want to live in Switzerland and drink fucking $25 martinis and eat Bellinis or whatever. They want a private jet lifestyle. And the idea that poets being poor was, like, not good. It's like, no, we do not glamorize that. We don't glamorize to me, poetry is a way of, like, enabling your poverty. It's something you can do when you have nothing else. A lot of the worst like, that's one of the reasons why I related so much to Glass Menagerie, right? Glass Menagerie, he works in a shoe warehouse and he sneaks away to write poetry in the bathroom on his break or whatever. He finds a way to, that's how he keeps his life alive. He's at work. This job is killing him. Supporting his family is killing him, but he's able to preserve his inner spirit and his soul because he can kind of steal away to the bathroom and have an interior life and have beauty and have pleasure and aesthetic and whatever the fuck, everything that's in poetry. But it's very cheap, right? That's one of the things that I liked about poetry, is it was not obsessed with, big success or big money or big celebrity or capitalism, It was sort of one of the places that the idea was, in order to be poetic, you had to tell the truth, and that wasn't really something that was popular or like some mass market. Like there's a big difference. I mean, there's a big difference between, I don't know, uh John Wieners and fucking you know, Stephen King or something. I don't know. Nicholas Sparks, and but that just really wasn't, the every poet of my generation wanted the bag. They wanted celebrity. They want to be an Oprah. They want to be Alex Dimitrov, basically. They want this like jet set luxury, staying in nice hotels, traveling to all the world cities. And, in the face of apocalyptic environmental destruction, government decay, uh, fucking wars, Iraq war, Afghanistan war, all of that shit. I was not always like some kind of working class, like wearing that as my first fucking identity thing. But I think there always was an element that just like it's, you know, you want like an art form that's like utilitarian or something, like anybody can get a notebook and a pen. And in fact, it's very natural. There's a lot of people that write poetry. It's very natural. They may give it up or something, but in school, there's a lot of people that write lyrics, that write rhymes in their notebooks. I mean, are they going to be fucking Mark Strand or something? Like, no, but who cares? Because Mark Strand is actually very boring. And, some of these people that just write in notebooks are actually very interesting. People at open mics are actually very interesting a lot of the time. And I heard somebody say, Dusty Baker said, everybody knows something, but nobody knows everything. I think that's kind of a nice way to look at it. People act like, these gods of celebrity know everything, but it's more like, everybody at the open mic knows something. Every artist knows something. Even if you're just an open mic, whatever, comedian, rapper, whatever, guitar slinger, slam poet, like everybody's got their little piece that they've worked on and they've thought out and makes sense to them and it's like fit to their world. And so I'm more interested in activating that and helping people expand, because that is how it's like having an exponential effect as a person, as an artist, because then they're going to take that and give that to other people, and they're going to work on it, and they're going to work on their books, and they're going to work on their music, and they're going to throw events, and they're going to blah, 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 have a magazine. And then those people are going to throw events, and then those people are going to have a magazine, and those people are going to start a band. And then, everybody's passing the fire to everybody else, and you want to light as many people's torches as you can. I'm more interested in that rather than having some monopoly on like, I am the genius. I think I have a reaction against any kind, anytime somebody starts to look at you on stage like you're special or something, it's just it's uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm not comfortable with it, even though that's secretly what I want. I think it's like a bad thing to want. But in this world, you've got to find some way. You got to find what your power is, and you've got to find some currency. And that's a currency for me. Like being on stage is a way for somebody without money to have some kind of power. Like, not people with money can't do that necessarily. And for whatever weird reason, maybe it's because everybody's afraid, public speaking, everybody's afraid to get on stage. So it's like by getting on stage, you demonstrate that like you're different, or you have confidence, or you're not governed by the same laws as everyone else. You're walking, on air or something. And so to some degree, you have to find what works in your life and do that and hold on to that. And while doing what you want to do and what you think it is. So, with this open mic, it's taken a long time to just even get comfortable. Like now, more of my ideas are starting to come into it, and it is starting to like be shaped a little more. Maybe other people don't see it that way. They see it as just an open mic that they want to come and get in front of people. But to me, I'm trying to shape it from top to bottom as a piece every week that's sort of responding to what's happening in the news, what's happening in the city, what's happening in our lives, slang, fucking viral shit I see on TikTok. I try not to overdo it. It's mostly about what other people want to say. And so it's a good exemplum of democracy because it's a public forum where everybody has a voice and everybody gets to, and New York is full of aggressive people who are here to chase their dreams. And so these open mics, it's just like an onslaught of fucking strong personalities, strong identities, strong ideas. And it's just, it's almost like being in New York. It's like being on one of those fucking whitewater rapids rides at like the theme park, where it's just like the waterfall is just like fucking deluge on you. It's just, it's heavy how much water is falling because there's just so many, and it's constant. There's always, this fucking cataract of just like new fucking people, young, every fucking year there's new 20-year-old, 25-year-olds, fucking 30-year-olds, 35-year-olds, 40-year-old, there's new old people. There's people from all over the world coming, everybody's a songwriter, everybody's a comedian, everybody's a poet, and there's almost too much to do. There's too much to sample. There's too many readings. There's too much culture. There's too many worlds. There's theater world. There's music world. There's fucking poetry. And there's worlds within those worlds. Everybody's got their own little world. The open mics, each one is its own little world. Every venue is its own little world. Pete's its own little world. Fucking Young Ethel's its own little world. Our Wicked Lady, whatever it is. Fucking people playing in Central Park, people playing on the fucking subway platform. It's just like artists are just bursting out of the fucking walls. And that's beautiful. That's why we're here. I think if we could just focus on cooperating and building, and most people do, I think that's, a lot of the, at least I think that's people who go to open mics and people who go on stage, I think they want that. They want to be social. They want to collaborate. They want to be with people. And so there's probably tons of writers and people out there who don't do that, who are just in their house doing it. If these are the people that are coming on stage and doing it, there's got to be 10 for every one of them that's just too scared or, sort of waffling about it or trying to figure out how to get started. But I don't know. I mean, I guess there is talent and there is people that are better than others or people that are more popular than others. People that are better chefs than others who make better food than others. Most of these restaurants I've seen have the same shit. They all have a steak free. They all have a bolognese. They all have a Caesar salad. And yet, You got to, you want to go to all of them because they're all supposedly different. Some of the art is like that. Some of the acts are like that. But, it's a great place to practice because we live in such a virtual world. It's nice to live in this metropolis of just like these rooms of like IRL, small. Why can't we accept that? Why? And maybe we can. But for me, I just feel, there's these giant media successes that you're just like, well, fuck, what am I even doing? I can't even get 10 people to watch my vlog. I've got to work harder, but what do? I need more time. I need more space. I can't afford it. I don't have the job. I don't have the income. I need more training, maybe. I don't know. How do I afford that? How do I get the right teachers? How do I get the right degree? I don't even have a degree. Should I do that? And the other, by talking about how many people do this, I'm also just talking about who's going to make it, and first of all, I just don't even know what that means anymore. I don't think anybody does. Like, are there people from these open mics that are going to like get on Saturday Night Live or something? Like, there's some, I guess, but I just wish we could find something more sustainable and more valuable. And I suppose we do. The people that I know that are comedians or poets seem very happy to be doing it and to be a part of a scene and to be, out even just like doing shows and fucking living that dream. The idea before was like you do that, you get a job at some TV show, you get some TV, whatever it is, you get a writing job or you get published, you get a book deal. It just feels like none of that shit exists anymore, or you build it online. And if you can't build it online, you're just fucked. Like I said, 10 people watch my goddamn vlog. Maybe I should try, should I try harder on my vlog? This excuse of like, for most of the last decade, I felt the imperative was to be, and I guess I am a reactionary artist in a lot of ways and just person, because I am constantly thinking about what is going on and who the president is and what I should be doing as sort of like a reaction to that. I wasn't just like, well, I'm just going to do this because I like it. Well, it's also my technique, though. And like finding yourself is like, the reaction was Trump happened. And so, at this point, I don't really want to be a part of normal society because who knows how long that's even going to last. And, as you get older, you start to realize the consequences of that decision. You're not going to have kids, you're not going to have a house, whatever. You didn't take the deal, you don't have a job. But also, our circumstances have rapidly changed to the point that stuff is suddenly out of reach anyway. So whatever my backup plan was, it feels like it disappeared, and it's like 15 years ago is when I would have had to have bought a house and settled down in Columbus, Ohio in I know a guy that bought a house in like 2008 or 9. When Obama came in, there was some kind of housing tax credit because of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac in the recession. And so my buddy bought a house in the short north, which is like, that's like the West Village or something of New York, for probably like, I don't even know, 160 grand or something. And it's like a double. So I don't even think he ever paid rent. They literally rented out half of it and that paid their mortgage. But he settled down and got married and had kids very young. And, he got married very young anyway. And a lot of people I went to high school with, that was sort of what they were thinking, right? It's just like, Even people I knew that were creative, it's like they didn't really have the idea that, like, I'm going to go to New York or LA. They thought, well, I'll buy a house in 2010 or something for fucking, low three figures. And so now it's like those people made out pretty well because the value of real estate has fucking skyrocketed because of the pandemic stimulus and inflation. And everybody on the other side of that inflation is kind of fucked, where it's like you're not going to find a 2-bedroom house in the short north for $160,000. That was 15 years ago. Now, that same house is probably, who knows, high six figures, maybe $1 million, probably, six or seven or eight or $900,000. And so what the fuck do we do? Like that ship is getting, that possibility is getting less and less likely, it seems like, unless you did it before the pandemic. And so here we are. But on the other hand, a lot of the artists and whatnot that I admired, they kind of, they live their whole life as single artists because they're gay, or they're, a lot of poets, a lot of, they're gay. There's that chapter in Inferno about Rene Ricard takes Eileen Miles to MoMA and is like, all of this belongs to us because we're not hetero. We're artists and we're gay. So we're never going to have kids. We're never going to go to the suburbs. We're never going to settle down. We're going to be single. They lived in rent control apartments their whole lives, and they went to art galleries and, did the town up. What are we going to do? But I always thought I would have kids, but that could still happen. We're also living in this fucking world where it's like, who knows what the hell is going to happen. And so that's another kind of front on this war that they're waging on us, where it's like, it's becoming a caste system thing, where it's like rich people are going to be able to reproduce and the rest of us are just going to be too fucking poor. What the hell else are we talking about? Thank you guys for watching. Please like and subscribe. We're just, pontificating about how to be an artist and, well, what it means, and so, like, you can be a fucking artist, like a lot of the people that I see in New York are like lifetime artists. They're still out doing readings. They're still publishing. They're still very active, going to readings. There's in their fucking 70s or 80s. They still go to openings. They still, there is like a culture. There is like a circuit, for the time being anyway, of galleries and events and those. I suppose they can't really exterminate that, but I don't know, if we're all imprisoned in some kind of work camp, we're not going to have a whole lot of time probably to publish our poetry chapbooks. Who knows? I mean, are they going to be cool with that when we're, when Palantir is fucking surveilling everything, monitoring everything? How are they going to feel about our extensive library of poetry chapbooks and zines? Subversive literature. What else do we need to talk about? We're going to keep going, god damn it, just to bring more value to you. Cut it up. Listen to it a little bit at a time. We're meandering. We're all over the place. There's still tons of shit that I've been meaning to talk about. It's in there somewhere. We're going to find it. What else? Let me get my water real fast. I even turned my air conditioning off and everything. So yeah, my blog only got 10 views. Let me look at the statistics for my last few. Just a bit. I know people love when I bitch about how unpopular I am. It's like my trademark. Well, the open mic has also been getting less views. I only got 31 views this week. Let's see, 0 likes. 65 views last week, 8 likes. 52, 2 likes. 46, 0 likes. This is an open mic. There's practically 46 people that perform on it. I mean, it feels low. 31 feels very low to me. And it's summertime, and I don't know. We do it every goddamn week. Maybe it's because my video quality is super low. I don't know. I haven't really watched it in a while, so maybe it's unwatchable or something. Did people like it better when I had the video camera, or do they like the live stream? Does anybody have any opinions on that? Maybe I'll ask that on the. I try not to. I never really mention that I'm live streaming, because I don't want people to. I don't know. I just don't want. It's a pain in the ass to take people out of it. Frankly, it's not. I mean, it's not that big a deal, but I just don't want all these people coming up to me, be like, "Hey, can you take me out?" Like, I think it's pretty exciting that we fucking live stream the whole thing. So it's like, if you're not there, you can watch, or it's like, I don't really get why. I mean, like I said, the quality is probably not the best audio or video, but it's an interesting event. And, like, I've watched like Smalls, the jazz club has got a live stream, and they just have shitty like webcams. They're not really like good cameras. I think they have direct sound from the board, and they do have a multicam, but it's almost like surveillance cameras. Like they're up in like a corner, and they have like sometimes they got thousands of people watching their fucking live stream. It's like I can't even get, I got 31 views on the open mic. It's like it's talented people. It's interesting. Downtown New York. Like, shout out to Jack's dad. Jack's dad was in town this week. He came to the open mic, which was super cool. He was saying that it reminded him of the scene on Mad Men where Don Draper goes with all the beatniks to the gaslight. He's like, "Oh, that's what this is." I was like, that's pretty astute. Like, you'd think people would be interested in that scene, but I don't know. YouTube doesn't suggest it to anybody, and I get almost as many, if not more, views of this, which I'm fine with and I'm happy about. But I try to put things on the show that like make it a show and make it entertaining. And I don't know if is it viewable as a long, piece of content. Like, to me, I do want it to be like Prairie Home Companion or something, where it's like, okay, every Saturday there's this fucking radio show that's 3 hours long, and that's my afternoon. I want the open mic to be like that. Like, every Monday night, it's Raw, it's Nitro, it's Prairie Home Companion. This is the weekly, headquarters flagship. I need a SmackDown, I need a Raw and a SmackDown, but it took them many years to get to SmackDown, Just doing one thing, I feel like, I don't know, it's been important to kind of hone it and learn everything from that and just pace it out, not try to do too much. A month ago, the open mic got 114 views, 4 likes. This video somehow got 419 views. This fucking live stream 1 month ago, 419 views, 10 likes. I don't know how the fuck that happened. It was anytime I do it on the fucking laptop, I get way more traffic for some reason than on the phone. It's really arbitrary. It's really dumb. It's something in the goddamn YouTube programming. I don't know what. But, some of my live shows, my poetry reading only got 15 views. My guitar thing only got 12 views. Like, that kind of disappointed me because I'm like, no one's coming to these fucking readings and no one's watching them later. So it's like, what is the goddamn point? Just for me to get up in front and like, what? Is everybody hate this? Like, am I just being like fucking tone deaf or, it doesn't feel like a good look to try to force that shit on people. I don't know. Somebody take a like away. We live or die based on your likes, okay? I think the programming at Poet's House sucks. Whoever took that over, I don't really like the way they're running it. It was a lot more magical of a place before the pandemic. It was more hospitable to poor people, it felt like. That's one of the things I liked about it. New York used to have more places for poor people. And now it just, there was more cheap food with like generosity, good food that was like affordable and sort of healthy. There's way, way, way less of that now. And there's way more like extravagances for rich people. If you want to spend like a lot of money, there's more opportunities to do that. Like Dubai chocolate, for Christ's sake. Do they have Dubai chocolate everywhere? Is there Dubai chocolate in Columbus, Ohio? I don't even know. Do they know what it is? Or is that like a New York only thing? Can you walk into fucking Kroger and get Dubai chocolate? Because to me, Dubai chocolate seems like wealth inequality, like personified, where it's like, or I guess it's like a way for poor people to participate in some form of luxury because it's branded like Dubai chocolate and it's expensive. You feel like, oh, I'm getting like this influencer, Saudi royalty, oil money kind of like extravagance, even though I'm broke as fuck. And like my friend was saying she worked at some fucking luxury handbag place. I forget what it was, Louis Vuitton, something. I don't remember what it was. But she said, they offer like keychains, small things that like you might not buy a $10,000 handbag, but you want that Louis Vuitton brand. You want to participate in that brand. And so you might buy a wallet or a keychain or something small that's still expensive, but it's going to make you feel like, oh, I am like fucking Paris Hilton or whatever too. I'm also this rich, cunty, jet set kind of like, elite because I've got the Labubu, Louis Vuitton, Dubai chocolate, uh, coin purse. And it's like, it's perverse how the mind works, how human nature works. It like defies what you'd expect, it wants to defy what you'd expect of it, or it's like counterintuitive. Like, okay, they don't have any money, so they're going to waste money on this thing that just like really is not a good value at all, just so they can feel like they have money. Dubai chocolate. Yeah, I'm going to go and buy a $20. It is good, but it's pistachios and chocolate. How can that be 20 fucking dollars? I don't know. Or I guess maybe pistachios are expensive. It's all branding. It's like a viral food. Everything is, if you can get traction in the fucking algorithm, whether it's Dubai chocolate or Labubu or Muchichi or Webkins, Miffy. Is it Miffy? At dinner, all of Ashley's friends were talking about all the various like cute tchotchke fucking, Hello Kitty type Hummel fucking things over the, Muchichi, Labubu. Labubu's the new one. I do think Labubu and Dubai chocolate do feel like kind of the same energy. where it's like Labubu. I don't really know what it is. I do believe that it's like satanic though. It is believable to me that Labubu is like some kind of, with everything that's happening with Trump. The Epstein thing just went away, by the way. Does anybody even fucking talk about it anymore? It's been 2 weeks. Everybody forgot. So we'll never hear anything about that again. Or, right now they're maneuvering to figure out, and they already did, right? Like they moved Ghislaine to fucking Texas. They got her to agree to whatever they want, and they made a deal with her where they moved her to some kind of cushy minimum security daycare in Texas. And so that's all water under the bridge. Epstein, that's yesterday's news. No one gives a fuck anymore. Everybody's like, oh, it's gonna ruin MAGA. It's like bullshit. You will never pry these people off his nuts. Ever. Ever. Until he's dead. It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen soon. And then I think we can deal with JD Vance. JD Vance, they might be a little more competent for a while, for a couple years. But I think if JD Vance were to become the president, I think we could stop them in 2028. I think if JD Vance becomes a president, there will be an election. Maybe. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? It could look like Terminator 2 fucking, real soon. Anything is possible, I heard somebody say just like have as fucking good of a time right now as you can. And maybe that is the best advice because we don't know how much this longer this is going to last. And that whole Biden bubble, it did feel like this weird kind of like air chamber that wasn't going to last. And like you just needed to enjoy it. It was maybe the last, or it might be the last kind of carefree time we have for a while, for at least a few years. Who knows? Who knows what the hell is going to happen? But things are tightening everywhere and intensifying, and it's not like this carefree time. Even though we continue to do our work and follow our path, and that's the most important thing. I do think these open mics are powerful and important. It's important to gather in person and to be with each other and to find solidarity and unity in that and listen, and shame people who disagree. When you're in the same room as people, you're more likely to find common ground or something, I think. Even if you have differences, I think even being in the same room. Not that it's important about finding common ground. I mean, I think there is. I mean, somebody said the likely outcome is that the United States will balkanize, which I think means just split into a bunch of little countries. I'm pretty sure that's what balkanizing means. Let me look it up real fast. Yeah, divide a region or body into smaller, mutually hostile states or groups. Okay. So the United States might balkanize everybody. Get ready for that. The New England will be one little place, and Mid-Atlantic will be a place, and the Midwest will be a place, and the South. Maybe all the red states will sort of band together into one fucking thing. Maybe it'll be like. So who knows? Who knows how that's going to break down? I mean, the whole point of the Civil War was to keep the Union together. That was Lincoln's most important goal, was a house united, a house divided cannot stand, right? That was the famous quote. I don't think people really believe that anymore. I think they think a house united can't stand. How can we live with these people? We can't live in the same house as them. We want a new house. We're moving to a different house. Let this asshole keep this piece of shit. We'll start our own house. We don't need these I mean, to be honest, I do think that like the red states hold the country back. A lot of what the Democrats get blamed for, they try to do shit. Like Biden, when he went in, he listened to things the leftists were saying. Biden tried to cancel student loan debt. He did get us out of Afghanistan. It was messy, but he did it. There's probably no good way to do that. He did it quick. It was one of the first fucking things he did. It was like 6 months in or something. That was something leftists were vocal about. They tried to do shit. They tried to cancel student loan debt, and the Republicans blocked it. Like, I just don't get how people are dumb, so dumb they don't see that. Like, the Republicans are the ones who voted to take away Roe versus Wade. So how are both parties the same? They're not the same. I don't even agree with the idea that the Democrats are like the corporate wing. I just don't believe that. I think that is a right-wing fucking talking point. Like every fucking thing I hear most people say, it's just a right-wing talking point. Because the right wing has got their goddamn propaganda everywhere, including with Bernie. I think Bernie is something they want. They can use him as the villain or as the hero. The Democrats fucked Bernie over. And Bernie is like your Santa Claus. He was going to give you everything. He was going to give you health care and no wars. And Bernie was going to, be like the fucking Keebler elf of socialism. But the Democrats had to fuck him over. And so fuck that cunt Hillary and that bitch Kamala. Not voting for those women. I'd rather vote for this old white man, Bernie Sanders. Bernie's not even a Democrat. He's an independent. It's sort of reasonable, to be honest, that like the Democrats would not want him to win their fucking nomination. He's not a Democrat. He became an independent in like the early 2000s or something. Like, why is he running for the fucking Democrat nomination? Just run. I do think Bernie's important, and I like Bernie. And a lot of what he talks about is very important. He catalyzes a lot of important discussion. And he is like a very important person in this country, and we need him. But we cannot act like these other Democrats are like, we can't use him as the reason why. And that's like the prime, I hear the same fucking shit. Obama did more drone strikes. Obama deported more people. They fucked over Bernie. It's the same Republican talking points that are used to discourage people from voting and to just stay home. I just feel like no matter how much I talk about this, it remains unconvincing. Like, I feel like I just can't nail this. And if you try to frame it in this way, people just look at you like you're morally compromising or something, like, oh, well, you don't actually believe in like peace and healthcare. You're like a neoliberal. It's like, if you look objectively at the years the Democrats were president and the years Republicans were president, our lives were just better. To me, it's that simple. That's the option we're given in this country. Wish it could be different. It's not different. Let's work with what we have. Let's try to make it as good as we can. And objectively, if you are not, unless you're rich, that's why I think a lot of these leftists are just rich people. They're picky. The people that can afford to be picky are rich. Poor people have to be agreeable. We have to accept whatever the boss tells us. Whereas the boss can come in and that's the boss's job. is to nitpick everything and tell you that you're doing your job wrong and fire you because you're and so rich people get rewarded for being stingy. It's something I've seen, and artists do too. In a certain way, that's what being an artist is. Being an artist is being like, this is not good enough. Keep working until it's perfect or better or whatever. And I'm not really like that, I guess. I'm just lazy and I just want to do the least I have to do to get the fucking cookie or whatever. I guess. But it's also just a protest about work in general. You know, I don't want to feel like I have to impress anybody other than myself and just do what I believe in and wait for people to come to you, if they're ever going to come to you, you know, even though it's not, I've been talking about all this shit for a decade. While everybody else was talking about woke stuff, I was talking about cost of living. I was talking about gentrification. I was talking about economic shit, class, how much rent is. It's one of been my prime obsessions. How for anybody alive now, unfortunately, your rent is like a huge stress factor and just like looming fucking sadness. And it just feels like, well, you want to be an adult, you want to be sort of autonomous, even though you have 3 fucking roommates. Like, and so you got to stay on the hamster wheel in order to keep paying your rent forever. There's no way out. Unless you just somehow get so fucking rich. And so you got to figure that out somehow. There is no other way anymore, it feels like. Like you can't just like fly under the, forever. That was what was good about America. Was like for me, my backup plan was like, oh, it doesn't work here. I will move someplace where it's cheap and I will get to be an artist there. Well, it's like, well, that doesn't exist anymore. There's nowhere to go where it's like, I mean, maybe Chicago, maybe that's why all these people are, why Chicago is like having this moment, because Chicago isn't quite as glam as New York or LA. So it didn't get quite as snatched up by the rich people. It wasn't their first preference. New York was their first preference. So they're all here. And so Chicago still, like Ashley, a few people from our high school like moved to Chicago. A few people from high school are in Chicago still. I've been able to stay in New York because I have always expected to live on practically nothing. And part of being a poet is like an adaptation to living on nothing and living on words, living in a library, living at a public cafeteria, living on the street, living in mass transit, living at the park, living in public space, living amongst the people, amongst life. Whatever it is, galleries, having artists as friends, having bohemian outsider, interesting friends or whatever. And it's just getting harder and harder to do that. New York used to be a theater for those type of swashbuckling, like Quentin Crisp or something, bohemian, dandy. It's like, well, he wasn't rich, but he was able to sort of live like an aristocrat because he had a rent-controlled apartment. And so I don't know. It is kind of heartbreaking to see all these boomers and to live in the kind of twilight of that generation of people who I'm sure it wasn't easy for them because it was a dangerous place, but like they weren't dealing with what we're dealing with. You know, like our parents really don't understand. Like it's just fucking killing amount of stress. You know, you're just crushed under expense now. Rent. I mean, a lot of people have student loans, but even if you don't have that, I can't imagine how do people even pay that? To be honest, you're just put into the kind of dizzying, nauseating cycle of work that just never ends. Because if you stop, you'll get kicked out of your house. Your student loan debts will come to get you. You won't be able to eat. You'll get thrown in jail. They'll garnish your wages or something. And so, you know, we're all fighting to just like even stay above water now. And that feels new. And you know, becoming an influencer feels like some kind of jackpot. Or like it's, you know, it's almost like held like to punish you or something. Like these people are picked out to have it all and you just have to like watch. You know, there are certain people that are able to monetize just the fact that they're cool, they're hot, they can make little videos out of it or whatever the hell. They've got some kind of angle that broke through. The algorithm likes them. They're cute. They're whatever the hell it is. They look like some kind of frozen fucking animated face. The movie Frozen, there's Disney. And if you're not one of them, it's like, how else do you make a living as an artist? The Nepo baby's got all the jobs in the legacy media. And so you got to figure out somehow, you're just going to keep hammering away at the internet until you break the bank and all the money rains down and you make, you know, tens of $1,000s a month on your stupid whatever, TikToks or reels or your vlogs. I'm going to keep going here, everybody. I mean, I've only got one person now. God, what the hell? So maybe I'll roll another one. Ashley said she's going to be back at 10. Maybe that's enough. Maybe I should take it's been 4 hours. Jesus Christ. Did I get all my points across? I'm sure there's tons of shit that I have been, you know, been really gnawing at me that I just haven't, that I forgot I want to talk about. Okay. So I don't know, man. Is it all going to just crumble? How will we deal with our expectations of what society was going to be, or our dreams, or our life? Just disappearing as a possibility, or even just sustaining it. You know, like to me, it's not really totally about. I heard, okay, this was an interesting thing I heard is like the optimum amount of fame is you want to be jazz famous. You know, because like if you're really a huge famous like pop culture, like whatever, Taylor Swift or the Jonas Brothers or whatever, your life kind of becomes almost like unbearable. Like you've heard celebrities say this, they can't walk down the street, they can't do anything, they'll get mobbed. if Taylor Swift goes out in public, it's like it's going to cause a fucking, I mean, a few months ago, I was at Washington Square Park and Lorde was supposed to be there. Lorde had posted on her Instagram that she was going to do this pop up show or something. And it's like, there was hundreds of fucking people just waiting in anticipation that she was going to show up. And so the post was sort of about, well, but if you're jazz famous, if you're famous in some kind of niche, it's like, well, people are not really going to recognize you on the street. But if you walk into a certain room, like if you go to Disney's Club Coca-Cola or whatever the hell it is, it's like, boom, oh my God, it's fucking, Wynton Marsalis or whoever. And I thought, well, that's kind of a smart way to look at it because I don't know. It's just like we live in such a celebrity obsessed culture, and these, particularly I think that was one of the hallmarks of the monoculture and the legacy media was like making these giant, iconic, but there were less of them. It's like, but they're like monumentally famous. Michael Jackson, or even somebody like Patti Smith. Is like, fucking famous. Like everybody, household name famous, right? Because she was on TV. TV is really what made people like really goddamn famous everywhere. Um, I mean, especially when there was only 3 channels and shit. Now it feels like we're moving to a world where like more people are going to be jazz famous. Like there's people who have like niche celebrity on TikTok or whatever that some people might recognize and other people might have no idea who they are. Like I mentioned Jessley, that I had seen Jessley at the open mic, and I'm pretty sure nobody knew who it was, which is kind of crazy to me, but because she's huge on TikTok. But I guess people are out living their lives. They're not on TikTok all day like me. Anyway, maybe I had a bunch of people watching because it was raining. People were not doing anything. They were in the rain. And so I think a lot of poets are sort of like jazz famous. Like nobody knows. Like Ashbery said that. There's a famous Ashbery quote. Well, maybe it's not famous, but he said something about being a famous poet is not really the same as being famous. Like Ashbery, nobody recognized him. He's not like David Hyde Pierce or something, or he's not like somebody who was on TV for fucking decades. There is a small group of, like with jazz, right? There's a small group of people who really appreciate that, who probably maybe might well, with poetry, even not probably. Like Ashbery, among certain circles, he is like a fucking rock star god. But like, there's probably a few thousand people in the whole country who even know who he is, really. Like Ashbery, was he ever on The Simpsons? Like, probably not. Has there ever been a famous poet on The Simpsons? I think they've quoted Pablo Neruda, but they've had authors, like they've had Thomas Pynchon. Let me ask Grok real fast. Has there ever been a famous poet on The Simpsons? To me, that's sort of a hallmark of household name, being on The Simpsons. Being animated. Yes. Let's see. Robert Pinsky. There you go. Of course, it'd be somebody fucking lame as Robert Pinsky. God, that sucks so bad. Robert Pinsky. Oh, that's horrible. That's literally the worst. They animated Robert Pinsky. God, I'm so disappointed I actually looked that up. That's literally my worst nightmare. He was in Cafe Kafka. I bet this episode is terrible. We might have to watch this. Little Girl and the Big Ten. Oh my my God. He was in Cafe, so they must have did a poetry reading scene. We'll have to look that up. Robert Pinsky on The Simpsons. God, that pisses me off. See, that's, I don't know. There you go. I'm so disappointed. God, that's, I mean, the only thing that'd be worse if it was Billy Collins. But Billy Collins might even be better. I don't know. Pinsky, because Pinsky is like just the most uptight version, I feel like, of like what like a modern poet is. You know, he's, I don't know, he teaches at Princeton or something, and I think he translated the Inferno. I don't know. He just feels very straight laced and academic and just like so completely boring. And you know, not that I've really read that much Robert Pinsky. I most of those people I find very boring. Those kind of like academic Eastern Seaboard, you know, any, I feel like anybody that can get those jobs now, it's just they kind of go to people that just steer between the lines, you know, and that's just very boring to me. Um, like Pinsky doesn't really have any drama or theater or stature. He just feels like, I don't know, you know, some kind of, you know, like all the people that read at the inauguration. Who was that guy, Ricardo Blanco or something? It's just like, this is just totally bland, totally flavorless, totally boring. Penske was on The Simpsons. God, that's sad. All right, let's read some Twitter. Let's go to Ashley's Twitter, everybody. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Okay, this person's a server. Please, baby, no more readings in New York. 228 likes. 5,500 people saw it. Taylor Swift's The Life of a Showgirl. Ay, ay, ay. Somebody, this has to stop. Can somebody, like, give her some constructive criticism or something? There needs to be some honesty, I think. No more readings in New York. Does that mean readings are becoming played out? I do feel like the post-pandemic era, there was this just like flood of readings as a way of connecting, but also, like I said, it was a lot of rich people that had, that I don't know, wanted to be legitimized or taken seriously, or but they also like they didn't really understand why they were the bad guys or why they were villainized or why their politics were bad. You know, they don't really understand how the other half lives. And so I don't know, their literature is just not really useful or interesting to me. I like my sensitivity. I think I will die before I let the world harden me. 6,400 likes. Do you think if I tweeted that, it would get 6,400 likes? I doubt it. Okay, here's an Eminem tweet. This might have been something that Twitter just sort of forced on us. Find a rhyme. There's no word in English that rhymes with silver. This is from Uber Facts. No word in English that rhymes with silver. Here's Eminem's response. Silver pilfer, Kilfer, Gilbert, Stillhurt, steel shirts, Bilber, Milford, off kilter, no filter, chill burr, feel burn, still slur, will stir, Trent Dilfer, Val Kilmer, still third, Shielder, he'll squirt, Steven Spielberg, Lil Twerp, Wilshire, Shilper, Killbirds, Milk Curd, Fieldworth, Real Nerd, Stan's documentary. I liked your film, sir. There you go. That's how you rap, everybody. That's a crazy amount of rhymes for silver. That's poet. Now that's poetic genius right there. I'd like to see Robert Pinsky do that. And it's dope, actually, too. Even I was reading it, I'm like, this is kind of dope. Should I read it again? Silver pilfer, kill for Gilbert, still hurt, steel shirts, Bill Burr, MILF word, off kilter, no filter, chill, brr, feel burn, still slur, will stir, Trent Dilfer, Val Kilmer, still third, Shielder, she'll squirt, Steven Spielberg, Lil Twerp, Wilshire, she'll purr, kill birds, milk curd, feel worth, real nerd, Stan's documentary, I liked your film, sir. So he's got the L and the and that's how he rhymes silver. And the two syllables, still her, hear her, Bill Burr, MILF word. So that's a compound rhyme right there, kids, because both syllables rhyme. That's how he made that work. I mean, are any of those a perfect rhyme? Like pilfer and silver, there might not be a perfect rhyme there, but like that's sort of beside the point. Maybe there's not a perfect rhyme. I think they've asked him the same thing about the word orange, and he did the same thing. Where he rhymed a bunch of shit with orange. But in rap, they kind of can, you know, blur it a little bit. Uh, it's Proust summer. Okay, here's another Dasha quote. Dasha shows us how amazingly hot it looks when nicotine takes full of a beautiful girl's body. Okay, all these people are obsessed with smoking too, because it's bad. It's just immature. Their whole fucking like act is immature. You know, it's like some kind of lame teenager trying to intimidate you. Oh, they're bad girls. They're smoking. They're MAGA. They're so bad. They're thin white women, and they're like talking about how they like anorexia. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're so rich and like bitchy. I love it. They're such rich cunts, and they're white. Isn't that amazing? Oh my god. They're so anti woke. She looks at us full of comment and blah blah blah. So this is just a bunch of bullshit about smoking. Let's glamorize stupidity for all of the dumb vapid bitches on Twitter who follow this shit. And the people who cast this woman in the movies. About to make a Mumblecore group chat. Is it a Mumblecore summer? It does feel like Mumblecore is having a little bit of a moment, but maybe that's just me. Maybe Mumblecore is always having a moment. And I just got to the moment. We don't know. Blah, blah, blah. Twin Peaks bullshit. I love people with glasses. They are so gorgeous and evil. See, I don't really know that Twitter needs to exist. When I try to use Twitter, I was does that really need that's got 4,800 likes. I love people with glasses. They are so gorgeous and evil. 4,800 likes. The most I ever got on any tweet ever in my life was like 50 likes. And that was way more than any other tweet. I think my next highest tweet had like 12 likes or something. You are so beautiful in a weird and freak like way. 1,200 likes. Okay. I was at a group meeting and we were asked to share a talent we have. I went first and described the claw, my ability to reach into my big messy bag and pull out exactly what I want. The girl after me shared that she speaks 10 languages and now learning her 11th. 3,201 likes. How does that have 300,000 likes? 300,000 to 320,100. 321,000 likes. I don't know. It's enough to drive a man insane. Oh yeah, Taylor Swift is on Travis Kelsey's podcast. I think sooner or later she got to realize that he is making her art terrible. She needs to date somebody fucking cool, like I don't know, But they don't cross all uh, the uh, the requirements. she's got a list. He's got to be 6'5". He's got to be a millionaire. He's got to have 3 Super Bowl rings. Okay, this says it's Anna Karenina summer. Is it Proust summer or is it Anna Karenina summer? Which is it? Okay, I don't know. Who knows? Nothing that interesting and controversial, I guess. Okay, well, is that enough? Maybe I'll go to 10 o'clock. I just feel like I just need to trauma dump everything while I have the chance. We don't need to talk about Hulk Hogan. We did that already. I don't think there is a clip of Robert Pinsky on The Simpsons. Okay, that's Robert Pinsky on The Simpsons right there. 3-second long clip. I remember The Simpsons being very protective of their copyright, at least in the early days of the internet. I'm not sure if it's still that way, but like in the early days of the internet, any kind of Simpsons thing would like immediately get kind of taken down. The websites would get shut down. I don't know. I don't want to get copywritten up. Okay, what else? What else do I need to talk about? Is there any other films I watched? Like I said, I did watch Paul Blart Mall 1 and 2, Paul Blart Mall Cop. Have people seen Paul Blart Mall Cop? I expected more. It's a Die Hard. The first one is a Die Hard riff, which, I mean, that's just the most hackneyed fucking thing. I'm so sick of goddamn I mean, Die Hard is great, but it has taken on this insane importance throughout my entire, basically since college. I'm so sick. If I ever hear anybody say Die Hard is their favorite Christmas movie one more time, to me, that is the most unoriginal thing you can say. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you've said that, but it's so played out. No more Die Hard Christmas. And Die Hard's great and everything. I expected more from Paul Blart Mall Cop. I thought it was going to be something different, but you live and learn, I guess. Let me just check my. Okay, what's this? Okay. I'm going to read. I'm just reading my Letterboxd. Oh, Our Idiot Brother was kind of good, actually. Did I talk about that? Okay, do we need to talk about Trump some more? Is that what everybody's amped up? What else happened? I started to talk about it at the beginning, and then I sort of like wove it throughout while I was talking about materialists and open mic culture and this and that. Maybe I will get off because I think Ashley's going to be out for a while, so I'm getting kind of tired. Does that sound insane? I'm getting kind of fucking. I mean, I have been doing this for 4 hours and 15 minutes. I know as soon as I shut it off, I'm going to think of something else that I meant to talk about. And so I'm somewhat committed to pushing it here to the limit. Like I said on my Instagram's moment or whatever the hell it is, we've got 21 people signed up already for next week. So just to give people some idea, because it's like it's hard for me because, usually like this week I had 40 plus people signed up, and that was before anybody walked in. And so what am I supposed to do? Like puts you ahead of the line of everybody. So that's one thing. I meant to say this earlier when I was talking about Spanglish. That's one thing Adam Sandler talks about in his restaurant. He says, well, they say they've got reservations 4 months in advance, but he's like, I want to be able to take walk-ins because I want to keep it, I don't want to exclude people if they can't get a reservation. And so it's like, I do feel bad because, a lot of the people who show up earliest are people who messaged me that day, or, they are there to get up early, and they did the right thing to get on early. Like, they came out early. I mean, I hate to say it, but recently a lot of comedians have been messaging me, and I just don't message them back because I just don't, it's just not worth it to have these male comedians on. There's just too many of them. And if I had more time, I would put them on, but it's not, I'm working within guidelines set by the venue. So we have to be done by 1 a.m. I can't just put everybody on. I do have to kind of keep it to 40 people, of which 35 or so usually end up performing. And so, if you just walked in, and a lot of these people do have a sense of entitlement, like they came in and they want to get on the list, they want to get up early, and it's like, sorry, what am I supposed to do? I've got literally 40 people signed up before you. It's not fair to them to just have you ditch. But I want people to be able to walk in too, sort of. I mean, certain people. I don't know. I'd like to be able to take everybody, like I said. But certain people I do really want to get up. There is a hierarchy to the performers. If you've got a cool act, and you're doing something unique, I will try to get you on, especially if you're from out of town. If it's your one night to perform in New York, I will try to get you on. But generally speaking, the first 2 hours are kind of reserved for the best acts. Nobody wants to go usually in the first 5 acts. So I try to put on regulars then that are I know them. I know they're reliable. I know what they're going to do. They know the drill. I've been lucky because I do have a lot of, and they, it's not fair to them to have them come out every week and go late, but it's also they're regulars. So it's I can't just put them on every fucking week early, but nobody wants to go first or second or third, really. Those are tough positions because you got to break the room in. There's usually the most people there. So certain people like Dead Letters, great. Over time, you start to realize, okay, these people are reliable. David Segovia, he'll go first. They like going first, I think. Or, they get in front of the most people. That's the trade-off. It's kind of scary, but you also get in front of the most people. So then I try to get people that have never come that feel like they're doing something interesting, and I want to try to get to be regulars. So I want them to have the best experience they can possibly have. Then I have regulars that are good, but I'm trying to rotate people in and out. Maybe they went early the week before. And once again, it's also based on when you signed up. So if you signed up early, I'm going to feel more pressure to get you on early unless I put you on early the week before or something. I generally I won't put people early 2 weeks in a row. It's just not fair. I've got to kind of rotate it out. And so even if you sign up early, I'm not going to put you on early the next week because you had your turn and you got to sort of wait. There's only so many slots for that are early. I've really only got about 20 slots that are if you want to get in front of a bunch of people and get out of there early, that's the way to go. But I also like having an audience that, like me, I maybe it's just once again my sort of stage fright or I don't know, weird relationship with the audience, but I like going later generally. I like going about 60 or 70% of the way in because people have had sort of time, but it's, So it's hard because, somebody's got to go last, and uh, I don't want to disappoint anybody or make anybody have a bad time. But there are a lot of different considerations. It's like I've got people signing up all week online. A lot of them maybe not even show up. Then I've got people who walked in, they're there from 7:45 or something. Am I going to really wait to put them on last? So they've got to wait all goddamn night. But if you're a male stand-up comedian, to be honest, okay, and I do feel like I don't know how to put, on Instagram, there's like below the profile, there's like you can put like story, like saved kind of like multiple album. They're like story albums almost. I don't know how to do that, but I feel like I want to put some kind of like written clarification of how the sign up works, because it is based on when you sign up, but there also is a hierarchy. If you're a male comedian, and this is just through experience, this is something we have to do because of the experience, is like if you're going to come out, the first time you come out, you're going to go on late. And if you do a good job, we can start to move you up. But it's like, if it's the first time you fucking come out, or if you haven't been for a while and you just show up, you're not going to go on early. It's just not going to happen. Like, you're going to go on last. Even if you message me that day or that week, I'm sorry. But like, if you're a male comedian and we don't know you, there's very little chance you're going to go early. Unless, there's some other thing that like plays into it. Like you're from out of town, or like I said, I do try to be woke about it. So like I do, try to give some people a chance, but generally speaking, it's like there's so many people trying to get into those early slots, and a lot of people got to get up the next morning. They got to go to work. They got to get home. And it's also money, like I've got a lot of regulars who don't spend any money. And frankly, it kind of pisses me off because they're basically pulling a fast one on me. They're pressuring me like I'm obligated to sign them up and give them a good slot when they don't spend any money. And it's like, that's not really how it works. I'd like to just be able to put everybody on, but like, if I've got good customers that spend 50 or $100, like they're going to get to go whenever the hell they want to go, frankly. But if you don't spend any money and you just give the bartender like $5 or something because you've got something worked out with him, I don't see any of that money. And so there's no incentive for me whatsoever to even put you on at all, frankly. And so I try to be hospitable to people. And I've got pushy people, that it's just like week after week, I've got to fucking say no to these people. And so, a lot of times that energy might come out at somebody that doesn't deserve it, because I'm just sending out this like discouragement energy, because I don't want, it's really frustrating to me when people message me the day of expecting to special treatment for why, you messaged me Monday at 6:00 and you're like, I want to go on. Is it possible you can get me up early? It's like, I'm sorry, but absolutely not. Like, and if you've done something for me, possibly, but like I said, if you don't spend any money, and so it's like I've got people coming to me all the time like they're my buddy, and it's like, well, they just want to get up early. They want a piece of the spotlight, and it's touchy because to some degree you have to have a core of regulars to sustain your business, even if they don't spend that much money, because you have to have people there. The point is to do a big show. And so, I've got people who message me pretty regularly that are like, do I need to sign up to watch? And it's like, no. They're like, me and my friends want to come watch. Do I need to sign up? It's like, those people are the best, and so, in a certain way, we need all the acts because we need the room to be full, and we need to keep the entertainment going. So in case other people come in just want to watch who spend money, they'll sit there and they'll have a good time. And everybody will feel like, oh, I'm a part of this cool thing because there's all these fucking people here. This is one of the things that drives me nuts about human beings. It's like the more popular you are, the more interested people are. You know, like if there's more people at your event, everybody's like, ooh, what is this? This is really exciting. It's like, it doesn't even matter what it is. It's just like, oh, there's all these people here. Cool. I want to be here. And then if there's anything, if the room doesn't feel like packed, then you can feel people's enthusiasm kind of start to wane. It's like impressive if you can get the room full of people. It's like, whoa, like, yeah, this is like a fucking, I want to be at this. What is this? There's all these people here. I don't even know what it is. That's frustrating to me. People aren't just walking around going like, oh, this is interesting. I want to see this. It's like, oh, no, there's all these people looking at it. What is it? People are just, they don't think for themselves. You know, they don't make individual decisions about anything. They just kind of follow, you know, whatever is happening at that time. They want that. Oh, it's Dubai chocolate. I want that. I want Labubu. I want to go to XYZ thing because it's cool right now. Whereas, okay, like this week, Joe Levy, right? Shout out to Joe Levy. Joe Levy usually comes out really late. He, you know, there's a few comedians that kind of like that, which is great. That works for me. And like, I like him. He's a regular. I'd like it if I had more people that's, you know, the part of it is trying to get new regulars. You're always trying to grow new regulars, you know, and get people to come back. And certain people always come back and you really don't even know why. But you're thankful. And by drawing from all these different worlds, you know, we can get guitar regulars, comedian regulars, poet regulars, whatever it might be. And so he asked me, how do I get on early? And I was like, dude, just like, if we can set it up in advance, okay? Like Joe Levy has been going on late enough, long enough. I know what he does. I'm sure that if I put him in front of an early audience, there might be a little bit of like heckling or whatever back and forth, but like he's generally, you know, a lot of these comedians, it's just like they really do blow up at the audience. It's like Joe Levy has generally got a really cool vibe and he'll kind of roll with it and he can kind of play off, you know, and kind of make fun of himself or whatever. And so I'm like, yeah, this guy, like, I will definitely, he wants to go early. We'll plan it out in advance. And like, you know, he's come out so many fucking times late that it's just like, dude, we got to give him an early slot just as like a fucking, you know, thank you for just showing up, you know? And so like, I'm amenable to stuff like that, you know, but I can't, you know, I can really only do that for 1 or 2 people a week. To be honest, it's like, there's really only 3 or 4 at most comedy slots in those first 2 hours. Like, because it just doesn't gel well with the other stuff that much. You know, female comedians is a different story. You know, like if there's a female comedian who comes in for the first time or early or something, I might try to work them in, particularly if they're not white. I hate to say it, but like if you're, you know, because they don't blow up at the audience usually. You know, they don't really get into these like aggressive confrontations with people. And so it's safe, you know, and people like it and they're, you know, they're usually pretty insightful and interesting. So there is a little bit of like handicapping or something. There's a little bit of DEI, okay? The fucking open mic does have DEI. I hate to say it. There's definitely DEI at the open mic. But there's also other factors. Like I said, how much money you spend, when you sign up. You know, like Lewis Mason will message me 2 weeks in advance. Hey, I want to sign up for, you know, August 31st or whatever. It's like, awesome. I will definitely put you first if you want to go first because you fucking sign up 2 weeks early. Like that's I don't want to I don't want to discourage people from showing up either. So it's like I don't want to turn anybody away. I don't want to be like, "Oh, you went early last week, so maybe let's like not this week." You want everybody to come out every time. Because even if they're not getting up, there's still this whole other life out in the room where they're socializing, they're meeting people. I've never even left the fucking room during the open mic, so I don't know what happens outside on the stoop, people smoking, people go downstairs and talk. There's a whole fucking world of KGB. It's not just one floor. So the open mic, it could be worse. You don't just have to sit there and wait for 3 hours. It's like go downstairs, have a drink, go smoke, go talk to somebody on the stoop, go have something to eat, come back. Like you're not trapped in there. It's not like and that is one reason why I read everybody's names out in advance, because I do want people to know, like, hey, you're coming up or you're past, you've got a while, whatever it is. I try to read as many names in advance, and people do criticize me for like it fluctuating, but honestly, I try. That's to me, that's like a digital thing, like things that are like taking place in real time, like they are constantly fluctuating. And I don't really move people around too much, but like if I've got somebody that signed up early who isn't there yet, who shows up, it's like, okay, well, they're on the list before you, they just weren't here. This is one thing that's difficult to me, is like a lot of times I will have people who sign up and they'll say, hey, I'm going to be there at 9:45 or 10 or whatever, but it's like I generally won't start to put people into the queue until I actually know they're there. So until people message me that they're there, or they come up and say hello, or I see them or something, I might not even read their name, because it's like they might not even be here. So it's like I'm really only going to put you into the queue if like I know you're there, you've got your guitar, whatever the fuck it is, and so I don't want people like accosting me and like being needy and like, when am I up? When am I up? When am I up? But you know, if you do come over and say hello, it is like a little bit of a spur to like, okay, this person is here and they have X expectation. I generally try to work with people. Like I will generally ask people, when do you want to go? And I try to accommodate that. But, if you can stay late, it helps me if I can put you on late. But if you absolutely have to go early, I will try to work with that. People who tell me like I got to leave in 10 minutes, I will try to get them up, before they leave or whatever, if they were coming up. But, I've got a lot of people telling me, "Oh, I've got to get a train at this time," or whatever. It's like I'll do my best, but you can't just walk in and make that expectation. I have a lot of people who like walk in or message me, "Hey, I'm coming in." But then it's like, "Oh, I got to be on a train at 11 o'clock." Well, it's like, you can't have it both ways. It's like, unless you're a unicorn and you're just really amazing. And, okay, what else? I mean, I've got one person watching, maybe, I think. I don't know. I feel like I haven't done this in a while, where I've sort of like, oh yeah, I gotta book my, Labor Day telethon at the rooftop. I haven't reserved that for that Sunday, our third annual Labor Day telethon. We do that every year. I generally don't tell people how many people are signed up because I don't want them to get discouraged. Like today, this is the first time I've ever done this because it was an experiment, but I do want to spur people on a little bit or just let them know what I'm up against. I guess that's part of the reason why I'm talking about this. I don't know if anybody from the open mic is ever going to listen to this, but they might. It's just like, this is what I'm up against. Like literally when I tell you, it's Wednesday. So it's, 5 days before the open mic. It's 2 days after the last one. I've got 21 people signed up already, you know. So if you're signing up next Monday, think about how many people are going to be signed up before you day of. If you try to sign up day of. So, by Friday, I might have 25, 30 people. So when Monday rolls around, I've usually, not every week, but it's often we've got 40 people signed up. And that's when they advertise it and tell people to DM to sign up. And so it's like, I just want people to, but I don't want to tell people like, oh, I've got 30 people signed up already. And them go, oh, well, fuck, I'm not going to do it then because there's no way I'll get in. Like even if you sign up when there's 30 or 40 people, there's still a chance. There is a chance. I try to work people in with if they haven't been in a while or if they went on late or whatever it is, I will try to work with you. I'll try to, I try to get it around to everybody. There's enough attention. We're living in this attention economy. That is what we're selling in a way. We are selling the opportunity to get in front of people and be seen. And the idea being that you'll get fans, people follow your career, meet other artists, collaborate, do shows, get better, get more skills as a live performer, get more comfortable, develop your material so that you get stronger. When you're ready, you're ready. And so that's what you're paying for. You're paying for, to be seen. And so, I'm trying to, but it's also like we've got to put on the best show we possibly can because that is why so many people will watch it. If it was just a bunch of dudes playing guitar and telling racist jokes, it would have died a long time ago. But we're very lucky because we do get, even looking back now, it's like, like this guy came to the open mic this week who I hadn't seen in a while. I didn't even recognize him. And he's like, yeah, years ago, I remember you doing a thing here where you did your poetry. And it's like, that was this. That was the same thing. But in people's minds, it's been years since we started. And it's been 3 years. But people are looking at it like, holy shit, like. And so we've lived through all of these eras of just different, like the most recent I would say is just like the music, having the guitar players. That's been probably for the past 6 months or so, 8 months. That's been kind of the prime kind of like, flavor or like thing that I would say distinguishes it. We had a whole stand-up comedy era where like we would go real late and have all these comics late. We've had tons of, you had the Sing Ya era. It's been unexpectedly busy this summer. I was sort of at the beginning of the summer, Memorial Day, I was anticipating like this thing is going to kind of, chill out a little bit here and there for the summer, and maybe I'll get a little break. I can go home for a couple weeks, take a week off. But we have been busy pretty much every goddamn week, other than the week of New York Poetry Festival, which it rained. It was like, it was the most it had rained in 1 hour in New York, like ever, or almost, and so that really killed our turnout. We didn't have a huge amount of people. It wasn't horrible, but like, we've had 40 people signed up pretty much every week this summer. So it's tapered off a little bit recently. Not this week, but last week I had a little bit less signups, but as long as the thing is cooking and firing on all cylinders, I like using it as a practice space and a space to try things, get more comfortable on stage, get used to thinking fast, bantering, coming up with lines, jokes on the spot, remarks, listening, hearing everything, seeing what's out there, seeing these artists develop. We had the Gwen and Gabriella era. That was a big era. They were coming out pretty consistently for a while. So there's certain things that, it's constantly changing, even though it's this ongoing, consistent Monday kind of like repetitive thing. Just like, the supply and the body of it changes so much that it kind of it shifts slightly into different kind of themes or motifs, or like different scenes can come. In the beginning it was way more poetry, and I've still got poetry, but the poets are not really as committed to it. I'm not really connected to the poetry scene like I was, for a number of reasons. So I'm very grateful to the poets that still come out. There are a lot, like we've got really good. This guy Ernesto is really good. That guy who came last night, Sonny, is good. Catherine, of course. Lisa. There's a lot. There's a number of, really good, interesting writers. There was this writer this week, Amina. She read a piece about One Direction. That was really interesting. It's almost like too much. There's so much on display, and it's happening every week. It's just boom, boom. That's like, I'm just hoping that people find the pieces that they need. Certain things resonating with certain people, other things resonating with other people. You never know. Like that One Direction piece. Who knows how that reverberated and spoke to people in that room? And then, something else, Dead Letters or something, speaks to people in a different, you don't know who is keying into what. And so I want to put on as much variety of stuff as I can, to make as many people happy as I can. I like having hip hop stuff. I like having slam, like Nuyorican style poetry. A lot of the poets, because they do the Nuyorican at Bowery every Monday. Apparently, I think in 26 it's going to go back to Nuyorican. Their thing is, they're doing like a renovation right now. They're doing some crazy build up on Nuyorican Poets Cafe, but it's reopening in 26, and I think their open mic will go back to Wednesday. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects us. But we get a lot of people who do both. They go to Nuyorican early, and then they'll come to us after. I like that, I like having the old scene head people, the unks. I wish more of them would come, but it's a place for them to connect with young people. That's and the young can connect with the old, people from all boroughs. I did this thing a couple weeks ago. I was trying to get people to say what borough they're coming from, or neighborhood. Like New York City is a city of neighborhoods. We're all coming from all over the place to congregate in this center. And so, I want to touch as much of that culture as I can. Music culture, affectioneering, stuff like that. Really interesting kind of electronic music, pre-recorded tracks, performance art, stand-up comedy, old people comedy, even the fucking toxic comedy. There's some value to letting those people in the room. Maybe you don't want them to overrun the thing and be mean about it, but I also think the fucking snowflakes do need to chill a little bit. And like, you can't just boundary your way out of everything. You can't just fucking like block everybody. Like, these are These are real people. That's why they've been on my radar for a long time, because I've been in the rooms with these fucking toxic Fox News comedians. They took over the fucking, at least in Manhattan, the whole fucking scene is right wing male comedians. They're not all male. Even the female comedians are pretty right wing. The ones that I've seen on McDougal Street, they're all like Fox News anchors. So I don't want that much of that, but like it's important that people know it exists and it's out there, and like they're welcome to come. Well, I don't know. They do come and they say their piece from time to time. I try not to, like I said, I try not to have too much of that, but it is an open mic, and so I want it to be open and to have all points of view represented to some degree. Maybe not any. We've never really had like hate speech. A lot of open mics have a disclaimer about that. I mean, some of the jokes can be pretty hateful, but like we've never had anything really that severe it's not going to cause any permanent damage to anybody. And so I don't really feel the need to like intervene, at least not yet. The ways that I can intervene is just sort of guide who gets put on when, and so, if somebody has like some kind of stupid fucking male comedian point of view, like maybe they'll say something funny. I don't know these fucking people. That's a part of our culture. It's like this roasting and this mean-spirited kind of fucking hardcore comedy. And I don't know. That's always, there's always been Andrew Dice Clay or Dangerfield or Sam Kinison, like to some degree, I understand that. And if that is what people are doing, it's kind of male, I guess. Like, I'm not going to put that on at any point where, like, a bunch of sensitive poets are going to get offended or anything. But if they want to go on at 12:30 when there's nobody there or something, it's like, I don't know. It's just another fucking experience. It's a reference, this what these people are thinking, and I don't know, like some of these people are not really, bad hang. There's a lot of comedians that are kind of abrasive, but off stage they can be kind of friendly. um, so we try to do the big fucking time, the big show, and get every goddamn thing. Dance. I wish there were more dancers. I wish there was more theater. I wish there were more plays. I wish there were more sketches. I wish there was more improv comedy or group music. There's not really that much group music. Usually people go up alone. Open mics are kind of for loners, people trying to sort of find their way in from the outside. I feel like it is one of the few places where just like you can walk in off the street and try to insert yourself or connect into the business, just show people what you've got, and who knows where that'll take you. It's sort of an audition. It's a lot like the auditions that I went on as an actor. You're in this kind of queue and you get to go in for 5 minutes and just kind of try to win the fucking part or whatever, get people to like you or impress them or whatever the hell it is. So the open mic is like a beautiful, egalitarian, open source place for friend. Well, it is a door. I think in New York, you're looking for doors. You're trying to get your foot in the door. That's what people always say. I mean, open mic might be the first door, but it is a door. It's a door into something. I mean, I don't know. Are we all just fooling ourselves? We've got this stupid little open mic culture that, I don't know, it's just a bunch of people playing for each other. It's not really like, I don't know. I mean, a lot of these acts do go to do shows, to do performances that are sold out, or uh, but then there's a lot of us who are hopeless, um, and just that's the best gig we can get, I guess, until we're just working it out until we break through or something changes, or like for me, it's like, I don't know. I feel like there needs to be some kind of internal change. My relationship with the audience is just so loaded. I just have a lot of anxiety about being in front of the audience. And so I don't really want to hone like this. I don't really want to hone this into every time you try to hone it into like jokes or like material, it just feels forced. It feels artificial. And, I do feel this like anxiety or like resistance to like trying to serve everything up to an audience in a way or I don't even know how to do that. Um, and so it's like, well, until I fix that, it's like, am I ever gonna have? Why am I not having success doing this? I went from being in a place where it was like it was scary to me just to do gigs, just to even get up at open mics, sing my own songs, do my own poems was like fucking terrifying because you're like, people are going to see my art, they're going to judge it, they're going to come up with opinions. Is it good? Is it bad? Your ideas in your head about what you are going to have to come into contact with like real world. Are you going to succeed? Are you not going to succeed? Are people going to like it? Are you going to make money? Are you going to make work that, is it going to blow up? Is it going to be big? What's it going to be? Like and you're putting your ideas out there. You're putting your, so it's like when you're protected in your notebook and your quiet little alone writer life or whatever it is, writing songs in garage band or in the quiet, I wouldn't even sing in my parents' house because I was afraid people would hear me or make fun of me. So it's like I really didn't even sing until I was 30, hardly, because I just wasn't confident. There was just like people were going to judge you. It was going to be off key. It was going to sound bad. You have a bad voice. There's no way it could even sound good because your voice sucks. And so, even just getting past of all of that stuff, that's just stupid shit to hold you back. And then getting to getting to even where it was like, I'm booking gigs, I'm playing in a band with my own ideas, my own songs, my own lyrics, my own music. I'm playing Wavetable with System Lord. I'm doing poetry readings. I'm booking readings. I'm hosting a, reading with an open mic. I'm doing a magazine. I'm just trying to make work, put it out there. And so like whether people showed up or not, being like even in Columbus, like being in an indie band in the 2000s, like there's sort of a romantic or like expected notion that like there's not really going to be a whole lot of people at your gig. I could never really figure out how to sell tickets to anything. Best case there'd be 20 people there, maybe 30, but usually probably 10 or 15, if that. That just became like normal. But even getting on stage was so scary to me that was like a victory. I would even get nervous at that. I'd be like, oh my God. It felt like I wasn't ready to play in front of people because it just, or I don't know if I wasn't ready, but it was just like, you never even got the opportunity. And like, even if you're playing with in front of 10 or 15 people, I'd get so goddamn nervous that the gig would just be this weird, like, nervous breakdown. A lot of the Holy Smokes gigs were like pretty ugly because I was just so fucking nervous and high, and I'd close my eyes and just put my mouth on the microphone. And I wouldn't even look at anybody because I was just so afraid. I was terrified. It's almost like I didn't want people to be there because my worst nightmare was getting up in front of a room full of people and starting to play and having them leave. That was like my worst nightmare. Is like you start to play and people walk out. There's nothing that feels worse than that as like an entertainer. And that didn't really happen to us, holy smokes, I mean, we had some gigs that didn't really go that well, but like, generally speaking, people stayed. Like one time we played at Pianos and it was packed. I mean, this band was doing a residency. I forget what they were called, but we played with like 3 or 4 other bands. There was probably 30 or 40 people there. Pianos. It's a legendary place. And we were downstairs in that main room. And like, I was fucking nervous as hell because it's like we rarely got the opportunity to play in front of that many people. We couldn't really figure out how to do it live, what we did in practice. So our band kind of wasn't really as good as it could have been. I liked having kind of a ramshackle sound or something. I'm not really a fan of racks and equalizers and fucking all of the studio kind of bullshit that people do now. I like it when it sounds kind of like a bunch of, rattling bones or something, a bunch of fucking, chicken bones or something. I like that. I like a kind of a amateurish, or I don't know. I didn't even think about sound. I just thought music was you get 2 guitars, a bass, and drums, and that's sound. But like now I think about it more like you're shaping a sound. So anyway, we played at Pianos, and I closed my gig eyes the whole fucking time because I'm just like, this is Pianos. There's all these people here, and we did okay. It wasn't the greatest gig. We were kind of this guy booked us because we really did this amazing gig at the Gateway. I don't know what the Gateway is now. It's somewhere in Bushwick. But we did this gig at Gateway where we just crushed because I was finally able to like just get past my nervousness and just like do it. And we just destroyed at this gig. I mean, people still remember it, I think. I've got people on Instagram that still look at my story when literally that was like the only fucking time I ever met them was at that gig. Like people were looking at us after the gig like, oh my God, you guys are going to be fucking famous. Occasionally we'd have a gig like that where people would just be like awed. But most of our gigs we'd like bomb because I was so fucking nervous. And that's how we got this gig at Pianos. This guy saw us at that and was like, these guys are incredible. I got to have them at my residency at Pianos. And so I just put my mouth on the microphone and closed my eyes. I had sunglasses. That's why I wore sunglasses, because it's like my fucking eyes closed for the whole time. And when you're wearing sunglasses, nobody can tell. To this day, I still can't really look at the audience very much. That's why I feel comfortable at KGB, because those lights just blind you. You can see out into the audience, but you can't really see clearly what's going on. It's kind of like looking into the deep. There's just these like blades of foggy illumination stabbing at you out of the murk. And it's better that way. I mean, even though people always complain about the lights at the Red Room, it's like it's a cliche. It's like, do you come with the car? Or I told myself I wouldn't cry. These lights are so bright. And so nobody walked out when we played at Pianos. So it was sort of an unfounded fear, but it's taken me years. That's why this open mic was really a game changer, because I've wanted a weekly so long. And to me, that's the only way. I mean, that it's helped me become more comfortable. Like now, if I'm in front of 60 or 80 people or 100 people, I don't get that nervous. Whereas like if 5 years ago, I would have been really debilitatingly like scared. Whereas now it's like, I'm kind of used to embarrassing myself and humiliating myself in front of 40 people. I'm used to bombing in front of 40 people. So Maybe once every 3 weeks, I do a good opening. Usually, I just get up and bang on the piano and jabber. But this week, I balanced everybody's chakras. I'm going to keep streaming it. I've got 4 people watching. This is a fucking party. This is a TV party in here. Up in this bitch. So we're just going to keep fucking talking. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Keep bringing high quality value to the listeners out there. Who's going to fill the Mark Maron hole? Now that the vacuum, who's going to fill the what the fuck podcast vacuum? Marin did say something about how audio is more intimate. These video podcasts are like less intimate. I think there's truth to that. There's something about the video. It's like TV. It's become like the new TV where it's just this kind of like junk watching. You know, you can put it on. It's not going to challenge you. It's sort of lightly educational, maybe. You know, you're probably listening to some kind of fake expert on something. It's storytelling. It's listening to grandpa tell stories. It's a very human, natural thing, but I do think there's some truth to that. Like the fact that this has a video component kind of makes it a little less powerful, actually. Whereas if it was just audio, your imagination would kind of come up with something more powerful. I hope this fucking stream works later. Even though I get most of my views live, you know, like later, maybe not that many people will watch this, but who knows? I've been getting promoted on some of these videos, so maybe I'll get 400 or 500 views, and maybe some people actually fucking watch this. I mean, I do want it to be a little bit about everything. I want to talk about my struggles as an artist or my journey as an artist. In addition to a philosophy of show business and political punditry, poetry, lecture, storytelling, stand-up comedy, philosophizing, deconstructing economic reality, firing back in the only way we know how, even though I'm shadow banned as fuck. Is that why my vlog only got 10 views? Because I'm shadow banned? I mean, I shared in my, that's like the most disappointing part. Usually when I share something on Instagram, like the people that follow my personal Instagram, like generally I do feel like care about me in some fucking twisted way. If you're out there listening, I do feel like my love language is like YouTube. And so if you do pay attention to my Instagram stories, which I don't post that often, and you watch this, like, I do feel like you care about me. And maybe that's fucked up. I guess that's where we are as a society. We've been our love relationships have been co-opted by the apps. But in any case, I shared this on my fucking story, that I had a new vlog. I put the link on the story. You could just click the link right from the story. And so what am I supposed to do? Like, am I really that bad? There's no way I'm that bad. That's just not possible. Like, maybe I'm out of tune or something, just like socially. I feel like that's what it is. I'm not really a good hang. I don't really know how to hang with people. I basically want to do this all the time. I want to like complain or analyze or, cry sour grapes. Generally, that's my favorite pastime, is to bitch about how things could be better. But that's not, I don't know how to hang out with people. I don't know how to be like a good hang. And so I feel like my art is also like not a good hang. You know, like if I can't even say something that a person in a conversation wants to hear or listen to, how am I going to write something that they're going to want to listen to? Like if I'm that at odds with people, just like trying to share fucking, you know, because having a conversation is like writing. It is like original. You have to be creative. It's amazing how creative you have to be. You have to come up with your lines. You have to improvise. You have to think on your feet, you know. And if you don't try, it feels like if you don't try in a conversation, people realize it and they'll give up. People can tell when you're like not trying, and they won't. That's like everybody's least favorite thing. It's like, oh, you didn't even try, so we're not gonna give you anything. We're not gonna give you anything back because you didn't try. And in a conversation, it's like that. You have to yes and. I think it feels that way, and it's just a lot of work. I don't know. I don't think I'm that quick. You know, I've been going on stage for 10 or 15 years, and it's like I still feel real self conscious. I feel real in my head. You know, even though at the open mic, like I do have to like come up with reactions real quick and think on my feet. You know, like one of the things about Carson, like I'm watching Carson, I'm like, why is this guy so compelling to so many people? Why are there people that still talk about this guy? Why is Carson, you know, because everybody talks about these new late night hosts like they're assholes, like Colbert, Kimmel, Fallon. They're all just like fucking childish pieces of shit compared to Carson. And it's like there's some idea that he's so quick. He always comes out with like the right line, like tennis, right? Like he sort of famously was a tennis freak. And it's almost like playing tennis where it's like you have to be real fast to kind of hit it back or something. And I'm like, do I actually have that skill, or do I just want to have that skill or just think I have that skill? You know, like you know, I think part of doing this and being here is like coming to terms with, well, you know, if you're in show business, the idea is you're able to do something that people will pay you to watch. It's that simple. Whatever that may be, you play a song, you sing, you tell jokes, you do something that arrests their attention and gives them delight, makes them feel happy, makes them laugh, makes them cry, whatever it is, makes them feel something, moves them. And if you can't do that, if you can't get, and that these open mics and these rooms are field tests of what holds people's attention. You feel it in the room. You feel when someone is doing something on stage that has that thing, everybody quiets down and watches. And it's like there's other things that they don't do that. There's other things that people start talking, you lose them. You lose the audience, right? You've got the audience eating out of the palm of your hand, or you lose them. It's like it can go either way depending on the night, you know? I don't know how often do you get the feeling of the audience eating out of the palm of your hand? I feel like I've been there, but I don't know that it happens all the time for me. And so in the economic capitalist whatever system we're in, at a certain point I think you just recognize this. There's certain people when they sing, when they play, whatever, it's just magnetizing. And how, you know, you've got to figure out how to do that, or it's just natural, just happens naturally to some, for some people. Some people their voice is just so good. And these are the people that become, like think about somebody like Mariah Carey or like Whitney Houston. It's like their voices are insane. If you heard that voice at an open mic or something, it would definitely blow your mind. It would stand out. Everyone would know. Everyone would be like, "Oh my fucking god, did you hear that hot ass chick hit those notes? She's going to be a star." So when you're seeing all these fucking performers, you're seeing good, you're seeing great, you're seeing really great, you're seeing people that you're seeing, and so it's hard, man. It's hard. There's a lot of people trying to do it, and if you're talking about like once in a generation voices, so think about somebody like Ray Charles or something. Like, did people even have voices like that anymore? If they did, you would find it. Like New York, people are looking. If you have something that like really is unique and hot, like they will find you. There are people looking. What's frustrating is being on the opposite, where it feels like you're working really hard. It's like I've been reading, writing, performing. I feel like I've been working my whole life, even since I was like a fucking teenager. Like everything was about feeding myself art, writing my own stuff, putting on sketches, doing plays, making little movies, watching fucking movies, reading stuff, trying to feed yourself like the right diet of good art. And it just really does feel like it's been pretty much nonstop my whole life. And so to have this like gap where like it's just really embarrassing, frankly. It's embarrassing because everybody sees how much I do. Everybody sees like every fucking week I go and I am super energetic and super positive and super supportive, and everybody sees that. And then they also see that I'm not really getting anywhere. I'm not getting booked on shows. I'm not getting asked to do readings. I'm not really considered one of the poets that matters amongst my peer group. And I've done a lot to help these people. You just feel kind of humiliated when you ask somebody to read and they don't, and it isn't a glad handing thing, or maybe it is, but they only want a glad hand with people that feel like are in the in crowd or something that has clout. Me, I just run this kind of open mic that's full of like the undesirables or something. We'll take, and I mean that affectionately. Speaking as an undesirable, in a certain way, I'm just so angry at our whole fucking society for being the way it is that like my work is a way to just like human catapult myself at the establishment to just try to, do every fucking thing I can with what little power I have to speak truth to power and bring it down and represent myself and my experience in the ways that I feel like get me turned on. Like I get excited by what I can't even read anybody else. I try to pick up other people's books. I'm like, this is fucking boring. Not everybody, there's something like Ashley's book. That book is fucking infinitely, maybe not infinitely, but it's very rereadable. You can pick that because it's fun to read and it's smart. It's surprising. It's rich. But it's challenging, but it's not a chore to fucking, like a lot of poetry, like Robert Pinsky is a fucking chore. And a lot of poetry is just boring people wanting credit for their feelings. And that's fine. But I'm like, I don't know, some smart ass, sarcastic trivia nut or something. But, I mean, and I guess this is just narcissism. But I find my writing, like this poem I read the other day, Euphoric Recall. I read it at the open mic last week or something, a couple weeks ago. And it was written when I watched that Hunter Biden interview, the Channel 5 Hunter Biden. And when I was reading at the open mic, I'm like, this is not hitting with these people. But that's not my fault. I think this is a good poem. Maybe it's impossible for anybody to understand but me. And I guess it's not my right to be the judge of that. It's kind of pathetic to just be like, yeah, my poem is good. I don't care what you say. I'm a major poet. But I do feel like I've got a lot of guts and I care. And I'm speaking from a point of view that really isn't getting any kind of fucking airtime. And I have been for a long time. And I write my fucking truth. And I've studied a lot of this shit. I know. And that's another thing that's pathetic about it. Is I've invested so much time and energy to reading poetry, to learning about it, to worshiping these fucking assholes. And so to be not appreciated or accepted or even like acknowledged as like one of the group is like pretty humiliating. Because it's just like, wow, I've dumped so much fucking time and energy into this. I must be bad at this because, and it's sad to see people that like want to be able to do something so bad and like they're just not good at it. But I don't think that that's what's happening with me. I don't feel like I'm not good at this, actually. I feel like I'm like going over people's heads. I know that's like pathetic to say on the internet in a live stream that nobody watches, but like I do feel like I'm like 10 years ahead of everybody, at least. Like I've been talking about all of the shit that is like crippling our lives for 10 fucking years while everybody was talking about woke stuff, and that's fine. And the way that I work, the video shit, I was way ahead of everybody on that. I've been trying to move literature and poetry into a more approachable space, by doing the fucking YouTube page, by filming readings, by live streaming readings. I'm trying to bring poetry. And I think that's one of the greatest victories of the open mic is like we are bringing poetry to people that do not come in contact with it. Musicians, comedians, people in the audience, whoever, people that are not poets can come to our open mic and they're going to see poetry. Poets are so self-satisfied and they really only care about their little ring and their little social hierarchy of who the fucking in-group is. And unless you get those people to like you, you are pretty much fucked because they have all of the jobs and they're going to give those jobs to their friends if you play ball. And I just don't like that. I just don't think that that is how it should be. Poetry is really not a meritocracy. It is like nepotism. It's like cronyism. It's completely cronyism. It's you blurb me, I'll blurb you. Or what can I get by blurbing you? Or what's mutually beneficial about this? You're nobody. You're a hack. You're a loser. You're ultra. And these poetry readings are very insular. There was an article in the New York Times a few months ago. Jack's dad brought it up. He said they wrote about our open mic at the New York Times. I was like, oh, I didn't know about that. That's pretty cool. So I looked it up, and he was right. I mean, they wrote about this Straight Girl series, which is this chick, Riley Mack, who I don't know. They seem cool, but they're dating Coco Gordon Moore. So it's just more fucking rich elite people writing about their friends. It's not really but the whole article is about how the Brooklyn poetry scene is too stuck up and they're trying to do this they did 12 shows and they're writing an article in the New York Times about it. It's I've done 150 fucking open mics in the same fucking room. And it's I've been fighting this battle for a lot longer. I'm not anti-wokeness, but I want the open mic to not be haranguing people from the get-go about what they can say and not say. I don't want to cramp everybody up front by but a lot of people get off on that. A lot of people want to police and control and exclude, and that's not what I do. I want to include everybody if I can. And it's not because I'm a loser and I'm rejected and I want to. I just think that this is the proper way to practice. These people that get up their own ass and have ego or self-importance about their career, they want to protect that with their life. They are terrified of getting canceled and losing their job. That's why there is wokeness, because it was weaponized by a lot of people that wanted jobs. They want to cancel the white people and get those jobs. And that's fine, and get the grants. They want the grants. They want the money. They want the Prada handbag. They want to go to Venice. They want to stay in a nice hotel and eat in some fucking restaurant where they can have the wine pairing and a natural wine, natural orange wine. That's all they fucking care about. They don't really give a fuck about spreading poetry or enlightenment. They just want to be in their own little, they can feel like they are because they're doing these events that people come to, but it's all just the circle jerk. It's all just the same people reading to each other. And that's fine for them to keep their little culture alive. But to me, to bring somebody in who probably hasn't even heard a fucking poem in 5 years, and a lot of these comedians, they react against it. They're not comfortable with it. They feel ugh. And they have to make fun of it, or, oh, I got to read some poem, or, I got to make fun of poetry, or these people are going to like me because they're poets or whatever. It's you're the insecure one. You're the one it's all in your head. But I think that's a good thing. I've had a bunch of comedians write poetry because of the open mic, not just comedians. Now musicians are seeing poems. Just people in off the street are seeing poems. People came in to drink are seeing poems. It isn't just some fucking fashionista literary glamour party that a bunch of fucking people who are desperate to seem cool want to feel like they're at some hip thing that really has no soul. They seem exclusive now. It's you either have soul or you're trendy. But there's very few things that it seems like soul is anathema to trendy, because that implies some kind of sincerity or heart or something. It's cool people don't really want that. They want to be powerfully indifferent. They want to have power indifference. They don't want to be Bret Easton Ellis characters. And they just want to be super demure and cold. And that's just not who I am. I'm very energetic. I'm very amped up. And I'm frantic because our world is dying quickly. It's the emergency is intensifying. And so what would the point of and even the opportunities to play ball are more and more limited. It's where would you even get a job? What am I going to get a job for Palantir? Look at me, wrong. I spent most of my adult life trying to become unemployable because I hate the system. And it stopped rewarding people like me. There just doesn't seem to be, I can't get a positive reaction on the internet or in real life. My poetry just like bounces off of people. They think it's cringe or like, I don't even know, weak, I guess. But I don't care. I don't know. I do what I believe in. I always have. Like I said, it's a miracle I even got this far. That's what people don't expect. It's like that Leonard Cohen line about why not ask for more, right? He saw a man leaning with his crutch. He said, don't ask for too much. He saw a woman leaning on a door. She said, why not ask for more? I feel like the man on the crutch, whereas I'm surrounded by women who are like telling me I'm not asking for enough. Like, oh, you only make X amount of dollars doing this? Oh, you mean it's not like a real, it's like, well, how much do you fucking make doing an open mic every week? Is anybody out there making money from their open mics? Like, because I make money. It's my job. I mean, it might not be like a living wage or something, but like I am making fucking money. I'm not just doing it to be nice. Like, maybe it's not like some huge fucking business or something where I'm like, fucking billionaire or something, but like, let's see anybody else build their own fucking reading series where they make any money at all. Like, it's getting harder and harder to turn performance into income. It feels like we're in like a pay to play world, So I've tried to figure out a way where I can see as many acts as possible at my own kind of home field. I get paid to be on stage and practice being a host, practice thinking on my feet, practice running a show, sculpting it, envisioning thing, coming up with material, executing it, coming up with bits, coming up with fucking opening, coming up with whatever the hell it is, interacting with all these people. Maybe I don't own a fucking bookstore or something, but it's practically the same thing as far as I'm concerned. And maybe even better because I'm not just selling people like a product. I'm not just selling people like some like consumer collecting fucking bullshit. Like, oh, I just need more stuff. Like, we're not selling people stuff. We're not co-opting literature to make money off of it. We are helping people realize their dreams and self-realize, by getting in front of an audience, by facing the fucking fire, by putting yourself into the fire. You're not some person in an MFA program in a fucking classroom somewhere. Like, you're in front of 50 people putting your ass on the line. I think that's honorable. It's a shame that we don't get more credit. All these people in academic fucking positions and shit are just at one long endless cocktail party full of hors d'oeuvres, and we are living hand to mouth, and just hard scrabble trying to fucking scrape anything together we can. It's hard. It's been hard to even get that. You know what I mean? It's not that easy to just walk into a place and set something up and have it work. Who knows why stuff works? You try a lot of things and then certain things hit. And then you're hot for a little while and then it kind of normalizes and you become stale and there's a backlash, but then you keep going and you endure, and then you enter a new era. People see you've been doing it for a while. They realize like you're a fact of life. They see what you're doing. They see that it's about consistency. It's about, to me, I do like the idea of committing to one thing. I have a show in Manhattan. What could be fucking more exciting than that? And I get to have tons of guests. I get to have every guest. I wouldn't want to just book a few people. I'm always trying to get as many people into the show as possible. When I was booking shows, at Young Ethel's, it's like I'd have a few comedians, I'd have a few musical acts, some poetry, get a stew going on. And I get it. Like, just because I do that, no one is obligated to like reciprocate. Hello. Okay, when are you going to be here, do you think? Okay, good. Can you bring Well, okay, all right. Well, I'll see you then. Okay. Okay, love you too. Goodbye. So Ashley will be here in an hour, but I'm going to get off pretty soon because I have been yapping for 5.5 hours. This has been a marathon. It's been a while since I've been on this much. Yeah, like I said, I get it. People don't have to reciprocate. That's not how it works. That is a cruel truth of this. Is like people ask you to be a part of something if you do a good job, or they think you do a good job. Uh, I don't know. I do feel like I've got this kind of like grungy, smart, or I don't know, antagonistic, I don't know, crummy, like defiantly crummy. Like I want to emphasize how crummy things are as it's like a religious thing. It's like, poverty. It's like fucking Holy Grail, right? In Holy Grail, or not Holy Grail, Last Crusade, Indiana Jones and Last Crusade. He goes into the temple of the Knights Templar in Jordan, and there's all the cups, right? And he's trying to find Jesus's cup, right? And there's all these gold cups with jewels, and they're shining, and they're all fucking, they're all wealthy ass, rich ass, expensive ass, ornate, fit for a king, right? All these cups are all, like something royalty would drink out of. And so, what is the cup that is Jesus's cup? And Indiana Jones has the insight to see this. It's the shitty cup. It's the one that looks like some little ceramic fucking mummy piece of shit or something. Like, it's not ornate, it's not embossed, it's not gold, there's no jewels. It's a little muddy piece of shit. And it's like, that is Jesus's cup. That is the cup of eternal life. And I don't know. I feel like psychologically married to poverty or something. It's just like, it's easier. It's the easiest way to be free, I guess, is to just be like, or it has been, the walls are closing in, for my life, at least for the last, since 2012, I've tried to live outside the hourly wage prison. I've been lucky to be a videographer and have cheap rent for a while. And I've just been trying to catch as catch can to keep that going. And it's feeling like impossible. It's feeling like we're reaching the end. I thought I would break through. The idea was I will have a low overhead lifestyle making art until I become a big thing and get money, and then I will be secure financially. And I thought that would happen through vlogging. Really, I thought my vlogs would catch on and people would really be into this sort of romantic poet, vlogger, adventurer in the city character who's in show business, who blah, blah, blah. Turns out I was wrong, or I didn't frame it properly or something. I'm not Casey Neistat. I didn't really vlog out like I should have. But I'm also not a podcast success. I'm not. There's been this gold rush of Come Town or neoliberal hell or whatever it is. There's tons of people with Red Scare. The podcasts were sort of a way in. That also didn't work. People don't like to watch me jabber for 6 hours about how I'm a failure on the internet for some reason. I don't know why. Odd. And then my poetry, kind of same deal. It just sort of, I don't really have a whole lot of champions. Ashley used to be a lot more supportive. She sort of stopped, being supportive in a way. Not that I don't need her to be, that's part of my problem is like I had a life as a poet where like I was reading, I was getting enthusiastic response. I had fans. People were buying my chapbook, and it does feel like I just sort of had to put all of that away because of Ashley and just let her. She's been living that life. She's out selling her book, doing readings, hobnobbing, and I'm not. I feel like as a white man in some way, that's like karma for me. Like that was the best thing I could do as a white man was just like sublimate my own whatever effort into her, and trying to like sort of like, and like I haven't had that, huge of an effect, but like I definitely helped her. I'd say about 15%, I gave her about 15% of what she needed. That sounds insane, but like that's how we've been trained to think for the last 10 years. Like if you're a white person, you're evil. People don't really talk about that so much since Trump came back. Now we're all just like in this weird kind of like uh watching and waiting, just kind of impending, like we're bracing or something. Culture societally, it feels like we're like the left is just like speechless, I guess, in a way. It feels that way, like the left is just speechless. And but also societally, people were believing that about white guys and telling us that, like, hey, you have it all, and you're toxic, and like you're just you're not. It's not about you anymore. You're gonna have to like disappear for a generation or two or who knows. And so, it's not as simple like as I'm just like a failure, you know? Like right when I really started going, the whole culture just like took a nosedive because Trump got elected. And everybody who's interested in poetry became obsessed with identity politics. And not just poetry, but any kind of like well-meaning liberal arts thing. That's what liberal arts is. It's people that have empathy. It's marginalized people. And I'm fine with that. I'm comfortable with that. But it was no fun to be the villain for basically 8 years. And at the same time, have everybody tell you like you're a failure, you're a broke ass, you're unpublished, like you're just looked at as like all these women are succeeding. Why aren't you succeeding? We're doing it. We're getting published. Somebody had a tweet on Ashley's Twitter, publication gap relationship. I guess you would say I'm in a publication gap relationship. Ashley's got a book. That's what her dad said when I said something about how, proud of her I was. He's like, "What about you?" I know she's good. What about you? Where's your fucking book? It's like, not that anybody was ever going to publish my book. Really, I don't know. It's like everything that uh, I thought was cool about my identity or whatever suddenly became like uh, disqualified or just like the ick. It became ick. You're bro it. You're right broetry. And like I do write poetry from a male perspective because that's who the fuck I am. And maybe I am like not sensitive enough or queer enough or vulnerable enough. Maybe I'm not enough like fucking Ocean Vuong. Poetry has become like a filter for like white people's guilt. It's like a place where they can go and like feel like they're, doing something like compassionate or like it's absolving them of their racism or something. I'm going to go and support multiculturalism in the arts, and that's going to make me like less racist, less guilty, or at least it's the best I can do. So we're going to victimize, all these young guys so we can feel like we're, or, performatively like exclude them. Or maybe not, it was sort of just like this silent thing that happened. It was just like white guys just sort of like disappeared or retreated while, multicultural voices were fast tracked, promoted. And so, yeah, there is this fucking like, gap or whatever, but it's not, I don't know. It's not, to be fair, I don't send my work out. I'm not obsessed with publishing. It's something that I really don't even really think about. I don't care about it really. I mean, I guess that's partially because of, the woke era made it feel like you are not going to get published. And so you just kind of accepted that and you're like, I'll just publish my own shit. This is my way of like, accepting what needs to be done to rectify our karmic, the karmic transgressions and crimes of my ancestors as a white man in this country, this stolen land. I'm the one that has to fucking like pay for that. Because the internet says so, because people on Twitter say so. And I think everybody kind of, I mean, even people that would try to ignore that narrative or something, I mean, there was just kind of like a mass, soft cancellation. People were afraid of getting canceled, but it's like, in a way, everybody got canceled. That's like being canceled in advance, even if you didn't do anything. It's just like, well, we are not going to publish any white guys at all because we fucked up. All we did was publish white guys for centuries. And so now, we have to pretend like, oh, fuck, actually, wait a minute. We're super progressive. We look at our book covers. Look at how fucking like bisexual the lighting is. Everything's like, looks like a fucking, fruit basket now. Everything looks like a fucking kente cloth because we are like, because of George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, we're like we're renouncing our whiteness. It's just been so gross to watch that for 10 years. And to see the people that did that get ahead. People that are really not interesting writers, they got all of the jobs because they fit they're gay or they're whatever, not white. And so what are we supposed to do? We can't get any jobs. Am I supposed to go be a finance bro? Should I just invest in crypto? If I actually wanted to get rich, that's probably what the fuck I would do. It just doesn't seem like there is any other way. Just put some money in something completely asinine and retarded, like some stupid crypto shit. And that's probably, you probably have as much chance doing that as anything else. I don't know. I mean, I guess you just have to have writing that moves people. It's pretty much as simple as that. And you have to shape it for publication and get it out to people. You have to give them one little half page of something that is going to grip them and move them around emotionally and leave them wanting more and just gasping at your genius. That's what you're supposed to do as a writer. You're not supposed to throw a bunch of confusing, amateuristic crap that just stream of consciousness, unedited, no punctuation, no grammar. That's not very respectful. Time is money. People don't have time to read that shit. They don't have time to decipher what the fuck you're talking about or what you even meant. They got to go back to work. They need to listen to some fucking podcast. They need to get back on fucking scrolling. And so I don't know. I don't really think of myself as like an artistic failure. I think of myself as like a giant that just like nobody, there's no audience. There's no fucking audience. The people with, the people who are allowed to be creatives are already rich, so they don't have any fucking taste. Like this guy Skydance guy, the Ellison guy. It's like that guy has no business running that company. He's just a rich kid whose daddy bought it for him. Like every goddamn thing now. We're in a world run by like people's spoiled, privileged son. We're being run by like spoiled rich kids. Little daddies, inbred little fucking retards. Because they never had to fucking struggle. They never had to fucking work a real job. They couldn't do it. I think it would be mind-blowing to them if they, like there was this thing, I saw this thing, Charles Barkley didn't know what a mortgage was. There's this clip of Charles Barkley talking about all of his friends were rich. So none of them had a fucking mortgage. So he didn't even know what it was. It's like that in a nutshell is the problem. Is like our society is taken over and completely 100% controlled by people like that who are highly successful in their field or whatever. They're born high, their parents were highly successful in their field. And so they really don't know what it's like for us. They don't understand that like you cannot afford to live anymore. They don't get that. They're all billionaires. It's been so fucking long since there's been any sense of scarcity. You or I, every fucking thing I do, it's like, oh my God, can I spend $12 on a burrito bowl or should I get the $6 Wendy? I should probably get the $6 value meal because, my teeth are destroyed and I have no job and, I couldn't possibly afford anywhere to live because housing is so expensive. And, I like being the designated fucking broke ass in New York, but I'm also so fucking sick of being around rich people who think that they're cool because they're not cool. And they're not artists either. They're just dilettantes. I'm surrounded by fucking dilettantes. This city used to be full of artists. Not that I was here for that. That's what I heard. And now it's full of a bunch of wannabe artists like Seven Souls Deep, who really is only about, I'd say Seven Souls Deep is about half a soul deep, if that. Probably not even that deep. Maybe a quarter of a soul deep. There are not 7 souls to 7 souls deep, okay? 7 souls deep is about a fraction of one soul. I mean, I've always been a bad artist, even as a kid. You know, this is something I'm kind of trying to come to terms with and just amp it up and put it in people's faces as much as I can. Because honestly, I think they're bad. The people that get booked, the people that get appreciated by these audiences that don't know anything, that are very like middle of the road, like they don't know what the fuck they're seeing. Like in that movie, there's only 5 or 6 people in the world that know anything about painting. And so it's hard out here for a pimp. It's hard to keep going because you're just like, I don't think I'm bad. I think I'm brave. You know, people don't really realize like how discouraged it's been the last 10 years, how discouraging everything has been, but particularly for men. The culture just feels like justified. Even when guys try to do something, it's like it's performative reading. They're doing, like, I saw they had this like performative man contest in Chicago, and every single guy has a book. It's like, on the one hand, all these women are complaining because there's no men that read. Reading is sexy. On the other hand, anybody that tries to, it's performative. You get made fun of if you try to fucking read, or if you are reading. It's like, oh, it's performative. Or it's like, oh, you think you're a writer. Like, oh, we just need more of that, more white guy shit. Are you published? No. Well, you're just shit, you know, so fuck you. And it's like, you want us to be literate. There was an op-ed in the New York Times, attention men, reading is sexy, about how like this is one of the reasons why there's no hot guys anymore, because they don't read. Everybody's a fucking incel video game loser. It's like, well, you're making fun of us or you're not including us. You know, it's like suddenly there's all this concern about like, where are all the literary men? It's like, you spent the last fucking 10 years like using them as a punching bag. That was the whole fucking, there was an intersectionality between white women and everybody they wanted to co-opt to like get back at guys they hooked up with who called them fat or something. That's really what this is about. Like, women felt bad because men said they had cellulite in their ass in the early 2010s or the 2000s. And so I heard somebody say nobody benefits more from DEI than white women. I think that's true. Like, white women love to act like they're one of the oppressed groups. And in my lifetime, I just don't think that's true. I think millennial white women, maybe in the 90s or the early years, like things were not great with body shaming or this or that, but like they've definitely had a pretty good run, if you ask me. Compared to the guys, the millennial women did pretty good. And Gen Z women, there are, you know, they are part of the marginalized community. They can use that card. As a woman, as a white woman, you can be like, I'm oppressed. I'm intersectional with all the queer people, and the gays are my friends. And I go to Pride every year because I'm so, why can't my gay, best friend get married to his gay? That's oppression. And I'm fine with that, but we're the bad guys, and it's like, you are white, like, and you're a fucking woman. Like, there's probably people going out of their way to fucking like give you free shit, give you a job. You're better educated. You get scholarships because you're fucking marginalized. Women read more than men. It's like, yeah, there's a reason why, because they've disincentivized it for men. They tell all the men to go to fucking trade school now. It's like, if you're a man, you should just go to trade school. College is a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's like, well, the women are going to college. They're getting educated. They're getting these white collar email jobs. They're getting fucking, DEI. We are not getting DEI. And at the same time, they're telling us how fucking oppressed they are and how toxic we are. it's like these fucking white women have it both ways, where it's like they love to act like they're fucking, victims. They're victims of sexual whatever, misconduct. They're victims of whatever, catcalling. It's the world's tiniest violin. Not that women don't have it hard, but I'm not saying that it's like all fucking sunshine and roses for them. There's a lot of, there's reasons why there's like this kind of militant, vengeful, kind of like vindicated attitude. But I just don't see, it just doesn't feel like there's going to be any unity going forward. And I don't even know how to cooperate with that, because I don't think people do want to go back to the woke politics. I think the first time Trump got elected, we were still living in a world where that was possible. We all still had a life that was still kind of like normal. We could afford it. Things were sort of cheap-ish. And so we used that privilege to perform this wokeness where we beat each other up and we beat ourselves up for a decade because we thought that was the way. Trump represents every fucking white, patriarchal, male, cis thing, capitalist, landlord, you name it, Nepo, whatever the fuck. So the obvious thing to do was we're going to do the opposite of him. Everything's going to be fucking moonlight, And we're going to act like it's always been that way somehow, if we're fucking these big organizations or whatever. For Colbert. I mean, look at Colbert. To be honest, it sucked. It sucked. It was forced and it sucked. The work was not good. And it was just, even the people that made it, I don't think really that was us spending like our cultural capital and our cultural surplus. White people felt comfortable enough to do that. They felt like they had the privilege to be like, oh, white people suck. I'm going to read Roxane Gay and I'm going to read Ta-Nehisi Coates and I'm going to be Mr. fucking woke. And everything on Broadway is going to be fucking Hamilton and Slave Play and fucking and everything in the movies. And now look at it. They just did everything, just went right back to, they never cared. These people never fucking cared. They were just trying to appear like they cared because they want accolades. They want to feel like, they're heroic and they're righteous and they're fighting like racism and fighting for civil rights. But they did it through this very calculated, like cherry picking way. The left was, it was like, that was the only people that affected. The people on the right didn't care. The white people didn't care. A lot of people of color didn't care. But if you were in any kind of like liberal space, well, suddenly we got to fire Al Franken. He's got to resign. It's like it didn't affect any of the Republicans. They didn't get fucking Me Too'd. It only affects Kamala or Hillary or Biden. Trump can be on Epstein's jet and go to the island and be buddies with Epstein and doesn't even ever matter. Ever. Whereas like Al Franken, oh my God, he made a gag about how he was groping this woman in a joke picture 15 fucking years ago. And so we got to make an example out of him. It's just like, let's shoot ourselves in the foot for no fucking reason. That's all the wokeness was like, I am white, I'm bad, so I'm going to hurt myself. It's like, that didn't do shit. It gave a lot of people jobs that they wanted, that they were super ambitious about and super cutthroat about, because that's our society now. Everybody's pitted against each other for clout, for position, for any kind of material gain whatsoever they can get from something they want to do. If you can make money from poetry, of course you're going to want to do that rather than fucking working in a restaurant or some kind of awful manual labor shit. So people will use any advantage they can get. And so you have a lot of materialistic fucking people that got a lot of free shit and got a lot of clout and got a lot of attention and got a lot of followers. And the rest of us just got shit on. We were the scapegoat or the fall guy. How did I even start talking about this? Oh yeah, how I'm a failure. I mean, I feel, and this might sound arrogant, I feel like I'm as smart as anybody that I've met, really. And I rely on intelligence too much. It's something that I do feel like is my strong suit or something, from a young age. It's something that like worked for me or got me attention or whatever. But, I wasn't good in school or I didn't try in school, whatever, And so you're constantly going back and forth like, well, am I, you know, you don't want to overestimate your intelligence or something. And New York is full of really fucking smart people, who went to fucking really good schools. And so, for me, there is like a insecurity, I guess, about how smart are you really? Am I dumb? Am I thinking that I'm like this fucking super smart person and I'm really just like uh overestimating that? I suppose probably most of us do at this day and age. Nobody wants to think that they're dumb. Uh, and everybody thinks that they're smart, I guess, or wants to be smart. Maybe I feel like maybe I use my brain too much when I'm writing. My writing isn't like from the heart enough. I'm not like writing like I don't even know if I know how to do that. Like I feel like I do get like ideas and I try to and it doesn't work that way. A lot of times when you have an idea or a concept about something you want to do, a lot of times it doesn't work because you're trying to force it. There's a lot of things that come from your brain that are like they just don't sit with people because the audience reacts with like this. They react with their gut, they react with their heart. The hair stands on the back of their neck. They're not really thinking. And I think, I don't think people are comfortable being like in a thought space in a lot of ways. Or I don't know, if you're an entertainer, it's like comedy is sort of the marriage where like you're in a thought space, but like people are feeling something because they're laughing. So you're making people feel. It's not just like this dry intellectual explanation. And it's like, am I autistic or something? Why do I analyze stuff so much? Why am I not connecting with these audiences? Why am I not moving people? Or even like, with this, it's like, how often do I do this? I've done this for years where I get on and I talk my fucking heart out about what I really believe to the best of my ability. And it just feels like I'm not really, I certainly am not having the impact that a lot of these people on TikTok are having, or somebody like fucking, a lot of these podcasters are having. Like, am I not effective at this? Like I'd like to think that I'm like this talented pundit talker, commentator. And I'm not just another fucking dude with a microphone. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing this for literally 10 fucking years plus. You know, even though a bunch of bros just started yapping or whatever, I do take this seriously as a form, and it's one of my predominant interests as an experimental kind of artist is long form verbal composition. I do take it seriously. And so it's like I just feel like there isn't a serious audience for me. You know, like the people that are serious, I'm not impressive to them. And the people that are like I'm going over their heads, like they're just bored or something. They clicked out a long time ago. And it's like my poetry, it's kind of it's like I don't feel like I write these lines that really like dig into people and like punch them and with like some kind of like punchy truth. I think it's kind of cheap when people do that. But it works. And some people are really good at it. And honestly, that's what people are looking for with poetry. They are looking for like a punchy truth. And if you can't get to that, are you really doing it? For me, I guess I am just trying to like explain what's inside of me. If I have a notion or a feeling, I do want to like impress it onto this or onto something kind of exterior that is kind of like part of what I think my art form is. You know, so like whatever I think goes into my poetry. Is it a poem? I feel like I don't really write poems. I write poetry. And I don't even know if I write that, you know. I think of it as like kind of like an avant-garde, you know, stripped down form of poetry without like rhetorical hyper compression, or you know, a lot of poetry has this kind of like sing-song music that you need to kind of like bind your thing in a whatever. It doesn't have to be old fashioned like that Eminem thing. That has a music that's very modern. It feels very contemporary, but it is very musical. And so it's like, well, if you're not doing that, are you really a good poet? If you're not strengthening your you know, that's what's so hard about being an artist is like there's all of these different fucking levels that are happening at once, and you do have to find a way to like fill all of them. Pacing, interests, the content, mastery of the language, the vocabulary, whatever it is, the music, the rhyme, narrative, you know, surprise. There's a lot of things you have to do, and you have to just make it like pleasant and pleasurable too. If it's not pleasurable, people are just going to be like, I don't want to listen to this. It's making me uncomfortable. I don't know. I feel like I do say a lot of important things that need to be said. And the thing, it's not that people don't want to think, but like, there's something just like not fun and kind of off-putting and like a party pooper. The way that I like this, a lot of the things that I'm interested in doing, I just feel like a party pooper, especially to women. Women are just like, oh, that's not fun. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see Hulk Hogan impression. I don't want to see, you know, Charles Clifford jokes or Jim Belushi jokes. I don't know how to connect with those people. You know, I don't know how to connect. And so I'm trying to come to terms with like what that means. Like, does that mean I'm just not working hard enough? You know, is it a compromise to like simplify what I'm doing or try to like write? I couldn't even do that. You know, if I tried to write like a fucking slam poem or something, like I literally don't think I could do it. The idea that somebody would give like a fucking numerical rating after you do a reading is like nuts to me. Like in slam poetry, they give you like a fucking like a score. That's absolutely insane to me. You know, and shit that works in person out loud does not, you know, a lot of things times something can be like not a good piece of writing at all and it works out loud. This guy, I went to the KGB open mic contests in like 2017 or 18 before the pandemic, way before the open mic in the Red Room. They used to do an open mic every year and they would score it. And whoever won got to read on the Monday series. And so I went a few years. I never placed ever. I never won or anything. Never was a runner up. This guy came in. He was not a poet. He's just like some fucking dude that walked in the street. He was hammered. This Indian guy. Was he a comedian? I don't know. But he went up. He's not a poet. He went up and he read. And it's like, he didn't read anything. He read some shit that was super like a bunch of platitudes, but he was wasted and he wasn't nervous because he didn't know what this was. He just thought it was some stupid poetry open mic, and he killed the whole. This is the yearly open mic that like, people come out to like score and shit. Everybody's got a piece of paper. They're rating the other poets. It's like this guy was like one of the runners up or something. It's like this dude is not even a poet. What he's reading is just a bunch of banal bullshit. It's like it's not even a fucking poem. It's just like he's super energetic and charged up because he's wasted and like he's not nervous about this at all because he doesn't write poetry. And so it's like, it's pretty common for people. Does that make something good? If you get up in front of an audience and they all like it, does that mean you did a good job and it was good? Is the audience ever wrong? I mean, I don't know. I try to support all of the artists that come to the open mic, but to be honest, like most of them are not my cup of tea. And I think they get over with the audience by being digestible and understandable and easy. It's like you've got to make it as easy as possible for the audience to like you. And I do feel like I have so much anxiety against the audience that it comes out. But that's after years and years of like, not really reaching people the way that I want to. Anytime I do something that I believe in or something, it's just like nobody gets it. And so that's frustrating. It's like how far can you take that? It's like, is it me? What the hell is it? I don't know. I don't know. Do I need to work on myself? Is there some kind of inner healing I need to do? Do I need to do meditation? How do you center anymore? The world just seems so fucking emergency. And our material circumstances in life are increasing our stress. Losing your health insurance, not being able to afford a place to live, having to work to death to afford anything. It's all maximizing our fucking stress levels to kill us, frankly, to keep us sick and desperate. And I don't know. Maybe that's a talent in and of itself, I guess. It's just weird because I always feel like I connect with people like as a person. I do feel like I have great stage presence and like audience. I do like make an impression on people. I do feel that. It's not like I get up on stage and I like am just like a hopeless like clumsy. Like I do try to go into it with smart ideas and execute and do the funniest thing I can think of and do the most topical thing I can think of and do the most, you know, satisfying thing for me to do, the most exciting thing for me to do. But I also do just, I like Ishtar. Why do I like all these movies that other people think are horrible? Or why am I interested in this art that nobody else cares about? Like my tabs here, I've got NBC The Tonight Show, Johnny Carson 1971, Joe Franklin, guest Andy Devine 1976, WWF 1886 arena shows mix, 10 plus hours stream. Uh The Last Detail. I watched Jay Leno fucking Tonight shows from the 90s as like sort of an ironic joke. Late Night is Dying, right? My poem Diet Soup, the first line in Diet Soup, Late Night is Dying. That was last October I wrote that line. I think being a poet means seeing the future. It means tapping into the kind of like, telepathic in between world. And I don't know. I guess that's what bad artists tell themselves is like, maybe I'm Van Gogh and like people will really only get me after I'm gone. Poetry is full of examples of that. Emily Dickinson, right? Rimbaud, they didn't even really publish Rimbaud till 50 years after he died. He went to Paris and caused this kind of like storm and uproar. He was an upstart crow. But I think they were impressed with him. I do think that they thought Rimbaud was like, the real deal, even though he was sort of a nuisance and they banished him or whatever. He didn't really get along with the Paris literary set. And I don't necessarily want to play into that cliche, but it's like, am I just like some kind of Rimbaud cliche? My whole body of work and effort is just some kind of like 30th generation regurgitated systematic derangement of the senses, and I relate to Rambo a lot. I mean, perhaps unsurprisingly, as a white man, I feel like his story and upbringing, where he came from, where he went to, I feel like I relate to that. He was sort of from this provincial French place. He went to Paris. He was sort of like a gifted whatever kid in school, but was also right like an enfant terrible, and his style was sort of set on destroying the sense of order and decorum. And I relate to all that. I suppose in a way that's the biggest cliche you can be as a male poet, whatever. This sort of like little prince enfant terrible, tantrum, little boy lost. He likes to live dangerously, brags of his misery. Whatever the hell that line is, right? Like Bob Dylan is totally like a Rambo fuck boy. And a long line of Rambo fuckboys. Kerouac, another one. I mean, Kerouac spoke French, for Christ's sake. So what's another fucking, fresh young voice from the plains? Come to the big city to make their mark. And just getting laughed out. I was watching this video, Aerosmith. Joe Perry and probably the bass player, one of the other guys, not Steven Tyler. We're talking about how it took them 15 years to get accepted in New York. Aerosmith would come down from Boston. They'd open for whoever, and they never really got, people in New York really didn't like Aerosmith. There is something about the New York audience. It's hard to crack. They're kind of like waiting to be impressed, and they're not easily impressed. And to some degree, it almost feels like you have to have success somewhere else. You know, I mean, like I said, everybody for the last decade has had all their head up their ass with like woke politics. So it's been embarrassing watching like old white people fawn over like young queer people of color, because it's just dehumanizing. It's objectifying them. It's using them as like, you know, bargaining chips in your own little career. It's just more your, you know, self promotion, really. That's all everything is now, is just fucking self promotion. Nobody really does anything for anybody else unless they want something back. We can't afford to, you know, nobody can afford to fucking, nobody has anything extra. Nobody has anything to give. Nobody can cook for each other or spend time with each other. We're all on our fucking phones. And so, why did I start talking about Rambo? Well, he wasn't published till 50 years after he died, really. You know, it's like they found a bunch of shit, and that's sort of when it, I mean, I guess that's not strictly true. I'm sure the people of the day saw what he was doing and were, you know, like fucking Mallarmé. Did Baudelaire know about Rambo? You know, it wasn't like he was just some fucking failure. You know, he wasn't just some loser that nobody paid attention to. Did Rambo get booked on readings? Did his friends publish them in their zines? I mean, you know, he's another bad role model because his life was full of hell-raising, kind of torturous difficulty, you know, his whole Verlaine thing and getting shot or shooting him. And, you know, it's like the turbulence and the debauchery is like a big part of it. The poet Maudette or whatever kind of character. You know, part to me, I don't know. Maybe I had all the wrong role models. I think wokeness, that whole era, forced me into a position where I had to adopt this kind of like antisocial personality. It just felt like I was confronted with the literary world in this city finally, and like seeing them all be like performative and not giving a fucking shit about me. You know, very little people like reached out to help me in any kind of significant way or include me or anything. And that's not just readings. That's just like just even being nice to like have a fucking conversation or encourage somebody's writing or something. And like I do think a lot of that was because I'm not, you know, these people at that time people thought white guys are bad. But if you're anything else like Ashley, you know, they want to help Ashley. That's not a bad thing, but it's different. You know, the circumstance, I'm not saying she's not a hugely talented person. She deserves everything she has, definitely. But it's also easier for them to pick her out and to make those choices because they want to help her, because they think that it's like progressive and like they get karma points for it. It's not just her. It's every single one of these fucking like young, whatever, not white people. And so I don't know. I identified with these kind of like antisocial rascal kind of rapscallion Baudelaire, Rambo, mean mugging, giving people the stink face. Baudelaire's like a human stink face. And even Kerouac, I read this Tom Clark biography of Jack Kerouac that was all about how he fucking despised like the hypocrisy of these New York publishers, and he wasn't really taken seriously as a writer by people in New York, and they kind of, his friends were kind of more successful than him. Corso, Ginsberg were actually kind of more successful than him until On the Road happened. He was kind of like the loser of the group. And he was kind of like, at least that's what this biography says. I'm not really sure how accurate it is. But that, I read that and I thought, okay, well, that must be where I'm at, because I'm in New York. I'm surrounded by the kind of like maelstrom of like wokeness. I'm right in the center of it. Not that it was, like I said, it was an important thing. And it was, in a way, it was worth it or necessary to go through all of this. Just as a way to do the right thing and to be a good fucking person. To step aside, to help other people get their voices out, to help people be heard, to support rather than, make it be all about you. And even now, it's like I've been a passive kind of like, secondary character for so long that like I'm fine with that. I don't expect or like anticipate that I'm ever going to be like the main event of anything. It just doesn't seem to be I don't know. Just doesn't seem to be what's going to happen. I just don't, no one connects with this, I don't know why. Maybe it's a bad idea to do this. Why am I even doing this? Why am I on the internet talking in like great detail about this kind of like personal shortcomings or something, and doing it in this way that's like I'm sort of like calling out wokeness? It's like this is all something that, and now it's like I feel like I've gotten all these New York poetry people to hate me, or like at least just like feel awkward around me. But in a certain way, I don't know. I feel like that's all I can do. It's like I spent so many years like turning on the fucking spit and waiting only to sort of just like not make it. And so what can I do? The human beings, we have to just like take ownership and sympathize with our own reality. And so what I'm starting to do is just like, I don't know what I was thinking. I thought that I don't know how, but I guess I thought that I would become part of like, New York literary poetry, circle, and I'd get into the whatever publication, or I don't, like I said, I don't know how that stuff happens, because none of it has happened for me. No one looks at my book and they're like, oh, fuck, we need to do a 6x6 of you. We need a UDP chapbook of you. Cave Canem wants to put out a fucking chapbook, or, there's just not, Poetry Society of America doesn't want to give me a discovery award or anything. Like, in a certain way, my writing is meant to be like outside of all of that shit. I relate and I sympathize with people like Harvey P. Carr or something, who like, he was a fucking janitor and like he published his own comic, or John Porcellino or whatever. These poetry people who hide in their ivory tower and who don't really want to socialize or engage with like the rabble. They think they're above all of that, you know. They don't want to come to the open mic. They don't want to read on the open mic. That's for fucking like trash. Like they've got their fancy fucking event at, you know, Poets House or Asian American Writers Workshop or Poetry Society of America or some fucking stupid bookstore. I mean, is this just sad and pathetic and just like totally obvious to everybody that it's just like this is just what a fucking mediocre loser does? Because they're, you know, it's all about talent, obviously, and like publications are the proof of talent. You know, how much people talk about you on Twitter, and are you on Dennis Cooper's blog? You know, are you alt lit famous? Did you get published in New York Tyrant? Did you go to the workshops in Italy? Well, then you're not worth fucking, you know. Did you go to Confessions? Did you read at Sov House or fucking St. Dimphnas? Are you on Hobart? Are you in the Drift? People just want a hobby. You know, literature is just like their hobby. I mean, it is their reason for living, but like I said, I just don't think there's that many qualified readers. Everybody's into their own weird little thing. And I was having a conversation. I met this really interesting poet at New York Poetry Festival. They were helping me with the stage. They were like kind of my assistant or stagehand or whatever you want to call it. And they were interesting. They were talking about how they hiked the Appalachian Trail, and they, you know, they were very, you could tell that they were just very like, they said something about, they were journalists, I think, and they were talking about how they always get published and people are always talking about how their writing is so good and blah, blah, blah. And their poetry is so good and people are like, they want to publish them. And, you know, they were fucking smart and their poetry was pretty good. And I got it. I was like, this makes sense. Like, this person's cool. And they're smart as hell. They went to Berkeley or something. I don't remember exactly all the details. But they took a look at my chat book. We were talking about Sharon Olds. I think they said they liked Sharon Olds. And I think they mentioned because we were talking about who we liked and blah, 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 what poets we liked. She was talking about Sharon Olds and I think Mary Oliver. I can't remember which Mary. I get Mary Oliver and Mary Ruefle mixed up. But I think she said Mary Oliver. And so anyway, she looked at my book. I think I gave her one of my books, City Life. She looked at City Life. She liked Duck Sauce, which was the one that Don Yorty liked. And she said something about, because Eileen Miles was supposed to be the feature on that day. And she said something about how she thought, I don't think she like loved my book. She said something about how she thought Eileen Miles and myself were writing like a more evolved version of what she does or like what Sharon Olds does or whatever. And I was like, I think that was like a polite way of saying like, this is not really my thing, but I see what you are studying and imitating and like what. And I thought that was kind of an interesting and like, you know, fair way, nice way of saying this is a bunch of fucking postmodern bullshit. Because it's like, I guess I did feel that way about like New York school stuff. When I read Snowflake or Ted Berrigan stuff, when I first moved to New York, I really didn't get it. I thought it was kind of a bunch of bullshit. It just seemed like it wasn't poetry or something. Well, the Ted Berrigan stuff seemed like it wasn't poetry. The Eileen Miles stuff just seemed like very truncated to the point that like it just made no sense and like there was nothing that I really wanted. I was used to reading, fucking Stanley Kunitz and shit like that. I still think that's kind of Stanley Kunitz is kind of like the sweet spot for kind of sentimental, legible Prairie Home Companion style poetry, Writer's Almanac style poetry. Like, I like Stanley Kunitz. I do like Stanley Kunitz, but it's very sincere and metaphorical and, emotionally, uh, it's not making fun of emotion. It's honoring the emotion. It's fulfilling the emotion. And I do think that I sort of became immature or allergic to that. I stopped having patience for that. When I started to become a pothead or something, I stopped having these kind of like slow, sad, deep, feelings. I started to become more in the head and frantic and kind of jabbering and just trying to, but also, hitting the payload occasionally, emotionally, fun wise. It all became about fun and feeling good, you know, uh, in like, I don't know, I guess a more obvious, like happy way, not just like, like a Kunitz poem, I think can make you feel good, but it's like, it's a different feeling. It's this more kind of like slow. And I think that is what people are looking for in poetry, like women, that's why women are drawn to it, because it is like this feeling, emotional, slow, calm. It's like getting a massage or putting on like therapy candles. It's like a spa day. Oh, we're going to read some poetry, drink wine, drink red wine. We're going to get the typewriter out. We're going to prance around. And I think what that means is like I've internalized a lot of style by just like reading tons of shit. That's why I feel like pathetic. I feel so exposed. Like I own all these books. I spent so much time. I'm so like literature was like this, you know, meaningful, hopeful, like we just worshiped it, bookstores and buying books, and you want to identify with that and be smart uh and so it's like, it's kind of embarrassing to fail at that. uh so I've read all this, I internalized all this style from like 2016, 17. That's when I started to I felt like I had to evolve or something stylistically in order to like, I don't know, I'm not sure why. uh but also my mind was changing, my life was changing. I saw this thing the other day about why there are no major novelists in Russia or something. I forget where, but it was like, there's nowhere to sit. So all the writers go and they sit on park benches, and, you can do fragmentary work there, but you can't really write like a sustained. And to be fair, like that is why my work is so fragmentary, because I have to. That's Ashley. Ashley's back. I have to write it everywhere. Like I don't have a fucking desk. I don't have a. So anyway, I internalized a lot of different aesthetic things by reading Black Mountain, by reading Charles Olson type shit, New York School. I just read kind of more around Philip Whalen, new American poetry stuff, Joanne Kiger, all that stuff. And so that's what she means by evolved. It just means I studied a lot more forms and shit. It's not necessarily the poems are better. They're just kind of dolled up in this, in a pastiche of kind of yesterday's anterior guard. So anyway, Ashley's back. Check out my highly evolved poetry.